Being reborn and living again is probably the dream of many people, but in every life, the girl is always the only hope to prevent the world's destruction, and is constantly forced by everyone to become a sacrifice. So, for her, being reborn once more is nothing but a torment from hell. And of course, in this lifetime, it is no exception when once again the man, who is her father, uses the sacred bond of fatherhood as a weapon to force her to help him and this kingdom. Even her mother and older brother kept interfering, believing that if she sacrificed herself, everyone could continue living, so she should know how to sacrifice without making her father beg like that. They believe she must act in a way that honors her family name and should not bring shame to the family. She should take action and become a hero admired by everyone. The petite girl coldly observed the expressions of each familiar family member, and their reactions bored her to death. Everyone kept rambling on about meaningless and incredibly annoying things. The mother shed tears and sobbed that she was not happy to sacrifice the daughter she had lovingly raised, but now it had to be done, and she should repay her for giving her life. Hearing those seemingly affectionate words, the girl couldn't help but laugh and ask them if nurturing meant abandoning her alone in this cold room. This family is unbelievably shameless. The words of the little girl left everyone stunned, unable to believe their ears. The little girl brushed off the old man's hand clinging to her skirt and thought to herself that yes, this wasn't the first or second time, it had always been like this. Her gaze was cold as she looked at each family member, and softly reassured them not to worry. Why are they clinging to me just because I'm the only one who can prevent the world's destruction? I'll sacrifice this life for you if that's what you want. She is someone who has been reborn and lived 99 different lives, reincarnated so many times that coming back to life has become a torturous ordeal for her. The more she experiences life and death, the more mysterious her powers become. Saving the world at the cost of her life is not a big deal because perhaps death, for her now, is also a form of liberation. So she does not regret her life and truly hopes she can die. The girl doesn't want to see scoundrels mumbling that everything is thanks to them. She also doesn't want to see anyone kidnapping morality and forcing her to do things she doesn't like just in the name of love. Seeing his daughter agree, the father kept thanking her, saying that she would always be his child and that it was because of her that this family could continue to live and survive. Hearing these words made the girl feel disgusted, silently thinking, please stop performing this meaningless family drama for me. She quietly glanced out the window and told them now you all should kneel down. A mysterious light appeared on the delicate little hands, resembling the light of hope. Shouldn't you all pay a steep price? As the girl's voice echoed in her hands, a shimmering scepter suddenly appeared, radiating waves of magical light. The scepter with a large round gem in the deep ocean's blue, holding immense power. According to the light emanating from the scepter, suddenly countless newspapers appeared around the little girl, carried away by the wind. So, your despicable life will never be able to see me again, keep clinging to it if you can. Her father was horrified at the scene, and could only stammer a few words. What is this? In response to his query, a newspaper flew over and landed in his hand. An article about a hero, who will save the world, being a little girl, and her father abusing the hero even in the royal mansion, is truly disappointing. The article feels magical with the moving picture. When he was terrified, the guard rushed over and reported, "Things have escalated, sir," causing him to go cold. The guard said you need to verify that article, and the royal soldiers had entered the residence. Meanwhile, the girl indifferently began to rise off the ground along with her scepter. The father angrily followed and shouted, "Come down here, how dare you? Do you think you can run away after disgracing this family? Are you not ashamed of yourself for doing this?" The screams echoed in her ears, but the girl soared upward, glanced back, and thought to herself that she would rather be called ungrateful than be a member of this family. In her first life, the girl's parents wanted to start a family, but they saw family as something necessary in life, like an object to possess. They felt it was shameful to have only one child. So she and her brother were born and raised in indifference. Although she did not receive love from her family at that time, she loved everyone because she was not like her parents. The girl also has friends who pull her out of that swamp and give her warm feelings. But things didn't go as planned when continuous events happened as a challenge to someone. The painful screams of her friend still echoed in her ears, along with the hateful beam of light emitted from the car's headlights, making the large vehicle look like a giant monster. Our poor little girl lay on the ground in a pool of fresh blood. But strangely enough, at that moment she didn't feel any pain or sadness. Instead, she felt lucky that her two friends were still safe. She had to bid farewell to life without being able to complete the college entrance exam before turning 20, but that was also her choice. She was like a traveler strolling through the flow of time, yet unable to escape her tragic fate. The next life is in a world on the brink of destruction with terrifying monsters. Humanity's only hope to prevent annihilation is death. In this life, the girl couldn't help but wonder if it was because she had sacrificed herself to save her friends in the first life, so now every life is the same. People always cry out in misery that she should sacrifice her life for them. She hoped things would change for the better by her fifth life, or at least not get worse, but it was agonizing when things dragged on for 99 lives, too many lifetimes, meeting too many people, and almost all of them were lies. With the scepter in her hand, the girl looked around the surroundings and couldn't help but complain how utterly boring everything was. This time, she won't regret this life. She missed the moment she could have stopped the apocalypse, so at least she should get to watch the world turn into a chaotic mess to have some fun. Seeing the girl flying in the sky, the people below pointed, whispered, and prayed, mistaking her for a celestial being. The cold eyes took in all the scenes of the mortal world below, as if all this power meant nothing. She felt like they were criticizing her for not saving them. But things are different now. No matter how indifferent she may be, she doesn't want to see it happen again. Her eyes darted around and suddenly caught sight of two small figures of two children trembling below, their curious eyes looking up at her. These children may live longer, but some people shouldn't exist anymore. The girl with the scepter stands firmly in the air, her hair flowing like an angel or a demon. When will this curse finally be broken, so I can live to see my 20th birthday? The average lifespan of her lives is only around 17 years, so she doesn't have any wishes at all. With those thoughts in mind, her small hands will lift the scepter high, causing it to emit a magnificent golden light. The intense beam of light pierced through the girl, connecting heaven and earth like a pillar holding up the sky. The girl wished that this life would be the end of everything, so she had no more desires. She accepted her 99th death. The blinding light from the scepter erased everything, and that light was the last thing she saw in that life. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted to a magnificent and luxurious castle filled with splendor. A pair of tiny hands gently moves, fluttering in the air. Along with the gradually clearing consciousness and the blurred images in front of her, the soul of the poor little girl could only scream in despair, "No, no, it can't be." In front of her blurred vision were women in maid outfits, looking stunned, worried, and frantically chaotic. I don't know if the voice of a maid echoed, congratulating the lady on the birth of a baby girl. The small, adorable figure was wrapped in a pale pink blanket, along with a soul that had lived through 99 lifetimes, and this life being the 100th. The tired girl, looking like a child, glanced at the servant who was saying something, but she couldn't hear clearly. Well, she had to accept her cruel fate, she just had to accept it. Various thoughts raced through the girl's mind. Am I of noble birth? But she had to stay calm, because she couldn't use her powers until her first birthday, while the maids around her kept praising her cuteness. Suddenly, a man barged into the room where she and her mother were resting. The servants quickly and cheerfully said, "Master, you have arrived. Your wife has given birth to a beautiful baby girl." Hearing these words, the little girl couldn't help but wonder, is the master her father? The mysterious man with a cold face approached the bed, staring at his newborn daughter, and the moment she saw the face of the one she would call father, she thought that her life would soon be ruined. What will it be this time? Abandonment, abuse, or a child with a bad omen? Looking at her father's cold face, she couldn't help but wonder. Perhaps she would die the moment she was born. Her eyes, wide open, were filled with countless thoughts. Until this world collapses again, she can do nothing and she has to watch everything. A life crumbled before her eyes in a vivid way. Everything seems like dust while her soul is bound eternally. Unbelievable that she has to witness everything one by one. It feels like being lost in a nightmare that you can't wake up from. She is forced to witness everything until that world reaches its end. It's better to keep living despite the pain, and let me experience all the suffering myself. But perhaps everything wasn't as she thought when, completely opposite to her imagination, a warm hand touched her stunned little face. The man with the cold face now gently sheds tears of happiness, and whispers to her that our youngest one, "Thank you for being born safely, little one." The girl's eyes, with bright red pupils, were filled with astonishment and disbelief. What kind of strange situation is this? And in this moment, the consciousness of the little girl in the child's form just noticed the mother, who has been holding her all this time. That is a beautiful woman with long black hair, and a tired face, who has just given birth, but her eyes are filled with love. The little girl is indeed adorable. Why do they all have such happy expressions? The tiny figure in her arms wasn't crying, but seemed to wonder why things had taken such a strange turn. Looking at the adorable girl in her arms, the mother couldn't help but exclaim that the baby looked exactly like her. Although she had many questions, in this moment of being held lovingly by her parents, she hoped it would truly be something good, and wished that her 100th life would be peaceful and calm. Quietly watching the two parents, who are incredibly happy and joyful. They looked at her and said that Anastasia would be the name of the child. Anastasia, quite a beautiful name indeed. And the parents continued, "You saved this world, that's the name of a hero, my little girl. You saved the world, that is the name of a hero." What those words felt like a thunderclap ringing in her ears, leaving the little girl stunned and petrified. Why does everyone always mention the hero's name? Is it not enough? Yet this damn fate, I've already lived the worst lives. Boredom strikes again. They might treat me like a hero, and sacrifice me when truly needed. It's like realizing the harsh truth behind the veil of affection, making the little girl's hands clench tightly. Looking at the faces of her parents, her soul let out a weary sigh. It was truly foolish to hope that this time would be different, and it's definitely worse than ever. This is such a hassle. The silent scream from the girl's soul seemed to echo throughout the castle under the clear, beautiful blue sky. And when the pink-haired father was holding the little girl in his arms, there was another small figure with pink hair peeking through the door, attentively watching the scene inside the room. That figure was a little girl with tiny hands and a small mouth, murmuring softly, "My dear sister." And soon after the day she was born, she spent a month in safety. At this moment, the little girl, now named Anastasia, is quietly enjoying this rare peaceful time in her small, cute cradle. It's wonderful when nothing happens at all. She was mentally prepared to be hailed as a hero, but it seems that hasn't happened yet, and for now, everything still looks fine. But we can't afford to be careless like this because it's too early to relax. The small, pretty eyes with red pupils slightly squinted in caution. It was the same in her past life, when she was born amidst congratulatory praises. They said she was a child blessed by God, and was destined to be a hero, then pretended to treat her with love and kindness. But after all those sweet words, and in the end, they worried about her ability, pushed her away, and mercilessly mistreated her. They see her as a useless child in front of her parents, as if she wants to be recognized, but in reality, she demands nothing and doesn't want anything from them. And in this life, her parents also named her after a hero, Anastasia, and she quietly thought they would surely make her a sacrifice. "I have to protect myself again, there's no other way. Hopefully, I'll be safe until the first birthday, so she can awaken her abilities." Looking at the toy carousel hanging above the cradle, Anastasia quietly thought, as always, that she had done everything she could to scout the surroundings and gather valuable intelligence. The woman with jet black hair and beautiful bright red eyes is my mother in this life. Anastasia also has bright red eyes and the same jet black hair as hers. When my mom rubs my back, I will fall into a deep sleep right away, but I must stay alert because if I let my guard down, I might be punished and thrown into a dark place. The next one, With an appearance like a wolf and a massive body like a giant mountain, is the father in this life, with pink hair. He looks like a true warrior with a blood-stained sword. Anastasia, you woke up because you couldn't see your father often, right? He always talked to you in that strange voice with an expression that could give you trauma. And even someone who has been by my side since the day I was born. The maid always stays beside this cradle to watch over it. Whenever she caught Anastasia's eye, the maid always gave a joyful and happy smile, which looked truly beautiful. The maid always stayed by the cradle, making the image of her parents strangely frightening in the little girl's mind. Monitoring a child who was just born truly is a family of devils. Once again, he was called a duke to make it more complicated if she was born into a noble family, but Anastasia was lost in thought when suddenly a loud noise from the door outside caught her attention. What's going on out there? Outside the door of the father's room, a man with pink hair was loudly questioning the doctor. What the hell is going on? Is there a problem? What's wrong with the youngest child? Hearing these faint sounds made Anastasia panic. He mentioned me getting furious, because of me. Oh no, I'm dead, he's coming here. At the same time, the father's face twisted in anger, shouting, if the girl isn't sick, then why doesn't my youngest cry or laugh, why? Hearing these words left Anastasia stunned and speechless. What? He's making a fuss just because she didn't cry. Oh my God. The cold king looked at the doctor and said, I guess you're not skilled enough to figure out why the girl isn't crying. The doctor trembled before the terrifying aura. I can't do anything more. No other choice but to remove your useless head, he said as he drew the sword that was always by his side, his eyes cold. Anastasia was completely stunned and speechless. Wait, what are you doing? Are you planning to kill someone just because she didn't cry? Is this some new kind of torture? How strange is that? In her previous life, there were people who didn't want to hear the girl's cries, and since then she hasn't cried a single tear, because once her parents' device killed her just for crying too loudly. But in this life, things are different, so I have to draw attention somehow because survival comes first, Anastasia thought to herself, having no other choice. The sound of the real doctor's pleas still echoed outside. I've done everything I could. Your lady is perfectly healthy. Please trust me just this once, I'm not lying. Hearing this pitiful crying and begging made the girl feel incredibly guilty, but there was nothing she could do. She was completely healthy, so why kill innocent people? Aren't you afraid of going to hell? And just as the sword was about to be raised, a powerful cry from Anastasia left her father stunned. The pink-haired father turned around in shock, looking towards the room, and even the doctor seemed to come back to life upon hearing this cry. The pink-haired father smiled happily, his flushed face not fitting his usual image at all. How could he be both cold and amusingly immature at the same time? He quickly ran in, picked up Anastasia in his arms, smiled, and said, My dear child, your cry is so powerful and pure. Little Anastasia sighed deeply with her youthful face, satisfied yet apprehensive, as she knew misfortune always followed whenever she cried loudly. But why does he look so happy? Anastasia wondered, staring at the smiling face, so happy that tears were falling. The man is always cold towards others, but when facing Anastasia, he reveals a vulnerable side and even becomes extremely panicked just because she doesn't cry. This situation makes Anastasia feel moved and almost cry herself. In the warm embrace of this life's father, little Anastasia feels very comfortable and relaxed, but no, I need to stay alert. I must not cry, or else there will be trouble. Right now, outside the hallway, faint footsteps echoed along with a glimpse of a billowing princess dress. A little girl with long pink hair, clenching her fists tightly, angrily and confidently stepped into the room, drawing the attention of Anastasia and the assistant. Appearing before them was a cute little girl with big round emerald eyes, pink hair, and a puffy princess dress. She was holding a teddy bear in her hands, her lips pouting as she complained to her father, feeling utterly disappointed. How could Dad sideline Lara? Seriously, because the little girl is so adorable that anyone would want to take her home right away. Her big round emerald eyes also noticed the little sister being held by their father. Seeing this situation, Anastasia also widened her eyes, looking at her sister, but the alarm bells in her heart rang loudly. Oh no, this is my sister in this life. And surely everything will start with her, right? Because Anastasia was the youngest sibling in previous lives, she knew she had older siblings. But since she had never met them before, she always felt more anxious than happy. Because they had special abilities and took all of their parents' attention, in many lives the girl was just an extra in the family. Anastasia doesn't like kids at all, they are little devils with many tricks and full of jealousy. No matter how cute they are, just look at those chubby eyes. Oh my god, if she gets upset and starts crying, Anastasia trembles at the cuteness of her sister. Anada can't help but scream, oh my god, she looks so cute. The big round eyes of her older sister stared intently at Anastasia, and suddenly narrowed, making the beautiful little girl look very angry. Anastasia felt a chill run through her, as she saw those eyes, sensing that everything was about to begin. But instead of sharing her worries and fear, her older sister responded with an innocent remark. She really is, isn't she? Is that your sister? How is she so cute? The little girl is as beautiful as a small doll with sparkling gem-like eyes, looking incredibly adorable, as she happily smiles at her newly born sister. This situation once again left Anastasia stunned. Why is your reaction like that? The older sister ran into her father's arms with her younger sister, smiling sweetly with joy. Wow, Lara also has an incredibly cute little sister. Older sister doll, with an excited face, softly told the Duke, Father, can you give Sasha some pudding? Hearing his daughter suddenly say this, the Duke was a bit confused and asked, Who is Sasha, my dear? The little girl smiled sweetly, pointed at her younger sister, and said that Lara belongs to Laurencia, and Sasha belongs to Anastasia. Hearing these words made Anastasia, who was in her father's arms, stunned. Wait, who gave me a nickname, little granny? Anastasia frowned, waving her small arms. No, I don't like it. Don't give me that nickname. Seeing this, both the father and the older sister smiled, saying that you like that name too, Anastasia. Not at all. I don't like it one bit, so don't put words in my mouth, okay? At this moment, the Duke smiled at his eldest daughter and said that, by the way, he knew Laurencia's intentions, but Anastasia was still too young, and she couldn't eat pudding yet. It's better for Laurencia to eat for her, he gently advised while patting her head, making her scrunch her face adorably. But little Laurencia still wouldn't give up, reaching out her tiny hand to grab her father's arm. But Shasha will be sad if she has to eat alone, Dad. When her father asked why, the little girl explained that Lara had been sick before and could only eat porridge, so she was sad that she couldn't eat cold food. Lara thought her sister would be sad too if she couldn't eat it. Hearing these innocent words from her sister, Anastasia thought to herself, that kid is worried I might be sad. Lara, with her tearful eyes, looked pitifully at her father and begged, just one bite. Please, Anastasia glanced helplessly, if I eat, I'll just reincarnate. Oh dear grandma. Seeing the pudding approaching made Anastasia panic, and feel very uneasy. Stop her now, father, the girl's heart screamed silently, but suddenly a warm kiss from the Duke made little Anastasia widen her eyes in shock. Suddenly, the cold Duke brought his handsome face close to Anastasia's chubby cheeks, making them flush red, and he said in a playful voice, what was that? Oh, I understand, got it. The Duke looked at his eldest daughter and smiled, saying, I heard the little one say that if Laurencia eats pudding, the little one will be very happy. Anastasia, hearing this, was speechless and said, when did I ever say that? But whatever, just eat that thing, or I'll be done for. Hearing her father say that, Laurencia apologized, but before she finished, she shoved the entire pudding into her mouth, making her cheeks puff up like a little squirrel trying to store food. It was clear that the little girl also really wanted to eat the pudding, but wanted to give it to her sister first. Suddenly, Laurasia brought a plush deer close to her little sister and gently said, Here, you can borrow my deer. It's so cute, it will be your friend. The Duke saw this and asked, Laurencia, you can't sleep without your deer. Are you sure you'll give it to your sibling without any regret? Laurencia heard her father ask, then smiled sweetly. Shasha is my little sister, and I'm the older sister, so I'll let her borrow it, no problem at all, Dad. Anastasia's red-pupilled eyes widened in surprise upon hearing those sweet words. The affection from her older sister and those innocent yet heartfelt words made Anastasia feel uneasy, so she struggled and sobbed, No, it's not like that, I can't let my guard down, please stop being kind, I'm begging you." Seeing her little sister suddenly burst into tears, Laurencia also teared up and carefully asked, "Sasha, do you hate little Hayu?" But Anastasia didn't pay attention to that question, and in her mind were only the sounds telling her to hate me like everyone else did in the previous life. Suddenly at this moment, the delicate hands of her sister Laurencia reached out. The small hands of her older sister gently embraced the little Anastasia along with her soft voice. "So do you like rabbits, or plush tigers? I'll give you everything if you want, so please don't cry anymore, okay?" Anastasia was so scared by this situation that she froze in place. What the heck is going on? Why doesn't this girl hate me? Something feels off here. Seeing her sister suddenly go silent, Laurencia immediately spoke up. Shasha, look at this girl." The little girl covered her adorable face with both hands and moved closer to her sister. "Ooh, a cute little sound with a funny face that looks so adorable and a bit silly." The cuteness and humor of this made Anastasia, who had been trying to stay vigilant from the beginning, burst out laughing. After bursting into laughter, the old soul Anastasia opened her mouth wide in shock. "Oh no, I just let my guard down, this is bad, my defenses have been shaky from the start and now they are about to collapse." The sudden smile of Anastasia took the other two by surprise, and they couldn't help but shout with joy. It was unbelievable that Sasha actually smiled. The exaggerated expressions on their faces made Anastasia break out in a cold sweat. No way had she been defeated already. Little Anastasia smiled. The rumor that she had laughed during a game of peekaboo spread throughout the entire palace. It seems like the rumor traveled faster than she expected. Little Anastasia sighed helplessly. The young lady, look at this surprise, I can make even more strange faces. And since then the maids have been constantly making funny faces, without getting bored, just to make the little girl laugh. When my daughter was little, just making this face at her would turn her tears into laughter instantly. Even the doctor treating her tried his best to be funny, and looked absolutely ridiculous, and hilarious. And of course, my strange father as well, his little daughter, here I am, right here. It's lucky that everyone got kicked out by my mom, because she said it was time for Anastasia to go to bed. At least in this house, there's still one normal person who doesn't do those weird things. This kind of situation is the first time Anastasia has encountered, so she doesn't know how to respond. If she doesn't react as they usually expect, they will be upset and give up. However, Anastasia thought while glancing toward the hallway where everyone was still enthusiastically chatting and saying they would try to make the little girl smile. This made Anastasia wonder why they had to try harder. The little girl couldn't comprehend the thoughts or actions of these people. Everything was entirely unfamiliar to her, and vastly different from her 99 previous lives. And that very afternoon, another unfamiliar figure with pink hair appeared before the warm, beautiful cradle of Anastasia. "You're up, Anastasia." The figure that just appeared and spoke was a boy with pink hair and a face that, despite its youthful look, couldn't hide its sharp, striking handsomeness with mysterious emerald green eyes. Anastasia cautiously observed the person who had just approached her cradle. The little girl sifted through the limited memories she had gathered about this world over the past month. And this must be the one. This boy is Damien, the older brother of the girl who is 5 years older than her. Although still young, they said he was being groomed to inherit his father's duke title, a talented boy destined to become a powerful noble. The appearance of Damien's brother made the long-dormant alarm bells in her heart ring loudly again. "I heard he was very busy, so why did he suddenly come here? This kid also needs to be added to the blacklist." Damien smiled at his little sister and asked, Anastasia, what are you thinking?" Hearing this, the poor girl silently answered in her heart, "I'm thinking of a way to survive, my little grandpa." The boy poked his little finger into his sister's chubby, dumpling-like cheek and teased her saying, "Why do you have such a serious face like this? You look like a little old lady." "Right, I brought a gift. Do you think it's okay?" Damien asked while looking at Anastasia, making her stunned once again. "Gifts? What gift? Why do people try to do something for me? How suspicious. It seems that what I've been through in many lifetimes has caused this strange illness to reach its final stage." So the girl always feels that behind the affection and pampering, there are hidden schemes. Surprised? "This is your little tiger," said Damien in his clear voice, as a soft and adorable stuffed bunny, with a blue ribbon around its neck appeared. Damien brought the tiger next to his sister and smiled, saying that Laurencia told him Anastasia laughed with delight, and looked beautiful. "I will give you my stuffed tiger, we've been together since we were little. Being apart like this is so lonely, but I'll let Anastasia have it." The little girl Anastasia wrapped her small, delicate hands around the plush bunny, wondering if this wasn't just an ordinary stuffed animal. Why would he give her something so precious? Perhaps these gifts and this attention were all very unfamiliar to the poor little girl. Damien's older brother at this moment reached out a finger to touch his sister's black hair, saying, "So, Anastasia, can you smile for me just once?" Little brother Damien softly said with eyes full of longing and earnestness. "Give me something so precious just for that, just for a smile." The situation in front of Anastasia was both strange and a little touching. Just because of a smile? Really? Everyone just wants to see me smile, all of them. Why are they so strange? It makes me feel so unfamiliar. What on earth are they doing? All I see are expectant eyes and joyful, happy smiles. Whether to smile or not doesn't really matter, but fine, I'll just smile this time. I'll smile to protect the child's innocent soul, that's all, Anastasia quietly thought to herself. The decision made, the little girl with the plush rabbit in her hands immediately gave a sweet smile that was incredibly adorable, possessing such a powerful charm that it would take down anyone who saw it, leaving everyone mesmerized by her smile. Damien's brother was stunned, eyes wide open, as he saw his sister smile cheerfully. After a long while, the boy finally reacted and joyfully shouted, "Wow, she smiled!" Everyone. Anastasia smiled, seeing her brother's happiness. Anastasia thought to herself that she had gone through many lifetimes and learned that one must always be sensitive to everything, especially when she is in a difficult situation. But shouldn't a miracle happen to her at least once? Will the miracle come from the people in this family? Those who are extremely excited just because of her smile, though it feels strange. Their affection makes Anastasia feel comforted and soothed. Although she had been disappointed time and time again in many lifetimes, the little girl still held on to hope. Hoping for the 100th life, hoping for these people, hoping that this family won't turn their back on her. Let's try to hope for life in this life, because even though the odds are almost infinite, with illusions comes hope. And when she decided to start gradually integrating into this world, when she began to let go of her guard, what welcomed little Anastasia were colorful, vibrant, and very diverse outfits. The girl was dressed up and changed from one outfit to another, from blue to red, from pink to purple. Finally settled on a cute, puffy dress with blue bows and a headband like clouds in the clear sky. Anastasia wearing the dress made her look even more adorable. The maid couldn't help but shout, "Our little lady is so adorable, she looks like a winter snow fairy." Little Anastasia felt helpless, but was already used to these girls' excitement. Even the Queen Mother often hugs the little girl and constantly praises her, saying she's like an angel, so adorable. "I'll buy everything here for the girl and pay the person who made these clothes 4 times the price." Hearing these words from her mother, little Anastasia was stunned, her eyes wide open in shock. Why waste it like this? I still can't get used to this atmosphere and the constant changing of clothes. This started because of some things I did a few days ago. Anastasia began to recall the cause of this incident. Around that time, the baby was just about 5 months old and was peacefully enjoying the rare gentleness of life. Along with the development of her body, the little girl finally had a spacious area to move around, rather than that cramped cradle. Anastasia tries to wiggle her arms and legs to crawl, thinking she's almost there, but she can only manage to crawl a little bit in a small circle around her. She still can't crawl far, so her movement space is still quite limited. Although still at a basic level, her speech has improved significantly, as she is now able to produce simple sounds. But every time he noticed the little girl babbling, the Duke would get so excited that it gave Anastasia goosebumps, leaving her speechless. "What's that? Did you say you love me? My sweet daughter." Communication is the only thing the little girl cannot do, and there is no other way but to wait for her body to develop more, Anastasia thought, as she gently turned over and sat up. The girl looked out at the green trees and the cool sky outside the window. "I'm really just an ordinary child in this life. In her previous life, she was relentlessly hunted down, and this time, it's likely only a matter of time, yet she's still doing her best. But if it stays this peaceful, it would be wonderful," Anastasia thought while closing her eyes and turning over to lie straight once more. Suddenly, there was a shout of surprise and excitement that made Anastasia look in confusion toward the source of the sound. Here is the translated text in English. It turns out that right next to the four of them, there were people who were extremely excited, with eyes sparkling with joy at the sight of Anastasia just turning over. What was even more interesting was that it was her own family, the little girl thought to herself. Laurencia excitedly shouted, "Sasha can roll over now, she can roll over." Meanwhile, the Duke once again showed his ridiculous expression, "Oh really? Wow." Damien, with his sharp, large, starry eyes, said, "Mom, my little Anastasia is so clever. I think she learned to roll over much earlier than other kids." "I agree with you, Damien, so let's celebrate Anastasia's first rollover." So now the party celebrating the little girl's first time turning over in her life was held in utter disbelief by Anastasia. "I heard it's a family-only party to celebrate a major event." Anastasia helplessly looked at the huge banquet table in front of her and screamed inside, how could a family dinner end up being this big? Oh my God, why is everything so weird like this? Damien smiled with a huge gift box. "This is a gift for Anastasia." The family doctor also had tears welling up, his face slightly red, as he said he was very touched because the little girl was growing up so healthy. Along with the sounds of footsteps and cheerful laughter ringing out. "Little mistress," the gentle voice of the servants drew the attention of Anastasia. The maids came up to the little girl and said they couldn't believe she had done such an amazing flip, she was so talented. Half-maid smiled with an extremely happy face and sincerely said that it was an honor to serve the young lady. Her eyes sparkled like a crescent moon, truly making Anastasia feel that she was very happy. When parties like this are held, the servants receive extra bonuses, but it's just a baby's first rollover, so why make such a big deal out of it? Anastasia thought to herself that just as she had predicted, this place seemed a bit strange and didn't feel quite normal to her. Because everyone here is so affectionate, but over time, I find myself getting more and more worried about it. Countless thoughts in her heart, the large, round ruby-colored eyes of the little girl reflected every beautiful, sparkling ray of the fireworks in the sky. The whole family of 5 stood on the balcony of the happy mansion, watching the beautiful fireworks in the sky. Each bright spark in the night sky was like a glimmer of hope in this dark fate. Suddenly, the mother gently looked at Anastasia, who she was holding, and said, "Our Anastasia, dear. In the future, keep living healthily like this and grow up well." Konnichiwa, Bay with her beautiful, gentle face said so. These heartfelt words made Anastasia's tiny hands clench tightly. They don't need her to be obedient or successful, they just want her to live a healthy life. Why is it like this? How could they wish for something so simple? Anastasia, moved, uses her small hands to grab her mother's hem. The sky is blue with dense trees and chirping birds in the garden of the mansion. The little girl Anastasia, with her beautiful pale pink dress, is quietly lying on the floor, enjoying this wonderful moment of calm. The little girl widened her eyes, sat up, looked around the spacious room, and silently remarked that today was quite peaceful. After yesterday's lavish party, the servants' year-end holiday has begun. The maids bid farewell with nostalgia to visit their hometowns and promise to return soon with the young lady. Now there is only one maid registered to work temporarily during this holiday. Anastasia looked at the little girl dozing off in the chair, thinking she must be just in her early teens. Nodding off like that, but after all, a child needs a good night's sleep to grow up well. Perhaps because it is the end of the year, everyone is quite busy. My parents also left the mansion early in the morning to work. Damien's older brother has an important class to attend. The poor older sister is sound asleep because of a cold. All right, it's rare for me to get such a good opportunity like this. Now, I need to start standing up, even if just a little, and the goal is. My goal is to climb up that sofa. Anastasia silently determined. The little girl crawled to the sofa, stretched her tiny arm, trying to reach up. She had once told herself not to grow up too fast, but now she wished she could stand up and walk. The tiny hand of Anastasia tried to reach the edge of the chair, just a little more, keep trying a little more. But suddenly her tiny body was lifted, leaving Anastasia stunned. A large maid hugged the little girl and asked her if she was having fun. Anastasia saw the servant's face and quietly wondered to herself, so this is the first time I'm seeing this face. The maid softly told the girl that Madam had instructed her to come here and take her away. Anastasia looked over at the maid who was still dozing off and thought to herself that her mother had gone out early, yet this maid didn't even bother to wake up the assistant maid. I think I've been through something like this once or twice already, though it's just a servant, but it's still too suspicious. Because of past life experiences and countless times of being in difficult situations, Anastasia is very sensitive to situations like this. Feeling uneasy, the little girl quickly pretended to cry loudly in an attempt to wake up the sleeping maid. But the crying suddenly stopped when a hand covered the little girl's mouth with a handkerchief. The strange maid coldly looked at Anastasia and said that she would take good care of her. Damn it, Anastasia thought as her hands trembled. But then, as the anesthetic took effect, her consciousness gradually became hazy. Damn it, but there was a strange sense of peace. What Anastasia's consciousness heard before falling into a coma was the gentle words of the maid, "Please rest a little," and immediately after, she was carried away by a mysterious figure in a cloak. Anastasia's consciousness felt shaken and uncomfortable as she gradually emerged from a coma, her tired eyes opening wide. What is it this time? Anastasia woke up to find that the person carrying her was not the woman from earlier, but a strange man. What's happening? Have I been kidnapped? But in the blink of an eye Anastasia had already caught a glimpse of the mansion in the distance, so the little girl silently sighed in relief, thinking she might not have wandered too far from the mansion. The frail girl clung tightly to the kidnapper's shirt to avoid falling, blaming herself for being too careless. I should have been more aware of my surroundings, but perhaps the peaceful months that passed made me gradually let my guard down. Don't think too much, just hope it's just a normal child kidnapping, and not part of any other scheme. And what will happen if they kill me? Normally my life would end before 20, but it could be sooner. I'll be stuck alone once again, witnessing everything until this world ends, an immortal soul unable to leave, wandering aimlessly like a lost spirit. Thinking about that, the uncomfortable feeling surged in her heart, causing Anastasia to clench her small hand into a fist. It's only been half a year, it can't be like this. Now what should I do? Should I let myself be kidnapped like this and find out who's behind it? Perhaps it will be a bit troublesome, but I can use teleportation, and I wonder why they kidnapped me. If this is simply a crime targeting the Duke's family, or if someone has realized the mysterious power within my body and wants to obtain it. Whether it is or isn't, it's worth investigating. But can I escape from there in 3 days? I'm not even a year old yet, and it's not my birthday, so the source of power inside me is still very fragile. But if I comply with the kidnappers just to investigate their motives, I won't be able to return home during this time. So I should feel better if everything is resolved quickly today, so I can return to that warm cradle. I don't want my family to worry too much, so at least I should give them a sign in their dreams that I'll be home soon. Anastasia silently lay in the arms of the kidnapper, quietly planning. I hope they feel at ease in my absence. Just as Anastasia is deep in thought and the kidnapper is fleeing, an arrow from the sky swiftly shoots straight down. The arrow hit the kidnapper's leg precisely, causing him to scream in pain. The surprise and deadly attack made the kidnapper collapse backward in pain, groaning, but fortunately, Anastasia remained in his arms unharmed. What's happening? The kidnapper panicked, but suddenly a figure appeared before him and ordered him to shut up. The mysterious voice caught Anastasia's attention. It was the voice of a kid. Big round eyes with blood-red pupils of the little girl tried to look towards the person who just made the sound. And caught in Anastasia's sight was a strand of golden hair gently swaying in the light breeze. The boy who just spoke had a cold face and a long sword in his hand. He calmly pointed the sword at the kidnapper and coldly asked, "What do you think you're doing?" The boy's eyes were bright as stars with mysterious purple irises that made anyone who looked into them feel as if their soul was being drawn in. Anastasia, at this moment, was also captivated by the boy's beautiful eyes and his imposing presence, unable to look away. Facing the stunned kidnapper and Anastasia, the boy questioned the kidnapper, saying that the lady had just gotten engaged to him today. "Why did you dare to kidnap her? Who is this Anastasia?" he asked, confused. A moment later, the kidnapper gradually regained his composure and made sense of everything, leaving him stunned. A kid. Facing him was just a little kid, but the boy's intimidating presence scared the robber too. "Get out of my way. Move." Meanwhile, Anastasia was still puzzled as this was the first time she had seen this face. At this moment, from a distance, soldiers were shouting and chasing with weapons in their hands. "Over there, little lady, right here." The kidnapper, seeing this, quickly grabbed Anastasia and ran away, gritting his teeth. Each hurried step sent pebbles flying, but the painful arrow wound prevented the robber from maintaining his initial speed. He hurried away, secretly wondering if they had already found out. How long had it been since he left the mansion? But suddenly, a small figure and a voice from the side echoed, "If you don't want to lose anything, hand the child over to me." It turns out the kid just now sped after the kidnapper, startling him. "Damn it, stop chasing me, circumstances forced me to do this." In return for the kidnapper's screams were a pair of blazing purple eyes and a mysterious energy, accompanied by a cold voice, "No more excuses, this ends here, and pay the price for your mistake." Anastasia silently noticed the small figure chasing from behind. She thought to herself that he seemed to be about the same age as her brother, but the way he spoke sounded so cruel. Anastasia still seems to be assessing the boy. "If you consider it bravery, that's fine, especially with his sword stance, which looks very steady, and more than that. Oh, that kid has magical powers, even quite strong magic." A boy around 5 years old, proficient in everything from swordsmanship to magical strength. "Who is this kid, really?" And in that split second, a sharp and powerful slash from the boy's sword swept across, miraculously striking the kidnapper's leg, causing him to lose balance and almost fall to the ground. Anastasia gasped in panic, knowing that if this continued, she would fall. Her eyes stared intently at the ground that was getting closer and closer, silently deciding that if it had come to this, she would have to use magic to protect herself. But as the girl instinctively closed her eyes, a hand quickly reached out at the same time. "Oh, it doesn't hurt, does it?" Anastasia wondered in panic, and when she opened her eyes, she saw a figure with golden hair and the blinding light of the sun behind them. "Is the baby okay?" It turned out that in that moment the boy quickly caught Anastasia, keeping her safe from falling to the ground. The boy skillfully lifted Anastasia with both hands, turning her around to check if she was hurt anywhere. He was quite surprised and wondered if not crying like this meant she was okay. The girl heard this and thought to herself that she was fine, but couldn't express it in words. At the same time behind the boy the kidnapper slowly stood up and picked up his sword. while also noticing the unguarded back of the boy. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to attack the boy who had noticed just in time, but it was probably too late. Although the boy's technique was quite good, after all. He was still a child, so he let his guard down. Right in that extremely dangerous moment, Anastasia could only think that she couldn't do anything to help when her eyes emitted a barely visible bright red light. The kidnapper rushed forward, about to strike, when suddenly he screamed in pain as a mysterious force engulfed his entire body. The boy, focused entirely on the kidnapper, failed to notice Anastasia's unusual reaction. A few seconds later, the kidnapper collapsed in pain, unconscious, leaving the blonde kid confused. What happened? I didn't do anything, but he just collapsed on his own. At this moment, the boy turned his eyes toward Anastasia, who was wriggling in his chest. Anastasia's face flushed red, her eyebrows furrowed tightly with sweat beading on her forehead. It felt like her lungs were about to burst, just as she thought. She must be careful about using her strength with this tiny body. The unusual and discomforting behavior of Anastasia made the little boy panic. "Oh baby, did you get startled, or are you catching a cold?" Even in a daze, Anastasia still retorted. "You're the one who got startled." At that moment, the boy's small yet strong hand pulled the cloak on his back. The boy then wrapped the cloak around Anastasia to keep her warm and gently comforted her. "It's okay little one, you're all cold, but you'll warm up soon, so just hold on for a moment." The little body of Anastasia was wrapped in a cloak and snugly nestled in the boy's arms, making her silently appreciate the warmth. At this moment, the soldiers had all caught up. They hurriedly shouted, "Little Duke, little lady, are you both okay?" And the kidnapper was quickly subdued by a soldier, rendering him unable to cause any more harm. But using too much power made Anastasia increasingly exhausted, with sweat dripping down her forehead. The frail girl thought to herself before slipping back into unconsciousness. "This seems to be quite troublesome." "Anastasia," Damien's serious call echoed as he hurriedly ran to the young duke, along with Anastasia. "Wake up, brother, I'm here now." Damien's small face was filled with worry and panic, and his hands kept trembling as he saw his sister unconscious. The kidnapper, now panicked, pleaded for mercy. "Please spare my life. This is a misunderstanding. Let me explain. I didn't mean to do it." While listening to the plea for forgiveness from the kidnapper Damien, he looked at the small, unconscious face of his sister, which was still flushed and sweaty. Damien at this moment was completely different from his usual gentle self. He became terrifying with his sharp, cold eyes staring at the kidnapper, as if looking at a dead object. Damien coldly ordered, "Take him away, and until my father returns interrogate him thoroughly to extract all the information for me." In the room where the cradle of Anastasia is placed, voices could be heard. "I thought it was a bit early, so it might be challenging, but now that it's come to this, the sooner the better. Right, for the sake of the children, we need to start as early as possible." The low murmur of conversation gradually woke up Anastasia, bringing her awareness back. Her eyes dimly focused on the two figures in front of her, silently wondering how long she had been asleep. Seeing the little girl gradually waking up, her mother and father hurriedly and softly called out Anastasia, their faces full of worry. Anita's parents realized that the two people in front of them seemed to have just emerged from a coma, leaving the girl's mind somewhat disoriented and not fully clear yet. The Duke saw his daughter awake, and immediately shouted, "Anastasia is awake, call the doctor right away." The nearby servant quickly obeyed and ran off. "My dear child, you must have been so scared. I wish I could have been there with you." But His Majesty gave the order. Hearing the self-blame of her parents, Anastasia wearily closed her eyes, but still replied, "It's not important, father, you're a duke after all. I lost consciousness like this because I overexerted my strength. It's a side effect from using my power without any preparation, but in that situation, there was no other choice." Suddenly, a sobbing sound came from the side, leaving Anastasia stunned. "I'm so sorry, Anastasia." The little girl opened her eyes and looked towards her father and mother. They both seemed so sad, unlike their usual strong selves. "I'm sorry, I'm so very sorry." The apology and the sad faces of these two people seemed to be etched into Anastasia's memory, making her eyes sparkle wide open. "Those rare people are so good to me, and I don't want to hurt them, so right now I really want to grow up faster so I can protect myself." After the incident that left everyone in the mansion on edge, a team of guards was sent to perform the ceremony with Anastasia. They are elite soldiers with precious swords in hand, looking very skilled and brave. A group of soldiers simultaneously saluted the young lady Anastasia, and shouted in unison their unwavering loyalty to her. The current situation left little Anastasia completely frozen in confusion. "Oh my, who are all these people, and why are they here bowing to me?" At this moment the beloved father gently explained to the little girl that these were the escort knights, who would protect Anastasia from now on. "How do you feel about that, my daughter?" Hearing these words, Anastasia could only gape in astonishment. The kidnapping plot led to this, and the reason was a couple working at the Duke's residence. They had a malicious intent due to their son's insurmountable debts. And seeds of crime sprouted when they saw their parents spending a lot of money on them. And stupid thoughts began to take over, so they decided to kidnap me during the year-end holiday, and planned to extort money from the Duke's family since the mansion would be very deserted as most of the servants would be on vacation. Luckily my brother's friend found out, and stopped it in time so nothing bad happened. I heard that right after that, the two kidnappers were thrown out with bodies not quite intact, but at least their lives were spared. My parents said they were very lenient. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left the mansion alive. I think this decision is quite good for my sister and brother, but isn't 20 nights too many to escort a baby who isn't even a year old yet?" Anastasia helplessly wondered. At this moment, the Honorable Duke looked at his daughter and softly said, "Anastasia, these are all the knights who have sworn to be loyal to you even at the cost of their lives. So why don't you encourage them a little, okay?" Anastasia was confused once again and asked, "No, father, what do you want from a 6-month-old baby?" They won't feel happy being encouraged by a child. Contrary to Anastasia's expectations, the guards were excited and cheered when they heard the Duke's words, saying, "Miss, my master, please go fishing." Anastasia is stunned by the guards, but they seem so happy. In this atmosphere, I can't help but obey my father. Out of options, Anastasia reveals a mirror, with a cute expression and babbles in broken syllables. Though the sounds have no meaning, her intent is clear. "Please take care of me, dear guards." Seeing this scene, 20 bodyguards with sparkling eyes all covered their mouths and blushed with delight. "I will do my best, miss. I hope we will get along well." The joyful cheers echoed throughout the mansion, giving Anastasia a headache. "Ha, it's finally here." After 1 month since the establishment of the Night Corps, the number of people in her room had significantly increased. There are 2 more people outside the room, who are always on serious duty. As her body was also growing, Anastasia found it easier to read their actions, but ultimately, it was only after her first birthday that receiving information became easier. Even though the previous kidnapping was just for money, and of course, it's not easy for this family to be in a comfortable situation in these times. The day she was kidnapped, mother and father went out looking with unpleasant expressions. They had rarely left the house together like that before. Because it's a Duke's family, there will certainly be hostile forces, but on the other hand, there's no reason to deploy such excessive security just because of a child living in the mansion. Should I use a bit less strength? Anastasia tried to stand up and walk, but she couldn't. If I get sick and have a high fever again, my family will worry. I don't want to see them so concerned. But is it really okay to keep living peacefully like this? As the one responsible for stopping the world's decline, the lovely little girl Anastasia finally managed to pull herself up onto the sofa after trying for a while. This situation is quite urgent for all of us, isn't it? Suddenly, a voice rang out, drawing the attention of Anastasia. It was the voice of. Anastasia turned around and saw her brother, Damien, with a beaming smile, kneeling on one knee and calling her name. He looked so happy and cheerful. This voice is my brother's. How did he sneak in here? Anastasia thought as she quickly crawled towards her brother, looking so adorable. The little girl quickly crawled over and threw herself into the warm, sturdy embrace of her brother, leaving Damien stunned, mouth agape. Wow, how can you crawl so fast, my little Anastasia? You're growing up so quickly. Hearing Damien's cheerful words, her competitive spirit flared up, as she silently retorted, that's not something a kid like you should say to a baby. Damien warmly gazed at his little sister, filled with love, but behind those eyes seemed to hide something else. He had a different expression from usual. Just after his brother ruffled his hair, Anastasia quickly noticed something unusual through the boy's expression. Damien suddenly looked at his sister and said, Anastasia, you know what? My friend wants to meet you. He met you last time and saved you. Do you remember him? Anastasia, hearing her brother speak, remembered the image of the blonde boy who saved her last time. So her brother's friend is that boy from before. Little Anastasia, unable to speak yet, tried to nod in response, indicating that she did remember him. Paying attention to the expression of his sister, Damien asked further, so Anastasia, do you want to meet my friend again? This question from his brother made Anastasia a little startled. The girl was worried. Although the magical power he possessed was amazing, but even though he was a stranger, she felt like she had seen him somewhere before. After being reborn and traveling through many lifetimes, she encountered people with familiar faces from different lives. Specifically, each person's soul has its own unique wavelength. And whenever she met such a person, she always felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had seen them in a previous life. But especially that little Duke was not only familiar, but another strange feeling had arisen in her heart. The figure of the little Duke blended with the evening sunlight, his cape fluttering in the wind, a silhouette seemingly destined to appear in the endless journey of Anastasia. No matter which life she lives. The little girl quietly told herself that this was a good opportunity, and this time she needed to investigate that boy more thoroughly. Damien's older brother silently looked at his sister, and at the same time, a guard approached from behind and informed that Michael would be arriving soon. The scene then shifts to a carriage. The guard informs, Little Duke, we have arrived. Already? Time flies so fast. The Duke's carriage arrived at the Anastasia family's residence, so the young Duke quickly stepped out of the carriage. The boy today has changed into a purple cloak and a neat, dynamic outfit that looks handsome and elegant. Great, you've arrived then. So where do we have to go to meet the lady standing in front of the beautiful mansion, with fountains in front? The young Duke quietly asked the servant. Damien and little Duke Michael are strolling in the garden of the estate, before heading to Anastasia's room. Damien keeps reminding him to stick to his promise. You must be really polite, got it? Duke Michael kept assuring me that he knew, don't worry so much. Right then, they arrived at the door and reached out to open it. The young Duke cheerfully walked into the room and greeted with a sweet smile, finally, I get to see you again, little lady. Anastasia at this moment is wearing a purple dress, with a cute pink bow, sitting seriously on the chair with two maidservants beside her. He's here. The girl noticed the young Duke, who had just entered the room. The little Duke Michael approached gently, admiring the lovely face of Anastasia, and praising the adorable baby, saying, you look absolutely wonderful. Two pairs of eyes, one violet and one blazing red, facing each other, bring an odd feeling. Anastasia silently senses it deep inside. I thought I might remember something if I met him again, but I don't know anymore. I only know a few people over the last 2,000 years, so I would recognize them right away. Yet the feeling that the young Duke gives me is still very strange. Damien's older brother, who was next to him, chimed in, what are you doing, Michael? You haven't even introduced yourself yet. Meanwhile, the young Duke was signaling to Anastasia with his hand. Damien quickly interrupted, Anastasia, my doll is that one. The young Duke Michael was puzzled, but she's just a baby. My beloved little Anastasia is the young lady of a duchy. Seeing the strange demeanor and words of her brother and the little Duke, she couldn't help but wonder if the two of them were strangely overexcited. By the way, I can't believe my brother is acting like a real kid. Right now Damien is annoyed, asking what's so funny when the young Duke laughs out loud at what he said earlier. He is usually someone who can be described with 2 words, calm and proper, but when he is with his close friend, the young Duke, he reveals that he is still just a kid. It's nice that the two of them are young and close, Anastasia thought to herself. At this moment, Junior Duke spoke up. Anyway, you want me to introduce myself, right? Fine. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly stepped forward, gently holding Anastasia's small hand with one hand like a prince's gesture towards a princess. The little Duke gently took the girl's hand and began to introduce himself. This isn't our first meeting, but it's an honor to see you again, little lady. My name is Michael, the little Duke from the Grand Duchy of Leventis. After the introduction, he gently placed a kiss on Anastasia's small hand. The little Duchess's sudden action and kiss left young Anastasia stunned with wide eyes. Damien, standing nearby and witnessing the scene, was so shocked it was like being struck by lightning. He was frozen in disbelief, unable to believe his eyes. The boy angrily shouted when someone dared to kiss his sister, Mika. I've never even kissed her hand. Michael Leventis is the sole heir to the Grand Duke of Leventis, a talented young man of noble birth who also bears significant responsibilities for his land. Since the first meeting, he has spent more than half a month staying at my residence. The young Duke of Leventis is currently very busy with his political affairs, so he has decided to study together with his childhood friend, who also happens to be my older brother. Thanks to that, the recent gossip among the maids has all been about the young Duke Michael. I need to hear about the young Duke even more than about my own family, Anastasia thought to herself. The sound of footsteps and the familiar noise of the door opening made the maid greet, "Oh my, I guess you're coming today, as well," and indeed you did. "Baby, I'm back," with that familiar voice and figure, which is the confusing awakening from deep within Anastasia. "By the way, I thought you were only close to my brother. So why do you keep coming to find me?" Today he arrived earlier than usual. Anastasia silently guessed the time. The little Duke quickly entered the room, approached the girl, and asked, "Did you have fun, little girl?" Suddenly, a few drops of water splashed on Anastasia's face, making her softly exclaim, "Oh, it's so cold." The young Duke Michael smiled and apologized. "I'm sorry, did it shoot at you?" "I came to see the young lady, so I took a shower before coming, sorry about that." Anastasia glanced at the boy, who seemed like an old soul in front of her. The tea was so thoughtfully prepared, he really didn't look like a 6-year-old at all. At this moment, the young Duke Michael took out a radiant, sparkling ruby that looked very precious and presented it to Lady Anastasia. The boy held the ruby and asked the girl, "By the way, why don't you take this today and smile?" Anastasia helplessly watched this scene. Here we go again. Oh my God. Since when did this gift attack team of Michael begin? Anastasia silently recalled. The specific reason started on a clear day a few days ago, when the young Duke asked the servants why he had never seen baby Anastasia smile. The maids responded, "Oh my gosh, little Duke, not everyone gets to see the ladies smile." "That's right. You can only catch a glimpse of it once you truly understand her." This answer made the little Duke ponder. Really? And in the following days, the boy Michael started bringing what he thought was good, piling those gifts into heaps and stacks in the room. Seeing this scene, Damien's brother teased again, but Anastasia only smiled at her real brother. Even the little girl Laurencia beside her added fuel to the fire. "You've made her laugh so many times already, well done." The young Duke Michael glanced disdainfully at the two brothers, but in his heart, he was also very uncomfortable. Thanks to the challenge from his sister and brother, the young Duke became competitive, so he came and gave me countless gems and jewelry. Facing the fiery red ruby, Anastasia turned away, sighed, and thought to herself, why would anyone bring such things as gifts for a baby? She couldn't understand what these people were thinking. "Are you sighing, little one?" Anastasia no longer pays attention to Michael, but silently wonders if she has been regressing lately. could it be because of him? It seems she's making excuses for herself, as she still can't fully master her power. Watching the small figure fumbling around, Michael silently thought to himself that holding the baby in his arms would surely be adorable, but could he really do it? Meanwhile, Anastasia kept trying to reach for the sofa, but anyway, that's just how people are. I am quite worried about my limited mobility and my babbling sounds. But the people in this house don't seem to care much. This is the 100th time I've made my baby, yet everything still feels so difficult, and I wonder if it's okay to keep being this slow. Suddenly, a ruby was placed in the hood of Anastasia, making the little girl feel an unusual heaviness in her head. In that moment of imbalance, Anastasia fell backward, looking very dangerous, and it was unclear what would happen if she hit her head directly on the ground like that. The maid next to her was startled and cried out, "Oh, lady." Even the little Duke Michael, who was closest to the girl, was utterly shocked. Dear. Anastasia's small buttocks hit the ground first, but it seems that the thick coat prevented any injury. In the first moment, when the little girl was about to hit the ground with the red ruby falling out of her hood, this situation was extremely dangerous and urgent for a 7-month-old girl like Anastasia. Luckily, the young Duke Michael managed to catch the girl's head just in time, instantly averting any danger. In the hurried shouting of the servant, "Are you okay, Miss Anastasia?" was once again stunned, asking herself, "Am I losing my balance?" It seems that the recent fall left the little girl so bewildered that her eyes widened, and her mouth opened wide. Oh my, just the weight of her own head caused her to lose balance. At this moment the voice of the little Duke interrupted her thoughts. "Sorry kiddo, I just wanted to give it to you, but I didn't expect it to make you slip and end up in such danger." Anastasia found it hard to understand these words, and suddenly, her eyes widened as she noticed the bright red ruby that had fallen far away. No wonder it suddenly became heavier the moment she stood up. It turned out that little Duke Michael had put a ruby in her hood. The ruby couldn't be called heavy, but it slightly affected the balance of a little girl like her. Anastasia's small hands clenched tightly, trembling slightly, as if she was angry. "How dare he? How dare you humiliate me?" The questioning voice echoed in Anastasia's mind. Her face turning red with anger, she pointed a finger at the young Duke and spoke in an angry yet still stammering tone. "Hong. H.A.U." In the room of the mansion echoed the angry babble of the little girl. "I don't like, no I don't like." The high-pitched and harsh voice with an angry expression of the little lady left the servants, and even the little Duke Michael completely stunned. The boy Michael pointed to himself and asked, "Don't you like me? Is that what you mean, little one?" The little girl Anastasia pouted, crossed her arms, turned her face away, and said, "Oh ee." To her surprise, the young Duke understood and said, all right. I was wrong. I thought you'd look really cute holding a big ruby. Stop pushing me, please don't say you don't like it anymore." This strange scene made the servants secretly whisper to each other, "Amazing. How can he understand what the lady is saying while we can't make sense of it?" Even Anastasia herself was extremely annoyed and even more irritated because this person could understand the babbling words that even her own family couldn't comprehend. The older sister and older brother were very upset because they couldn't understand their younger sister. Even the mother lamented that she probably didn't have enough parenting skills since she couldn't understand what her daughter was saying. Anastasia knows that he saved her and is treating her well, but she can't bear to make her family sad any longer, so Anastasia decided to stop paying attention to him. "Baby, do you want to go on the float? I'll help you." "No, I don't want to." "You don't want to? But baby, you're really good at talking. How can you speak so well when your mouth is so small?" Michael's persistent questions made Anastasia feel very annoyed. "The little Duke hasn't given up yet and keeps persuading me he really can help. He said he could walk before he was half a year old." Half a year? It was like a thunderbolt. The girl Anastasia was petrified upon hearing these words, utterly shocked. "Oh my, I can't even stand, let alone walk, and it's already been 7 months. I'm really good at getting around since I was a kid. Do you really not need my help? Michael continued to persuade. Anastasia was almost speechless. How absurd, but still. But honestly, she was quite shocked because this was actually the first time she grew up normally. The little girl didn't have any tricks while she was a baby. And she wanted to end these days of eating baby food as quickly as possible. However, she didn't want to ask this annoying person for help again, because nothing seemed right. The young Duke Michael opened his hand and said in a gentle tone, "Well, I can teach you and make sure you'll be able to walk soon enough." The little Duke's face bore a gentle, doting smile, with sunlight glistening like the stars in the sky. Seeing this smile made Anastasia panic again. Oh my God, what kind of smile is that? No way, no way. Is he imitating his older brother? Why do they have the exact same gentle smile? And it seemed that the defense of Anastasia was very weak, as she slowly extended her hand in reluctance. Definitely not, because she accepted help just because he resembled her brother. Because I need to grow up faster and that's all. Along with those thoughts, the tiny hands of Anastasia grasped the hand of the little Duke. Seeing this beautiful and lovely scene, the maids excitedly whispered to each other in joy. Looking at the suddenly glowing and slightly blushing face of the little Duke made Anastasia puzzled once again. Is he shy? This is the first time I've seen this expression on him. The cute little girl with big round eyes like two red rubies gently reached out and held that big hand. But the little girl held on for a moment, and yet the young Duke remained motionless, doing nothing. Anastasia, very impatient, used her small hand to smack the Duke's hand with the intention of signaling and urging him to hurry up and teach faster. You little old man. Let me help you stand up, and I can even help you learn to walk, so calm down and don't be too hasty, Michael said as he gently held Anastasia's tiny hands, while she looked at him with annoyance. Suddenly, the young Duke's hands gently applied force, pulling along the tiny body of Anastasia. This moment, the girl's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh my, the little lady is standing on her own 2 feet. Amidst the excited shouts of the servants, Anastasia was also extremely surprised and bewildered to find herself standing on her own 2 feet. With the help of the young Duke, the little girl slightly shifted her gaze toward her small feet, and silently wondered if standing up could really be that easy. Michael, the little Duke, also smiled in amusement. Am I right? Didn't I say I would help you stand up? And look, didn't I do it? Looking at that silly smile, Anastasia wondered, what is he doing? Then Michael gently stood up, took the girl's hands, and stepped back a little. Since you can stand now, maybe you can also walk. This action by the little Duke made Anastasia a bit panicked. Wait, there's no way I can leave right now, but in response to her doubt was a small, steady step forward. What am I really walking? Little Lady Anastasia is completely shocked and can't believe that she can take a few steps even with the help of the little prince. The serious expression on Anastasia's face now turned into a bright, joyful smile. Finally, it was done. The young lady is taking her first steps. We are witnessing her very first steps with our own eyes. Amid the exclamations of the servants, a small figure suddenly sees this scene and is so shocked that the book in their hand falls to the ground. Damien's older brother, with his pink hair, was completely stunned as Michael was helping Anastasia learn to walk, so the boy could only gape in surprise at Anastasia. I don't know why Anastasia felt caught off guard when she saw her brother, making her a little anxious. When did his class end? Michael didn't notice the strange atmosphere and still smiled happily, saying to Damien, look at this. The little lady is holding my hand and walking well, isn't she? Anastasia was startled. Are you laughing at my brother? The little girl panicked, wanting to struggle free. Stop now, but Michael only held on tighter. No, you can't do that, you'll fall again if you keep this up. Be careful. Damien heard the words "nga" and was shocked, angrily clenched his fists, and aggressively approached the two of them. The cold boy hugged his little sister tightly, escaping from the arms of the young Duke Michael. Damien's face was calm and indifferent as he asked Anastasia, "Did you fall? Why did you fall?" The servants also sensed the strange atmosphere, so they quickly explained. "Miss didn't fall hard. She didn't cry." At this moment, the young Duke Michael also spoke up to explain. "Damien, it was my fault. I intended to give the young lady a gift, but accidentally caused her to stumble." Damien heard that and now looked at his friend. "So the reason my sister fell was because of you?" The young Duke nodded. "Right, she didn't fall too hard because I managed to catch her head in time." Hearing this, Damien became even more alarmed and shouted, "What? She almost hit her head." Anastasia, lying in her brother's arms, suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why was her brother acting so strange? Suddenly Damien, with a cold face, but filled with anger, looked directly at the young Duke and loudly said that Michael Leventis, from now on do not go to meet Anastasia anymore. The young Duke Michael panicked and explained, "Damien, I didn't mean to do that, it's not that bad." But in return, Michael's explanation was met with a furious face and a shrill scream from Damien, "Enough. Go away. If it weren't for you, Anastasia wouldn't be in danger. Just go." The explosion from Damien left the young Duke stunned, standing still in place. Damien screamed, then turned his face away, not wanting to see the young Duke anymore. Anastasia, in her brother's arms, was completely shocked by the severity of the situation, and everything turned into a more serious argument than she had imagined. The small Duke's beautiful purple eyes, tinged with a bit of sadness, stared intently at the two siblings. After a moment, he became dejected. "Yeah, it's really good that you have such a cute younger sister." This statement by the young Duke made Damien slightly startled and turned to look at the young Duke. Why did everything get so complicated? Is it because of the brother's jealousy when he sees his sister getting close to someone else? Or is it just rivalry among kids? Anastasia looked at the two of them and thought to herself that it would be better if both of them behaved like normal children. Both individuals are more outstanding than their peers. They are even more profound than some immature adults. Mature, stable, understanding, and intelligent are the adjectives that perfectly describe them. But in situations like this, that maturity makes them unable to solve problems like children do. If things keep going this way, the crack will only deepen to the point of no return. Anastasia is not pleased with this at all, so she has no other choice. Then that's the only way to solve this problem. Let's try to better understand the situation by switching to Damien's perspective to see how he perceived everything that happened. Damien really enjoys spending time reading books with his siblings after school, and those moments make him very happy. He still enjoys napping with his sisters, lulled by the gentle sound of reading like a soothing lullaby in the cool breeze. You like snacking together when Laurentia's stomach growls, and this is Damien's favorite daily rhythm. But ever since the young Duke Michael saved his younger brother, Damien, he voluntarily gave up his favorite habit to make space for the two of them. And if we've considered the story from Damien's perspective, we should also try experiencing it from Michael's point of view to be fair, right? The only family member of Michael is his grandfather, who is always busy with a multitude of issues to handle. Since he was little, the boy had to be independent and often played alone with a wooden sword. And strangely, when Michael found newborns very interesting, he didn't know how to handle little kids. A 6-year-old child should be cuddling fun toys, but Michael is already skilled with swords and even in combat. Michael's jokes had no malice at all, it was just that the kid didn't know how to behave properly. Perhaps he also longed to have younger siblings to play with. Next is the perspective of Anastasia, our little old lady. Let's see how she views the problem of these two kids. In conclusion, it was because I, Anastasia, sighed. That day, the young Duke was especially troublesome, so I said a few things. "Didn't you just call my name?" the young Duke wondered as Anastasia stammered, "Just that one word became the root of all problems. The truth is that I called the name of Michael before anyone else in my family, which made them so upset that they called my name all day long." And Anastasia was also very troubled by this thoughtlessness. of her own. And while even his first steps were taken away by Michael, how upset could my brother be? I completely understand his feelings. So in conclusion, I am also at fault. I didn't intend to resort to this solution, but it's really beyond saving now, oh God. Thinking that way, little Anastasia took a deep breath to channel her internal energy for the new technique she had learned in this life. Next came the thunderous cry of Anastasia, which startled both her brother Damien and the little Duke. It had been a long time since anyone heard Anastasia cry, so the servants and the two boys were all in a panic, not knowing why the little girl was crying so loudly. Anastasia's entire face turned bright red, with large teardrops rolling down her little face like pearls. Wah, 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 the sound of sobbing accompanied by broken sounds. As if the baby was trying to say something. Damien's older brother couldn't understand anything, and his face was filled with confusion. The boy weakly turned his eyes towards the young Duke for help because only the young Duke could understand what Anastasia was saying. Michael. The little Duke Michael also stayed silent for a moment before worriedly and sadly explaining the baby said it was too scary and didn't like it. Hearing these words made Damien's brother freeze in shock. Anastasia, you were wrong, and so was I, dear. The two boys suddenly looked at Anastasia and apologized, but the crying girl thought to herself, oh my gosh, apologize to each other, not to me. There was no other way, so Anastasia cried while pulling on her brother Damien's shirt to get his attention. Then the little girl pointed towards Duke Michael. Understanding what the little girl Anastasia wanted, Damien and Michael fell silent, staring at each other. The entire room was now completely quiet, and the crying had stopped. Duke Michael was the first to break the silence. I apologize for putting your dear sister in danger, it was entirely my fault. Seeing that, my brother Damien also bowed, and so did I. I'm sorry for telling you not to come anymore. I did it out of jealousy because you could get close to my own sister. The maids, who had witnessed the entire story from the beginning, were also pleased to see the two boys reconcile, and everything had gotten better. At this moment, little Duke Damien, with an embarrassed face, softly said, Hey Damien, I don't know much about babies because I don't have any siblings. So, could you teach me more about them? At this moment, Damien's face was very pale because he was still upset about what was just said, but seeing Damien's frown, Michael quickly explained that it wasn't like that. Really, I didn't know, if you had taught me, I would have done as you said. You seem to have many habits with the little lady, and you said that no one should touch her without her permission, so I will follow that. Hearing Minute Kai say this, Anastasia secretly felt relieved. It meant he wouldn't suddenly touch her. Please, Damien, I really didn't know that it would be that dangerous, because I'm truly clueless about how to deal with kids or other people. Please help me. Michael said as he reached out a hand to Damien. Damien's older brother was now contemplative, and somewhat astonished by the request for help and the heartfelt explanations from the young Duke. The boy was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled cheerfully with his familiar big, bright, sparkling eyes. Damien also reached out to shake hands warmly with the young Duke. Sure, since my friend has made the offer, how could I refuse? So, we've made up, right? Does that mean I can touch the little lady now? The young Duke is once again leaving Damien and Anastasia helpless. But brother Damien let out a breath and smiled happily, so just go ahead and touch her. The little Duke Michael also smiled cheerfully with his shiny golden hair, feeling relieved that everything was fine. Seeing the two boys laughing and joking with each other, the old lady Anastasia also silently sighed. Indeed, they were honest and easily coaxed children. By the way, it's been a while since I last cried, so I'm feeling a bit exhausted. Crying today seems to have drained my energy. My eyes are heavy, taking a nap probably wouldn't hurt, right? Seeing the little girl dozing off, the two boys also smile. It seems like the lady is sleepy now. Which is understandable since she's probably tired. Good night, Anastasia. The black void swiftly engulfed the space, with each drip of water falling into the lake creating gentle ripples. In this hazy atmosphere, the sound of the water is so clear. Suddenly, a drop of water fell, and Lady Anastasia reappeared right on the surface of the lake. It was the only source of light in this world of darkness. The girl looked around in bewilderment and silently wondered if she had fallen asleep in her brother's arms. Where am I? Is this a dream? This dream is too strange. It has been a long time since I last had a dream. I need to wake up quickly. As she was struggling, a sound and a light came from behind. Please help me. Anastasia turned her head toward the sound and also the place where a strange pale yellow light was shining brightly in the dark night. In the distance, a white cocoon radiates a golden light, yet it is bound by countless chains, suspended in the middle of the lake, resembling something or someone imprisoned here. Please save me, save me. Often the faint cries for help coming from that cocoon make people shiver. What is that? What is that object? Anastasia was startled when she saw the strange cocoon, and a very strange feeling arose in her heart, like something had just enveloped her. Then the girl unconsciously took steps on the lake's surface towards the cocoon dam. Her consciousness was too hazy and everything was so strange. My body is moving on its own, stepping toward that strange thing. Anastasia is alarmed and tense, unable to regain control of her body, and even her magical powers are in a state of hibernation. Never could this be an entity. What the heck is this? Anastasia, the little one, had come right before the strange cocoon with a worried face, and at this moment, the cocoon emitted a sound. I am your only understanding. Understanding what it said, but my hands are moving on their own. Please stop. Anastasia tried to control her body, but it seemed like everything was useless against the mysterious power. Each forceful question resonated from the consciousness of Anastasia. How can you claim to understand me? Have you been reborn hundreds of times or what? The moment the small hands of Anastasia touched that cocoon, all the distress shattered into pieces, and the fabric enveloping the object in the cocoon fluttered away in a soft yellow light. The power and strong winds burst forth along with a blinding light, causing little Anastasia to instinctively raise her hands to shield her eyes. But soon after, Anastasia also tried to open her eyes to see clearly what the object in front of her was, and it seemed that the object made her very astonished. That seemed like a child wrapped in a white cloth, floating in midair like an angel. Whether it was an imprisoned angel or a sealed monster, thanks to Anastasia, it was set free. In front of Anastasia's astonished eyes, the child slowly opened its eyes, looked at Anastasia, and said, "Don't forget, Anastasia, I am the only one. Remember that you are the only one." The strange sound of the strange child echoed in the mysterious space, and that child gradually floated towards Anastasia. The entire body of the mysterious child emitted waves of golden light like a source of abundant power, and it was reaching out its hands, as if wanting to touch Anastasia. But at this moment, a voice from somewhere echoed in its consciousness. The strange child suddenly turned their head, glanced around, and commented, "This place is quite comfortable." At this moment, that mysterious voice echoed again, causing Anastasia's consciousness to become gradually blurred and exhausted, the entire surrounding scene fading away. And Anastasia, in the mysterious dream, slowly closed her eyes. "Hey little one," the familiar voice startled the girl Anastasia awake, snapping her out of that strange dream. Facing the cradle of Anastasia at that moment was Michael, with a worried expression and a large round gem in his hand. The little girl gazed around in confusion and noticed that both her parents and siblings looked quite panic-stricken. Everyone around seemed sad with worried expressions on their faces. Seeing that the little girl had woken up, everyone felt more relieved, and the lovely queen gently touched her daughter's forehead. "Anastasia, our little one. Do you know how much our little one has blessed us all week long? The fever still hasn't subsided," the beautiful lady said as tears of sorrow rolled down her cheeks. The words of her mother left Anastasia stunned. "I've been sick for a whole week. Why does it feel like in my dream it was just a blink, but time passed so quickly?" Laurencia, the older sister, was sobbing and said, "Let me take away your pain for you so you don't get sick anymore, okay? Damien, the older brother next to her, heard this and said, Laurencia, if you're planning to be sick or if the youngest is, then I'll get sick with you or feel your pain too. The Duke saw this and immediately hugged the two children, smiling reassuringly so that they could stay healthy, even if it meant he would have to be sick instead. The young Duke Michael glanced away when he saw Damien's happy family. The boy must have longed for a family like that, as he had only ever been with his grandfather. But surprisingly, a steady hand with a towel suddenly placed on the boy's head. The Duke approached to help Michael wipe the sweat from his drenched face and said, "Thank you, Michael. It's all thanks to you." The young Duke, stunned, replied, "It's nothing. Just something I could do. In times like these, don't deny it, Michael. While Anastasia was ill, you traveled a long way to the place of the high priest and brought him here. Thanks to you, Anastasia was saved. It seems Anastasia has been cursed by an unknown force, and everyone was shocked when the high priest announced her illness. No one expected that someone would dare to target a child just a few months old like Anastasia. Michael, thanks to you bringing this precious medicine, Anastasia was able to wake up. We are very grateful for that, so please don't deny your contribution." At this moment the model carrying Anastasia in her arms also came over and said, "That's right, thank you so much." Anastasia was now completely awake and could somewhat guess what had happened. The little girl thought to herself that if it were in the high priest's place, it wouldn't be close at all, and just like last time, this time she owed little Duke Michael once again. But what is the curse? Mentioning the curse, even Anastasia's cute face couldn't help but frown and clench her fist. Lived through this life, she thought she was almost immune to these strange things, but unexpectedly got pulled into a bizarre dream and even had her stored power brazenly stolen by someone. Who on earth is that girl? Surely, even the 100th lifetime hasn't been smooth, and it's certain that Anastasia will have to face even more events in the near future. The warmth here made the girl forget her fate and let her guard down, unlike in previous lives. Through many lifetimes, some things will change, but some will remain forever, and there will never be a moment when the girl can be at ease without facing dangers. Unexpected dangers are the absolute principle of life, Anastasia. So I have to grow up faster in order to use my power correctly and safely, as gold is tested by fire and strength is tested by challenges, so everything will probably be fine." At this moment, the mother suddenly looked at the little girl and gently said, "Anastasia, grow up healthy and strong. Please grow up healthy," with the prayers and whispers of the mother, as other family members gather close to the little girl, as if to lend strength to this tiny life. Nestled in the warm embrace of her mother Anastasia, the little one felt the warmth of maternal love and the gentle emotions from others that had been a luxury in her previous lives. In this family, the youngest will be the most cherished. And about a month since then, for the first time in thousands of years, Anastasia fell into a deep sleep. Perhaps after being cursed, the girl needed more rest to regain her strength and magic. Because her body developed quite steadily, using her strength only caused a mild fever. Fortunately, she didn't have to deal with any other unexpected visitors. And time passed until 9 months after she was born. "Come here, our little one." The Duke knelt on the ground, arms wide open as if for a hug, looking toward his little daughter. Anastasia, now standing by the sofa, turned her face upon hearing her father's call. The little girl silently encouraged herself in her heart, "You can do it, you will definitely do it, this can't be too difficult for you. Walk on your own feet, Anastasia." A slow, tiny step filled with effort, followed by the second step, "Be careful with each step, one by one." The third step has also been smoothly completed, as right now Anastasia's body will stumble, lose balance, and startle her. Ouch! Uida fell down, the small body in the beautiful dress is stumbling forward. But luckily, she fell into the warm, sturdy embrace of her father. Jump Duke with a cheerful face hugged his little daughter tightly and kept praising her. "Our youngest is so talented, see, you took 3 steps right away. Has everyone noticed our little one walking on their own, while the Duke is busy showing off to the knights?" Anastasia also feels proud because it's the only thing she can do right now. And she still looks pretty cool, right? The knights standing guard beside us were also excited with their eyes sparkling. It was truly amazing, such a magnificent sight that left us in awe. It was unbelievable that we got to witness this moment. In the cheers and applause of the knights and the proud smile of the Duke, Lady Anastasia silently felt powerless. Oh God, just taking 3 steps was already amazing. It's truly a big step for me as this body develops, making the use of magic stronger and easier. It will also be more helpful in gathering information and protecting myself. But being praised like that is just too embarrassing. Which dress should we choose for the April festival? Thanks to magic, I have learned there will be a festival in April. I will visit the mansion soon, no later than mid-April. Michael also mentioned it and has already scheduled a visit. In the class, Damien is learning about the history of his family, the Duke Endolense family, and thanks to that, Anastasia also learns more about the titles and history of this lineage. The girl is worried about not growing up fast enough, but now the information gathered is more useful, so she feels relieved. While she is lost in thought, the Duke looks at the knights and asks, "Oh, our youngest now knows how to walk, but what about the rest of you? Have you been training hard?" Suddenly, the knights were mentioned without understanding anything. And even Anastasia is at a loss with her father. Oh my God, what does a walking baby have to do with a knight in training? My father is giving me such a headache. But the knights didn't care whether it was relevant or not and quickly responded, "Even though we are nothing compared to the little lady, we've already been trying our best. We'll definitely work harder, so we don't fall behind the little lady." The Duke, upon hearing that, continued, "But I heard that during the last promotion from Viscount to Grand Duke, someone was left behind." Hearing these words, the knights stammered that. The Duke continued, "It's spring now, so it's probably time to test the knights' skills after a long period, isn't it?" The Duke with pink hair nodded and loudly announced, "At this April festival, we will hold a martial arts tournament to find the champion. So everyone, get ready." Hearing about the martial arts tournament being organized, the knights who were excited earlier are now silent and worried. Little Anastasia was also shocked by her father's decision. "Oh my God, Father, are you just using this as an excuse to judge the knights?" But suddenly the Duke lifted the little girl high up and gently said, "And the main character of this festival is my little Anastasia here." The little girl was once again stunned by her father. She couldn't understand how her beloved father could be so strange. At the same time, footsteps echoed through the corridor of the mansion, with long, beautiful pink hair flowing. Laurencia quickly ran into the room, happily calling her sister's name, "Sha, I'm here." The little girl today wore a flowing blue dress that looked very elegant and beautiful, along with her striking pink hair, making anyone who saw her adorable appearance feel happy. Laurentia rushed to hug Anastasia and affectionately kissed her little sister's face, Muak. "Sha, my sweet little sister. She will be the princess of this festival. Since our youngest's hair is still too short, they have to wear a hat to look cute, right? How about wearing a ribbon that matches the color of the dress? That would be really cute, madam." And when deciding to organize the festival, as well as the match this April, the beautiful queen began to worry about choosing outfits for her little daughter. Now that it's finally spring, using yellow fabric should be fine, right? The maid beside her then suggested how the lady dressed when she was young. "My first dress as a child was probably a white dress with gold trim." Hearing this, the maid pointed to the white fabric with a touch of yellow and the beautiful flowers, saying that the yellow dress must suit the lady very well. Because Lady Anastasia has a face just like Madam's, and her pretty face is also very charming. The jet black hair, even the ruby red eyes, were exactly the same as hers. Miss Anastasia was completely different from her brother and sister, as both of them resembled their father, while only she resembled their mother. The beautiful lady was also very happy and shy at this moment. "Oh, Anastasia might be very happy to know who she looks like. My husband also once said that he wanted another one just like me." "All right then, make a decision, okay? Let the girl wear a yellow dress in the martial arts tournament, and at this age, wearing bright yellow is cute and quite fitting. Seeing that the lady had finished selecting the maids, they quickly praised her for her keen eye, saying they looked as cute as little chicks. Oh my, I was thinking they might resemble forsythia flowers. Instead, the seamstress next door, who had been listening to the story from the beginning, suddenly chimed in, "Don't worry, madam, I will prepare a dress, as beautiful as forsythia, and as adorable as a chick for. You trust me. Can you do it? Please try your best. Our little one still doesn't have enough dresses, by the way. We should take this chance to make more. Our lovely lady might have gotten addicted to shopping and making new clothes for her daughter." The sudden avalanche of work falling from the sky left the seamstress both happy and sad. While she earned money, she would soon have to dive into a sea of fabrics. "The stunning dresses you made, right, skilled tailor." The Labour Party is gearing up for an increasingly lively festival, as the sudden announcement of the martial arts tournament receives warm support from the Knights. Because the Knights volunteered to train day and night, they ended up getting sick, showing strange, unpleasant, and scary behavior. Anastasia was completely helpless against the bizarre thoughts of these naive young men. The handmaids also began to blush while embroidering handkerchiefs to express their feelings for the knights they admired. Love must be truly beautiful, making everyone happy and filling the entire mansion with laughter. And perhaps because spring has arrived with good days and blooming flowers, everyone seems very happy. Soon enough, time passed, and it was mid-April when the ordinary people eagerly flocked to the Duke's mansion to attend the festival. And this day is also the day when the impromptu martial arts tournament takes place at the Duke's request. At this moment, a maid is feeding Lady Anastasia one spoonful at a time. But suddenly a few drops of food fell out, and were about to fall on Miss Anastasia's yellow dress. Another maid quickly raised her hand to stop him right away, leaving everyone startled. "Oh my God, today is a big day. I kept reminding you to be careful. But what if it gets on the dress? What should we do if I get scolded for your carelessness?" The maid quickly apologized. "I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. This is the dress the lady specially ordered for today. Get yourself together, and make sure there are no mistakes." The cute yellow dress of Anastasia received many compliments from the lady and even the maidservants. The lady is very pleased with her daughter's dress, and has promised to double the bonus for the tailor, making the tailor very happy. The scolding voices of the two maids still echoed. "If you stain the lady's clothes, we might get kicked out today." Anastasia silently watched their worry and thought to herself, "Anyway, that didn't happen. So why is everyone acting so weird today?" The little girl didn't want them to argue anymore, so she waved her hand and babbled, "Is the young lady comforting me?" The maid who was scolded burst into tears. Seeing Anastasia wave at her, the maid smiled. "As expected, our little lady is very kind. I wonder who her partner will be today. I am so jealous. Who could it be? He will be here soon, so go clean up quickly. Young Master Damien, or oh my God, it seems like the little lady's partner is here." Along with the guard's invitation to enter, the familiar blonde hair of someone appeared in Anastasia's sight. The little girl thought to herself that she often had bad luck in situations like this, or always had to win. Anastasia let out a puzzling sigh. At this moment, Michael had also approached with a cheerful smile in his formal attire. The boy greeted the young lady, Anastasia. Seeing the young Duke, she thought to herself, "I've heard he's been at the Grand Duke's place. It's been a month since I last saw him. You're really lucky today. I'm paired with that lady," Michael said with a gentle smile. Anastasia, hearing this, glanced away, revealing a look of contempt and disdain. "Last time the baby seemed uncomfortable when I held them. Right at the Archduke's place I worked hard to practice so, little Duke," Michael gently said while suddenly reaching out. "So can I be your knight, my little lady?" Anastasia stared in shock at the person kneeling on one knee before her. The youngest little Duke with blonde hair and purple eyes also smiled back at the little girl. All contestants listen carefully. The champion of the martial arts tournament will not only receive a cash prize, but also be awarded an additional honorable opportunity. Now the Duchess' wife standing on the high platform begins her speech and announcement. Everyone attending the festival was excited about the martial arts match and the chance for honor, in the words of the lady. Along with the attentive gaze of all the riders, the words of the lady echoed as a figure appeared, that honor was precisely that of Laurencia Endolency. According to Lady Laurencia, along with her brother, appeared beautiful, waving and smiling as she greeted everyone. The lady's voice echoed along with steady footsteps. And the honor of the winner is to be presented with commemorative flowers by Laurencia and Anastasia Enjobansi, as everyone turns their gaze westward following the lady's gesture. Along with the declaration from the lady, the little Duke Damien, holding the tiny Lady Anastasia in his arms, also stepped onto the stage to greet everyone. But it seems like the young Lady Anastasia isn't very comfortable. My goodness, she keeps saying she's been practicing hard, but her baby-holding skills are still terrible. It's so frustrating. The guards became excited when the young lady appeared. We must get the flowers for the young lady. The victory will be ours, Lady Lara. Ahem, don't worry, we'll bring the flowers back for you, young master. Damien. Duchess approached her 4 children with serious expressions and said, "Now, do you want to say a few words to encourage the knights, my daughter?" Lara, the little girl with pink hair and a beautiful pink dress, cheerfully smiled and waved. Lara wished everyone the best of luck. The boy Damien also smiled brightly. "I believe in that promise of victory, and hope everyone won't let me down." Duchess looked towards Anastasia and continued, seeing that Anastasia was startled, like what else now? Oh my God, a 10-month-old adopted baby can't do anything yet. I can only babble. How can I even talk? Why does every situation have to involve me for it to be okay? But it seems to understand every word of resentment in Anastasia's heart. The little Duke immediately said, "Don't worry, little lady, I'll translate for you, so just speak up." "That's not the issue," Anastasia said helplessly. But suddenly, when she saw the starry faces and the adorable, expectant eyes of the knights, her defenses were shattered, and she couldn't resist any longer. With no other choice, Anastasia waved her hand toward everyone, babbling softly. Michael, standing beside her, translated, "Did everyone hear what the young lady said? She wants everyone to win." "Yes, we will definitely do our best." Amidst the excited cheers of the knights, Anastasia sighed deeply. "This is exhausting, these people are really strange." But before the little girl could relax, the young Duke Michael whispered softly, "Little lady, do you have anything to say to me?" This question took Anastasia by surprise. "Say what? What do you mean?" Michael explained again, "Because I'm also involved, you have to tell me something, right?" "What, you're joining too?" "He plans to jump in and play with those tall knights, huh?" Thinking back to the last kidnapping incident, I have to admit his combat skills are way better than many of the knights here. But the difference in physical strength and size is something you just can't overlook. But I don't know if he is in pain. She is just a 6-year-old child, and he doesn't know how fast they are. While Anastasia is worried and stressed, little Duke Michael is swaying back and forth. "Aren't you supporting me? If you cheer for me, I'm sure I will win." Tired, let out a sigh, Anastasia's small hands suddenly grabbed the little Duke's shirt and tugged. The little girl looked at the boy with her big, beautiful eyes and babbled, "Dundao dundao." The young Duke, hearing the babbling, automatically translated, "What she means is to not get hurt, right? She's not talking about winning." Upon hearing this, Anastasia shot him a disdainful glance, thinking, "It's a miracle if I don't get hurt, and yet you're dreaming about winning." Seeing the expression on Anastasia's face, the young Duke couldn't help but burst out laughing before setting Anastasia down on the ground. "I have to work really hard to show you how cool I am," little Duke Michael said with a confident and determined smile, looking very handsome with his golden hair. "It's almost time. I have to go, but I'll be back soon. But this little miss, I'll be really cool if I win, right?" Anastasia stood bewildered, facing the smile of the young Duke. The little girl didn't answer but turned her face away, pretending not to hear, which made the young Duke laugh. "Miss, you're pretending not to hear me again." Anastasia thought to herself that she never expected him to remember that she once said the word cool was only for her brother. Kids are really competitive, Anastasia only praised her brother, which seemed to have triggered the little Duke's never-give-up spirit. "Now, our tournament is about to begin." Following the announcement of the host, Anastasia also turns her attention to the stage below. "Oh, it seems to be starting now. But where's my father? He's the organizer, yet he's nowhere to be found." Suddenly the voice of her father echoed Laurencia Anastasia, startling the little girl. What's going on? Why is her father's voice coming from the arena below like this? At the same time, there was the Duke's arm waving, looking truly dazzling. He, dressed in his knightly attire with a wooden sword at his side, waved to his two daughters, and said that their father must win the flowers and claim the championship. Anastasia was completely speechless, utterly stunned by the situation. This was truly a battle of overgrown kids. The Duke stood below the stage waving his hand. "My dear children, are you watching? See how cool your father is." The beautiful lady was helpless, the father of the children really. Anastasia in her brother's arms frowned, thinking to herself, "Dad, in front of this family. You don't look cool at all, you look like a brat." It didn't take long for the servants to start arranging chairs in the shade for the Duke's family. Lara's sister sat on the chair, cheerfully shouting, "Oh Dad, you're the best. Lara will cheer for you with all her heart." The Duke below the stage saw this and kept blowing kisses toward his daughter. "That's my girl, just wait a moment, I'll come up to you right away." Anastasia felt very comfortable in her brother's embrace. Her father's involvement was indeed a bit strange, but she was curious about the match. Observing the knights' reactions to how her father treated them, it was clear that he had incredible skills, though it was hard to imagine. How can he be both cool and immaturely funny at the same time? Following the flag fluttering in the wind and the referee's command to start the match, all eyes turned toward the field. The first match between the Duke and a young knight with orange hair is taking place there. They stand facing each other, both equipped with identical wooden swords. The Duke waved his sword, looked at the knight, and softly said, "Good luck." The sword of the Duke was raised with cold eyes and a completely different aura from the reckless appearance before. Anastasia noticed her father and silently marveled at how different he looked from just a moment ago. Even from a distance, I still felt threatened by his overwhelming presence. A force so powerful that it could intimidate opponents into not daring to attack. The knight must be as serious as Anastasia thought, unable to hide the panic on his face when facing the cold gaze and terrifying demeanor of the Duke. In that instant, Duke Nari charged forward, attacking with his sharp, powerful sword strikes. The Duke's speed, technique, strength, and defense have all reached a high level that others can hardly comprehend. Pay attention here, focus your strength on the lower body and maintain balance. Yes sir, yes sir. The difference in strength between the two is so great that the Duke still has time to leisurely instruct the knight. Is this a competition, or training? I have no idea how big the gap in their skill strength is, and they don't even consider that this is a contest. Anastasia silently thought it would soon be over and there would be a result, just as she had predicted when only a few moments later, the knight's wooden sword was knocked up into the sky. Then the sword fell and stuck straight into the ground at a distant spot, forcing the knight to surrender. The defeated knight tried to console himself with the cheerful demeanor of the Duke. "My little gold and silver nuggets, isn't your father cool?" Ha ha ha. Anastasia had a headache. "If you hadn't asked, I might have considered it, Dad, but as soon as you did, all the coolness was gone." In the next match, little Duke Michael faced a knight 10 years his senior, and perhaps aware of the size difference, as soon as the flag was raised, the little Duke quickly approached and delivered a strike. Taking advantage of the panic, Guy quickly disarmed his opponent and won the first round, a young boy with quick reflexes, strategy, keen observation, and impressive speed. But if this goes on any longer, it will definitely be very disadvantageous for Michael. Even though he has amazing combat skills, the knights aren't pushovers, so this will be very tough. Anastasia pondered silently, but the next development made her wonder if this was luck or misfortune, as the opponent in the second round of the young duke was none other than her own father. The duke looked at the young duke with blonde hair and said, "Show me the skills of this little knight." Facing the duke, young Duke Michael felt immense pressure, so his eyes were very serious and extremely focused. Still using the strategy of seizing the initiative by attacking first, Michael quickly charged forward at lightning speed, like a purple flash that dazzled the eyes. Anastasia noticed her father's expression at this moment, and indeed, her father seemed very relaxed. Whether the opponent was a young duke or seasoned knights, it was still very easy for Duke Ngao, and there wasn't the slightest challenge. Damien's brother couldn't help but praise our father, saying he's truly amazing. Anastasia heard it and nodded in agreement. The little girl then looked toward the stage, thinking to herself that the young duke knew he couldn't possibly win against his father, but instead of feeling discouraged, he still gave it his all to catch up to him. The young duke was exhausted but remained resolute with each strike, demonstrating an incredibly persistent, determined, and resilient spirit. This is the undeniable natural talent of a 6-year-old swordsman, a swordsman steadfast with the sword in hand and unwavering with himself. Although this young sapling has just started to sprout now, it is likely that in 10 years the young duke will reach the level his father is at now, and in 20 years this sapling will grow into a giant tree, and he will become the greatest knight on this continent. Anastasia thought to herself, recalling the past, I wasn't here anymore by that time, so I didn't know. I couldn't live past 20 years old. Such a pity. That's why I stopped training disciples a long time ago. In previous lives, there were those who wanted to become stronger to take control of their own destiny, and I taught these people regardless of their age or status. But I've never once seen my disciple grow up, as I had hoped, because I died before I could witness it. Perhaps they have betrayed me, truly a bunch that doesn't appreciate the kindness of others, thought Anastasia resentfully. So out of 10 people, 8 stab one in the back, 1 dies early, and the other dies from a long surgery. How unfair and harsh. Actually, my life has been pretty eventful, hasn't it? Plus, habits are truly something terrifying. When I watched those two going against each other, I kept observing and evaluating. A bit of strength focused on the left shoulder, a very solid foundation, but occasionally makes small mistakes. Excellent control of the body and sword shows experience in facing others. A natural talent that would be even better if combined with magic and swordsmanship. Anastasia watched the way the young duke fought and made her own assessments, quietly thinking that perhaps she still wanted to leave something behind for this world. Seeing his sister so focused, Damien couldn't help but tease her, Anastasia, you really like Michael, don't you? I guess I have to join in to show you how cool I am. Anastasia panicked. No, it's just a misunderstanding. How could I like that kid? She babbled nervously. Ong I a you and no hun. Damien looked puzzled. Are you saying I'm cooler than Michael? Of course, you're cooler. Why even ask such an obvious question? Anastasia looked towards her brother. At this moment, Damien smiled very happily. If so, that's great. I wonder if Michael would be disappointed if he heard this. The little girl Anastasia suddenly sensed something and stared in shock at her brother's cheerful smile. Once again I feel this sense of caution. In this life I want to live with my family. I thought all I needed was motivation to overcome everything. But ever since I met a strange child in my dream, that feeling has tightened and urged me continuously, making me become greedy, wanting to be with the one I love for longer. Something strange has emerged. To do that, first I need to investigate who that suspicious girl is and why she appeared in my dream, Anastasia silently determined. The clatter of a wooden sword falling onto the floor of the arena. The voice of surrender came from the small body of the young duke. Michael Aventus landed 2 blows on his father, but he was eliminated in the second round. At this moment, the Duke is patting the little Duke's head, praising him for making great progress. Little Knight. As expected by everyone, the winner of this martial arts tournament is my dad, but why does it feel like he's bullying kids when he's so much stronger than the knights? Just let him be happy, Anastasia thought to herself and tightly held her sister's hand. All three brothers held hands and approached their father, the winner, with bouquets in hand. Seeing his three adorable children, the Duke revealed a happy face and spoke in a tender voice, "My dear children." Lara immediately threw herself into the arms of the Duke. "You're so cool, Dad. My dad is the best. Wow, is that really my daughter?" "Papa." Right at this moment, the babbling voice of Anastasia echoed along with the little flower she held in her tiny hand. The Duke, with a joyful and slightly flushed face, accepted the bouquet from his youngest daughter. Then he hugged all four of them. "This year, I'm so happy, my little ones are so adorable. Father has shown his best side to his beloved children. Yes, indeed, Father is the best." The young Duke beside her noticed Anastasia's awkward expression, quietly smiling and wondering when the young lady would stop pretending not to hear anything. Later we will continue to receive more congratulations from the Duke, who is always carefree. Seeing this, the lady immediately scolded him to maintain some dignity. And the martial arts competition ended at the moment when Father got beaten up by Mother. But this joyful scene suddenly became blurry along with a mysterious, broken voice, "Our master. My master misses that person very much, my master." At the dining table in the pub, with hot meat dishes and cool, sweet beers. The subjects were delighted to receive free meat and wine from the Duke. They also mentioned Anastasia, the youngest daughter of the Duke, attending this year's festival. Everything was truly exciting and wonderful. After the April festival is the busiest time for farmers, and this holiday will end soon, so just eat and enjoy to have the energy to work. They enjoy the feast while wondering whether the youngest daughter Anastasia would resemble the Duke or the Duchess. This question was raised by someone, but caught the attention of others in the pub. Those two people were talking, and one of them thought she would probably resemble the Duke more, because the older children all look exactly like the Duke with pink hair. The other person heard this and disagreed, saying that it couldn't be certain, because this time it might be different. At this moment, someone burst through the door and shouted for everyone to gather. "The Duke's parade is coming. If anyone wants to see it, go outside quickly." The people who were just chatting a moment ago are now staring at each other in shock. All the guests in the tavern rushed outside to catch more of the Duke's parade, and most importantly, to see Anastasia's appearance, leaving the restaurant owner helpless. They pushed and shoved to find a good spot to catch a glimpse of the youngest princess mentioned in the earlier argument. "I told you this time would definitely be different, and look at that." They also got their wish to see the youngest daughter of the Duke, and she looks exactly like her mother with jet black hair and ruby red eyes. After the parade ended, because of his great mood, CHA generously provided plenty of meat and wine to the people in his territory. He also paraded in a convertible carriage amidst the cheers and attention of the crowd. Both the Duke and Lady Laurentia were delighted with the parade, but Brother Damien and Anastasia felt awkward and embarrassed about it. "Lara looks just like a princess, Dad." They are so excited that they made Anastasia helpless, which is a reasonable excuse. "As long as you're happy, it's fine." I'm embarrassed for both of them. The citizens were also thrilled to meet the Duke in person. They promised each other to work diligently this year, as only the Duke could care for the people from one spring to the next. "The Duke is so kind, surely the young lady will grow up to be very lovely." Of course, where could you find a baby more adorable than the young lady? Hearing the compliments and everyone's excitement made Anastasia think to herself, "This is really interesting." The girl had never seen a Duke who mingled with commoners as genuinely as her father, whose friendliness was sincere, and not just a deceptive facade. The Duke solved the people's tiresome problems effortlessly during the festival, bringing smiles to everyone's faces. And for various reasons, the Duke filled their stomachs. That's why everyone was so cheerful. It had been a long time since I had seen a leader, a Duke, who was so deserving of his position. If I were the leader, they would probably never see me unless I went out alone. Anastasia was closing her eyes, enjoying this rare, exciting atmosphere, when suddenly a beautiful bouquet of white and yellow flowers was presented beside the girl. Is it because a bouquet of Anastasia flowers was attracted by that flower? A guard brought up a bouquet of white flowers and said that this little girl wanted to give them to the lady. Anastasia quietly wondered why the knight, who was supposed to be resting after the tournament, was still here. At this moment, the lady took the bouquet and smiled happily. "Oh my, these flowers are so beautiful, thank you." Anastasia, standing next to her, also stammered. "Thank you. It's my duty," she replied. "Why are you still here? Aren't you going to take a rest?" the lady asked curiously. Hearing that, the knight scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "My lady, if I rest too long, I will feel very uneasy. The knight of this principality is truly loyal. In my past life as a knight, I never did anything like this because as long as I didn't betray and protected my master well, that was enough. Even if I show my skills, whether it's a noble or a king, even if they tremble in fear, they will still keep me by their side. My power is fear, but at the same time, it's a sturdy shield that can protect them. One person always follows and begs me not to die, even if it's for a selfish reason." Fragments of memories floated in Anastasia's mind, the image of a girl who once told Anastasia not to die. "If you die, who will protect me?" At that moment, Anastasia replied, "If I don't die, princess, you will be the one who loses your life. Is that acceptable?" The princess was still trembling in fear, but I'm really scared. Haha, it's okay princess, you've managed just fine without me, so just stay safe and sound. The grumpy, complaining princess is only 10 years old, and honestly, I have a bit of a soft spot for her. Although I placed many protective spells on her before I died, will the princess grow up safely? Anastasia wondered to herself. Strangely, I've never thought about any such events before, but recently I've found myself oddly filled with thoughts and emotions I've never had before. Everything in the moment close to death. Why do the faces of those I worry about have to appear? Not only are those things unimportant, they are just memories, and it's best not to let them affect your future. Your present and future are this family, this kingdom, and this land. It seems like I can use my power soon, so I need to summon my assistant as soon as possible. Why do you look so serious, cutie? We won the first round. Do you think I'm cool? While Anastasia was seriously planning for her future, that familiar voice echoed again, making the little girl frown and sigh. What should I do to make you say that I'm as cool as my brother? I had to practice my baby-holding skills. The sudden appearance of Michael startled Anastasia, causing her to drop the bottle. When did he get here? Did he really practice that skill? The milk bottle was just dropped, but luckily, the little Duke quickly caught it and returned it to the kid. The baby is still just a baby. Hold on tight, or it will fall again, Chu Gongthuk said with a gentle smile. If I beat the Duke, will you praise me? Faced with the little Duke Anastasia's coaxing words, she turned her face away. The girl thought to herself that if you hadn't said that, I would have praised you, you're really clever. The after-party went smoothly with beautiful fireworks, and before we knew it, May was almost over. Time really flies. Madam, the hour is late, it's already midnight, please rest. The butler's concern went unnoticed, as the madam continued working on her ledgers. You go ahead, I'll sleep after finishing my notes. People know this too, this month has been so busy it could kill me. The kids will grow up fast, if we don't record it, we'll regret it. The butler smiled upon hearing this. Let me prepare some chrysanthemum tea for you to keep warm. Thank you, Duchess, with her gentle demeanor and stunning beauty. Then followed the diligent and meticulous diary entries filled with the immense love a mother had for her little children. On May 5th, it was the birthday of Laurencia. The little girl was delighted when she received a pink cake matching the color of her hair. Her appearance was truly adorable. On May 14th, the lower front tooth of Anastasia started to grow. How tiny they are. The servant brought some toys and was eagerly looking forward to their baby, but should I mention that she seems a bit confused? And today, May 31st, Anastasia finally managed to climb onto the sofa, but unfortunately, I couldn't witness it in person. To celebrate, we had a small party in the evening. The beautiful lady rode up to this point, then gently sipped a chrysanthemum tea, and sighed. So Anastasia is almost 11 months old already. How quickly she has grown. It would be better if you grew up a little slower, Anastasia. In her warm room with her cozy pot, Anastasia was sleeping soundly with her eyes closed when suddenly she opened her eyes wide and stared at the ceiling. The little girl quietly sat up, glanced at the maid still dozing off in the chair, and thought to herself, perfect, just as I guessed, she's asleep. Just like when I first learned to roll over, but I didn't expect them to celebrate me climbing onto the sofa. With a celebration for the youngest finally climbing onto the sofa. This aspect of my family's tendency to celebrate every little thing is quite new to me. Thanks to that, I believe everything will be easier than planned when the maid, exhausted from preparing the party, has fallen into a deep sleep. Now it's time, let's begin. We summon you. Along with the murmuring chants came a surge of mysterious magical power, with a pale blue light emanating from the small hands of Lady Anastasia. Each ray of energy, like warm streams of water, gradually converged into a faint, floating sphere in the room. The breakfast that these streams of energy emitted was irresistibly captivating. From the outside, looking into the room of Miss Anastasia, waves of mysterious blue light shimmer against the night sky. Suddenly from the center of that energy sphere, a pair of golden-brown bird wings fluttered into view, with each feather swaying gently in the wind. A smooth, glossy brown coat that looks incredibly soft. A cute little sound came out, Devil King. I miss you so much, Devil King, along with a tail wagging non-stop like a puppy's tail. Suddenly, when the mystical blue energy dissipated, a light brown dog with wings on its back appeared in Anastasia's room. The dog, upon appearing, kept calling out for the Demon King and rushed towards Anastasia. Looking at the adorable dog sobbing in front of Anastasia, thought it's been a while since I last saw my information-gathering assistant Choco. That dog was both crying and whining. I have been waiting for the summoner for a total of 20 years. Demon King, don't you want to meet Chocolate? I've missed you so much. Demon King, I always think of you whenever I look up at the sky. You wrote about how Chocolate lived so lonely. Anastasia covered her ears, thinking that if she said she didn't want to meet him because he talked too much, he would probably get really angry. Anastasia had a special ability. She could summon things she used in her past lives, and she had met Chocolate in her 13th life, when she was the Demon King. He is my information assistant, who has accompanied me throughout that lifetime, and Anastasia named the dog Choco, because it looked like chocolate, which she loves. And in the 99th life, everything was really troublesome, so for 20 years she couldn't accomplish anything, not even gathering information. At this moment, Chocoretto jumps onto Anastasia's head crying, "Why won't you pet me, Demon Lord? Chocoretto is very cute, you know. I can't pet you if you're sitting on my head, Chocoretto. Even though I have my own circumstances, my nosy dog must have been very lonely, and the only person I can talk to about my endless lifetimes is Choco, who also worries me the most." Anastasia was silently thinking while gently stroking her beloved dog, her longtime companion. Anastasia softly called, "Yes, my lord, I am here. Someone mysterious has entered my dream." Upon hearing Anastasia say this, Choco immediately jumped up. What, the dream of the Demon King? Is it a nightmare or hell? Choco asked cautiously, looking around, making Anastasia helpless. Why does he look like a three-headed dog wagging its eggs? No, it's just a normal place. Neither a nightmare nor hell. Who dares to intrude into the dream of the Demon King? Choco can't keep calm anymore, so all I have to do is find that despicable shameless bastard, right? That's right. I also want you to gather some information about this world for me, Anastasia instructed. Why? Choco suddenly asked. The Demon King, you said you wouldn't live a difficult life anymore, didn't you promise, Choco, that you would live a comfortable life? That was the promise to Choco 100 years ago. That you would never endure illness again. That promise has been the trust over the past 20 years, even though I haven't met that person, do you know? But I don't care about those things, Choco. Choco doesn't like this. Every time the Demon King suffers and people are saved, Choco doesn't like it at all. Gently looking at my companion, he was heartbroken for me, but I really didn't care about that pain at all. I have faced many betrayals in different lifetimes, and had to confront countless challenges to save myself. But all of that faded away when this family gave me love without expecting anything in return. Should I say it's a reward for the 99 past lives, and that's why I want to protect them until the very last moment. Anastasia gently hugged Choco into her arms. I did it because I thought it was what I needed to do at that moment. Later, you might stand by and watch, but this time, I really need you. Choco sobbed again. You always say that. But are the words you said true? That's exactly what I want to do, so I want you to do those things for me. Keep going, okay? I see, Choco enthusiastically responded while flapping its wings vigorously. Choco is a skilled assistant to the Demon King, so Choco will obey, and I will unconditionally serve the revered Demon King. Then, the adorable dog swiftly glides across the night sky under the moonlight, infiltrating this world to gather information. Based on the information Choco gathered, this world has an empire with 2 kingdoms, large and small countries, as well as nations in the Holy Land where the Pope is the king. And there are people who can use divine power. In the Holy Land, most people use divine power, while in the Empire, magic is the norm, and the kingdoms are likely neutral. It's a familiar world shaped by those with divine power and magic, where inner strength doesn't exist. They say that the kingdom of Parson, which belongs to my family, the Duchy of Endolency, recognizes both magic and divine power. Perhaps that's why they mention a magic tower near the Duke's territory, a magic tower in a kingdom instead of in the Empire famous for magic. Because the Empire has ambitions to control the entire continent, the appearance of the magic tower is crucial, and there might still be some secrets hidden. Anastasia was thinking while eating with the servant that there was a reason she felt uncomfortable. Besides relying on Choco, I also tried to investigate the intruder in the dream, but found nothing. At this moment, Choco sits dejectedly on the bed and apologizes to the Demon King, saying that Choco can't find anything else. Anastasia wants to explore the Empire right now, but she can't because her power is currently limited to investigating within the kingdom. Now there may be no more intruders, only Choco gathering useful information for Anastasia, and that's it. Her mother has also advised the little girl not to worry too much when she sees her frowning all day. Recently, the little girl has been working hard to grow up quickly by practicing walking, climbing onto the sofa, learning to pronounce, and many other things. But unlike those who love hard-working kids, her mother finds herself quite stressed out by all that hard work. Why does my little girl keep tiring herself out? She said that when she saw Anastasia spending all day buried in books. The child's mother wants nothing more than for Anastasia to grow up healthy. We hope that you will be our little baby for a long time, and those words have eased Anastasia's anxieties. Anastasia thought to herself while chewing, it felt as if her mother could truly understand her. Things had improved over the past 2 months, so she felt quite reassured and confident that the future would be the same. The dog Choco beside him noticed Anastasia's comfort, and quietly rejoiced because it was the first time it had seen the Demon King so relaxed. Indeed, the Demon King is the best, and Choco is the most important to him. Choco, while talking, jumped onto the maid's head, looking so adorable that Anastasia couldn't help but laugh. The maid, seeing Lady Anastasia smile, became excited with joy. Oh my God, Lady Anastasia is smiling because of her baby feeding skills. What should I do now? I've been practicing it since the festival. The dog Coco noticed something was off with the maid and asked what was wrong. Anastasia quickly said to just let her be, explaining that the reason the young girl smiled was because Choco was too cute. Although it was a misunderstanding, there was no need to clarify further. Choco, in the form of a puppy, can only be seen by Anastasia's eyes, and the little girl who created him must always stay cautious, but even the witch doesn't notice Choco's presence. So the good news is Choco can feel secure being with Anastasia, and the bad news is that the only person who can hear all of Choco's loud noises is just her. Anastasia has to endure this chattiness all by herself. Everything should have been that way, but nothing was as Anastasia thought. One day, while Anastasia was playing with Choco in the garden, the young Duke suddenly approached and asked, "Mother, since when did you have a puppy?" At that moment, Anastasia was frightened by the question, because the little girl couldn't believe that the young Duke could see Choco. Fortunately, Anastasia quickly instructed Choco to turn into a teddy bear, so the dog tried to maintain its motionless posture. Even the witch couldn't recognize it, so how could he see Choco, faced with the question of little Duke Anastasia pretending not to know anything? The young Duke saw that the little girl didn't respond, so he shifted his attention to the dog lying motionless, and asked if it was a stuffed bear. And when the little Duke's hands were about to touch Choco, Anastasia suddenly cried out, catching his attention. Although she didn't know why Mikai could see Choco, she couldn't let him touch it. "It's a teddy bear, Anastasia." With no other choice, the girl nodded. "You like teddy bears like this, right? Do you like the teddy bears that Damien gave you last time? I gave you many things like that, but you didn't like them. So it's not really your type, huh?" Faced with constant questions from the little Duke Anastasia, you just mumbled to brush it off, but the dog Choco took it seriously. So it was really shocked and upset. "So what do you think about a red dress?" Now Duke Michael asked again, making Anastasia confused as to why the conversation shifted to dresses. The young Duke Michael gently looked at the little girl, smiled, and said, "You don't like rubies. I like them because they look like your eyes, fiery and mysterious." But Anastasia stood still and silent at the little Duke's words. Anastasia turned her face away, and thought to herself that he would make a fuss again if she answered him. Her intuition told her so it was better to stay silent. Seeing the little girl leave with the golden ball, the boy Michael hurriedly followed her, not leaving a step behind. "What about fireworks? I think you might like them, or maybe a small yellow plush chick." Little Master Saving Diego left Anastasia feeling utterly helpless, because the girl paid no attention, yet he kept firing like a radio station. "I can't believe the information that Choco brought back to me," Anastasia thought as she glanced at Choco lying motionless in the distance. That was information about a conversation, and the indifferent attitude of the young Duke, when he had no interest and always refused many things. Choco collected this image of the young Duke and brought it back for Anastasia to see. In that image, the Duke was very indifferent, with eyes always as aloof as a piece of wood. What do you think about having a piece of jewelry of your own? Looking at this always talkative and persistent appearance of Michael, it's hard to believe that this little girl is the famous young Duke known for his cold personality in other people's rumors. Anastasia glanced at Choco the dog, making him shiver slightly. Michael Leventis, as he once said, he could walk as early as 6 months old. But he couldn't utter a word even at the age of 1, which worried the Duke and Duchess greatly. A child absorbed in his own world without communicating with those around him. "I heard they summoned a famous priest and a doctor to ensure that there was nothing unusual about the health of the little lord. Thanks to him, I realized that it's not just my family going through this." Fortunately, right then, the Lord uttered his first words, making everyone breathe a sigh of relief. "Mom, Dad, this is what the little Duke said. There's also a rumor that the Duke's family has been turned upside down by this unexpected incident." However, the young Duke was famous for only saying what was necessary, and rarely showing his emotions to outsiders after that event. And until an incident happened, that was an incident that occurred 2 years ago, and at that time, the young Duke was left alone with him, after the death of his father and mother. He became even quieter than before. And perhaps Grand Duke Leventis sent Michael to our duchy. The reason is that in an environment with friendly adults and peers, this will give him time to live like other children without lacking in character or emotion. But strangely, why does he seem so awkward with his sister? There's something odd between the two of them. My sister Laurencia is very sociable, so I thought you would easily make friends with her, but maybe that's not the case. The young Lord Michael mentioned that he didn't talk much when he came here, maybe because he was shy. Choco also said that he doesn't know much about the specifics, because there is too little information to gather. Anyway, it is said that the young Duke is very quiet. Which packages did you bring to wrap for me? Anastasia is helpless against the person still sitting there chirping. Baby, suddenly the little prince called the girl. I really want to hear you say the tone, and I also want to see your smiling face. Could you help me a little? Seeing this gentle demeanor, Anastasia becomes cautious. First of all, if you're giving me gifts for this purpose again, then I must decline. But what exactly are you asking me to help with? Your birthday is coming up soon, and I'm thinking about what gift to give you. What do you think, little lady? The young Duke's question left Anastasia stunned. Her birthday. Understood. I was born as the youngest in this family. I've experienced a lot of happiness with everyone. Although it has only been a year, I feel that the time has been wasted. Thinking about Anastasia's birthday again reveals a worried face. The life of the girl in each reincarnation never lasts more than 20 years, like an eternal curse that cannot be lifted, so as each year passes, she feels like she is wasting her limited time. The young lady and the young Duke, it's time for a snack. Hurry inside. As Anastasia was lost in thought, a servant appeared from afar, waving to the two of them. The servant approached and asked if Miss Laurencia was also with you, but the young Duke confusingly replied she hadn't come here. It's just been the two of us all this time. The maid whispered curiously upon hearing this, strange. I told Miss Laurencia to call them in early. Meanwhile, the figure of Miss Laurencia was quietly standing behind a tree. Rewinding time a bit to when the maid asked Lady Laurencia to go to the garden to find the little lady and invite her for a snack together, Laurencia happily nodded in agreement and ran off to find her younger sister. The little girl was skipping and singing, mumbling that it was snack time for Sasha and Lara. But just as she reached the last steps leading straight to the garden, she suddenly stopped and didn't move forward. The girl's eyes were slightly panicked as she looked at the scene before her. That was the scene where the young Duke Michael continuously comforted and asked after Lady Anastasia without pause. Looking at the cheerful, smiling face of little Duke Michael when facing Anastasia, the happy smile is different from his usual cold demeanor. And when Lara first met Michael, the little girl was very happy and waved. Would you like to play together? I am Lara. Lara here. But in response, the girl was met with the cold, emotionless voice of the young Duke, Michael, Duke of Leventis. We don't want to play, we still have a class. Damien, there you are, said the little Duke coldly as he walked away, leaving the stunned girl Lara standing there. More times when the little girl tried her best to introduce herself to the young Duke and hoped he could call her with the name Rara, please call me Rara. But Michael paid no attention and only addressed Laurencia in a distant manner. Then, before Lara could react, the young Duke quickly left in a cold manner. And days passed by with emotions and worries piling up on each other. Time kept passing by, and before little Anastasia could realize it, arrived in the early morning of July 3rd, the first birthday of Anastasia. The little girl opened her eyes to welcome the new day, with the chirping of birds and the fresh green leaves outside the window. One summer a year ago, Anastasia began living her 100th life with disappointment and no expectations at all, completely unsure of what to say or do. Anastasia, after being groomed and dressed beautifully by the maids for her birthday, still had lingering thoughts in her head, feeling a bit excited, but wondering if it was okay to feel this way. Today is the girl's birthday, a truly special day. It's hard to believe how long it's been since the last time Anastasia saw this. Before, no one was dedicated to taking care of her, and she had no intention of taking care of herself either. Because each of her past birthdays felt like a limited time, and even worse if she had a tough life, those lives were completely meaningless. So what's the point of celebrating a birthday? But now there's a bit of a difference that even Anastasia finds quite surprising. Instead of feeling heavy and negative, Anastasia today feels joyful, as if the long-forgotten emotions within her have resurfaced. Perhaps just hearing a birthday greeting from her family is enough to fill her heart. So the little girl thought, "Come here, Anastasia, which dress would our hero like to wear today?" Her mother's voice snapped Anastasia out of her thoughts, startling her with the sight of those cute, colorful, and flashy dresses. These outfits, what on earth are they? At this moment, the mother gently explained to the baby that this is a very important party, and from what Anastasia understood, it's like when a baby chooses an item at their first birthday party. That is the custom of the people in the first life, and in that first life Anastasia took hold of a spool of thread, but she died before the age of 20. However, she was not sure if she remembered correctly, because she had lived for nearly 2,000 years. They say the dress you choose for your first birthday will determine your future companion, my beautiful and gentle mother explained. This companion could be your colleague's daughter's husband or your child's best friend. So when you were little, your mother chose a pink dress along with an emerald hairpin. Pink dress and emerald, Anastasia thought to herself, and opened her mouth to call out for her father. The daughter's reaction surprised the mother very much, just as she thought her daughter is so smart. Then your father is your mother's companion. He is the one mom can trust and love more than anything else in the world, plus I gave birth to this beautiful youngest daughter. So, Anastasia, the first dress you choose will surely bring you a trustworthy companion for the rest of your life. The girl stared in amazement at the beautiful dresses in front of her. In another life, if someone else had told her that, she probably wouldn't believe it, she probably wouldn't have that luck, but when my mom said that, somehow it made me anticipate the possibility of this happening, even if only for a short time. Even though I know very well that these feelings aren't scary, I thought, the girl pondered as she gently reached out to choose a dress. Seeing Anastasia choose a model made her both surprised and delighted. Oh my gosh! What, I thought it was white. Anastasia focused on the dress she had miraculously chosen. The dress sparkles with magical colors when light hits the fabric. The colors are both beautiful and delicate, with gemstones like emerald, amber, ruby, amethyst, garnet, and diamond. Various gemstones are meticulously adorned on the dress. An ordinary dress, but decorated in a vibrant and luxurious manner. It feels like I can see through my mother's thoughts about me, Anastasia thought, as she hugged the dress tightly. Maybe my mom wants me to have a trustworthy companion. The girl buried her face in the dress and took a deep breath. It was a familiar scent. Perhaps after enduring 100 lifetimes of despair, without ever hoping for it, that wonderful mother brought them to Anastasia and blessed her. At this moment, Anastasia was wearing a beautiful white dress adorned with luxurious gemstones that she had chosen earlier. It had been 12 months since she started living in this mansion. And since her first babble, she has no longer been surprised by any party. Quite determined, Anastasia was prepared, but still. Look at these sparkling chandeliers. Colorful ribbons in a variety of shades. Mom, there's also a giant crystal statue holding an emerald in its hand. Mom, is this us? Why do we look so scary? This family is truly beyond imagination. Seriously, though, where did they even get this thing? Little Anastasia looked up at the giant statue, and that huge gem. Hello, miss. The cheerful greeting from the little Duke in his beautiful ceremonial outfit made Anastasia sigh. Oh, it's you indeed, a familiar ruby. Hurry and get away from here. We must stay away from this person, Anastasia thought as she turned away. You don't like it, Anastasia? The young Duke hurriedly asked. Fruit is a beautiful, magnificent 5-tier cake, but what's on top of the cake? Ah, judging by the red eyes, it's probably me. But why does it look so awful? My birthday was filled with beautiful things. It felt like a dream. The little girl stared in wonder at the glittering and sparkling objects around her. Anastasia, come here, the Duke's voice echoed, and the whole family was already waiting there. The little girl in a beautiful dress, like a princess from a fairy tale, quickly ran towards her family. The Duke hugged little Anastasia, and said that he sincerely hoped she would have a happy birthday, Anastasia. Both the maids, knights and the doctor were all deeply moved, as my lady congratulated the first birthday of yours. Oh my gosh, time flies so fast, I don't know how to express my gratitude enough for having spent the past year by your side. Is this the dress you personally chose for today, miss? A maid approached and gently asked. Just like that dress, good relationships are sure to come your way. The sleepy maid now offers a heartfelt blessing to the little lady. Anastasia looked around in confusion. As always, everyone was genuinely happy and hoped she would be happy too. Dad must be rewarding himself. Anastasia's hand suddenly tightened. But why should there be any occasion for that, when everyone holds sincere affection for the Duke? Now is the time to express heartfelt wishes. And the truth is, I was added into this sincere connection without even knowing it, Anastasia thought to herself. The little girl was so touched that she looked at everyone with a big smile and said in her baby voice, "Muimuiuia." The first birthday party in this lifetime was filled with wonderful things, and many different types of fruits were prepared for the lady to taste. The famous royal orchestra played soothing and joyful melodies. Countless nobles I did not know carefully bowed before me. Many gifts were sent from the baron, from the viscount, even from the countess. Anastasia thought she had gotten used to all kinds of parties, but this one, where she was the main character, was truly different. Even though she was at home, she felt a little out of place. It seems like the Duke's daughter noticed her unease, so she gently approached and said, "Our youngest, Anastasia." The day he reached out a hand to her, and asked if he could have the honor of sharing her first dance, his little girl. Anastasia was a bit stunned. Dancing with a 12-month-old baby seemed a bit odd, but she still had to agree, so she nodded at her father. The father and son strolled together in the heart of the party. The musicians immediately started playing harmonious and deeply emotional melodies. The Duke suddenly knelt down on one knee before his beloved daughter. Now the Duke's eyes were level with his daughter's, so he gently took her tiny hand. This situation left Anastasia a bit stunned, realizing that her father had looked down on her. Soft music echoed through the foolish moments of the party. The beautiful dress that Anastasia had chosen suddenly fluttered in the wind. The dress puffed up beautifully, as her father lifted the little girl high with both hands. "Our little one dances so well, right? Since you're my daughter, of course, you'll dance beautifully." The endless compliments leave Anastasia feeling helpless. Isn't all she did just hold her father's hand? But whatever, as long as it's fun, that's what matters. Lara also wants to dance with Shasha. Damien quickly said, "Father, I also want to dance with the youngest sister, so please don't pick her. I also want to dance with the little lady. The young Duke won't be outdone. I want to take exclusive hold of my daughter's small hand." But seeing this, the lady turned to a knight and remarked that since my husband didn't want to hold my hand, perhaps I should dance with someone else. Leaving the Duke stunned, the lady had to hold my hand. "Great job, Mom. Only you can handle Dad," Anastasia thought to herself, when suddenly her arms were grabbed tightly by two other hands. So both the older brother and sister rushed in, grabbed the little girl's hands, and wanted her to dance along. "Sasha, dance with me, okay? Lara, you have to slow down a bit. Anastasia is still just a baby." At the same time, the talented musician constantly changed various tunes. Everyone kept dancing to the music until Lara was stunned to realize that the familiar song gave Anastasia some time to rest. Her stamina is truly remarkable. "Now, take a breath," but before Anastasia could sigh, the familiar voice of the little Duke rang out, "Young lady, will you dance with me?" "Oh right, I forgot there's still this person here too." Everyone at the party started clinking glasses and dancing together. Anastasia with black hair and fiery red eyes in a sparkling dress. Facing her was the young Duke Michael Aventus, with golden hair and eyes glowing with a violet hue. Both the Duke and the Duchess blended into the music while Damien reluctantly had to follow his sister's lead, dancing to the childhood rhythms. Suddenly, Anastasia smiled, and unintentionally, this smile was caught by the little Duke. "Baby, are you smiling now?" "No, that's not it. But clearly, I saw you smile. We'll practice more in the future so I can dance well enough to make little lady smile," the young Duke said while they were dancing together. Looking at that joyful smile, Anastasia thought, he really doesn't know how to give up, does he? But even though his persistence might be a bit annoying, I don't dislike it at all. As a family holding hands and dancing together. Even though the party ended in the afternoon, the parents of Anastasia allowed the servants to freely enjoy themselves until late at night, and for that reason, our family spent the entire evening together, as if it were a gathering. At this moment, Lara hugged Anastasia tightly in her arms. "Lara is your sister, so she will take care of you, but wouldn't it be better if Sasha held hands with your brother and sister and walked together?" Looking back, a year has passed so quickly, even though there are still fears as we quickly became accustomed to this warmth, and perhaps everyone is tired and sleepy. "Let's go to bed tonight, I'll put you to sleep, Anastasia. Even though I know it's like that, I swear I will cherish and enjoy every single day here, no matter how brief." The warm embrace and gentle pats from Anastasia's father made her eyelids droop. Each time, I let my guard down and gradually fell into a deep sleep. But if I just fall asleep like this, will that dream appear, along with the familiar troubles and the white shadows? This feeling is really uncomfortable. "Hello," the mysterious kid in the white cloak appeared again in Anastasia's dream. That bastard showed up once more. "So you've shown up again, you damn mysterious bastard." Since the words in the consciousness of Anastasia, the mysterious kid smiled and asked back, "Bastard, why does that sound a bit harsh? Don't you remember me?" "After a long time, this door finally opened wide, so I thought you were inviting me in." "I never invited you, so who exactly are you to keep appearing in my dreams?" Anastasia questioned. "Did you forget about me? That's quite sad." That mysterious kid is still asking strange questions, with its body emitting bursts of white light. "If you've forgotten me," then with the voice of the little child's footsteps stepping onto the lake, in the blink of an eye, they've turned into the large footsteps of an adult. "So, what about this form? You must know who I am." In that blink of an eye, the mysterious child transformed into a young man, with white hair covering his eyes, dressed in a pure white long cloak. Anastasia rolled her eyes at the sight, even unconsciously. It was amazing how he could freely change his form. How powerful was he? "I don't know what his trick is, who is he anyway?" Seeing Anastasia's surprise, the mysterious young man continued, "Should I give you a hint?" In that split second, Anastasia was shocked, staring at her hands, wondering what just happened. "This is what I looked like in my first life." Surprised by these transformations, Anastasia couldn't help but ask, "You know what I looked like?" "We can easily recreate at least one of her former forms, because I am the only one who truly understands her," the mysterious boy smiled smugly, and replied. At this moment, that annoying guy suddenly turned his back on Anastasia, and started walking on the rippling lake. It's almost time, sorry for being rude last time, so the day you visit me. The day you come to visit me again, I will be waiting," he said with a delighted smile. Anastasia in her first form solemnly asked, "What did you just say?" But he didn't respond, just snapped his fingers, causing ripples of water to float in the air. In that split second, Anastasia regained consciousness, woke up, and the little girl would hold her head, sighing, "That crazy bastard." The dream this time was truly terrible. The little girl was exhausted, her forehead drenched in sweat, and her head pounded like a hammer. But it seems like this time it's just a short dream that ends in the night, because the maid is still sleeping soundly over there. "By the way, that guy called my name, right?" Anastasia tried to recall the dream. As she was about to wake up, though his voice was faint, but that was definitely her name in the first life. "I must not forget this, but I'm gradually losing clarity as the fever returns." Anastasia, struggling with exhaustion, ordered Choco to find the location of the one who just intruded into my dream. Yes, Demon King, leave it to Choco. Choco will soon find him so that you can rest. I really can't take it anymore, that's right. I'm going to faint, so hurry up and come see me again, you bastard. Along with those weak thoughts, Anastasia's consciousness gradually blurred and fell into a coma. This time, I will truly leave the door open waiting for you because I still have many things to ask you. Time flies, and before you know it, 2 weeks have passed, with the sparkling sunlight and vibrant green leaves dancing in the wind, bringing a sense of calm to everyone. Anastasia with an awkward face was sitting in the room, cursing that ungrateful guy. He really had no respect for anyone. I had deliberately let my guard down, yet he didn't show up again. Thanks to someone, I got a high fever, and the entire mansion fell into chaos. Do you know how hard it is to comfort my crybaby sister? Not calmly solve everything. First you can guess that he is also a reborn person like Anastasia. Moreover, he could also be a reincarnated person, who has lived longer than the girl because if the girl accumulates more power, it will be easier for her to discover and recreate the image of her first life. That also explains why he understands Anastasia so well, because even Anastasia, if she could meet a reborn person, she would want to approach them. But what if he isn't a reborn person? Secondly, he is the one who caused the girl to reincarnate, like an all-powerful god. But in that case, he shouldn't have claimed to understand Anastasia, right? To her, he's just an enemy. Although Anastasia wasn't sure either, because if it was the second case, why would he come to see her right now, while she was deep in thought with her 2 dolls? Choco suddenly flew in from outside the Demon King's window. Choco, have you found it yet? Anastasia quickly asked, but what she received in return was Choco's dejected expression. I am sorry, my lord, I couldn't find out who he is at all. Seeing this, Anastasia reached out to pet the dog and asked, what about the other things? Did you find his location? Of course, the dog responded. If you gave me a clue and I couldn't find him, I'd be too embarrassed to even return here. The scent of him, though quite faint, made Choco work very hard. Choco even had to cross a mountain range. Cross a mountain range, you mean the Action Empire? Yes, that's right, but Choco didn't like that place because it was very strange. It is completely different from the pure and beautiful magic power of you, Demon King. The information Choco provided about the Action Empire is highly suspicious in every sense. An empire, with strange magical powers, at the center of the struggle for dominance over the entire continent. News about the magical weapons and those bastards made Anastasia's fate fade over the course of a whole year. But she never forgot it, never forgot that the apocalypse was approaching the world she was born into. Thinking about this, little Anastasia clenched her fists. I can't help but suspect that the Action Empire is the source of the impending destruction, as our kingdom is also one of their targets. It's better to be prepared. Everything is not just about preventing destruction, but also about protecting the everyday life of my family until my last moment, as it is the only way to repay the care I have received in this lifetime. Suddenly, a loud scream erupted from the doorway as the older sister, Lara, made her sudden appearance. The little girl Lara flung the door open and shouted loudly, Sasha. Sasha, it's a big deal, we need to prepare right away. Looking at the panicked face and the terrified scream of Anastasia's sister, I feel a deep sense of dread. Could this be the sign of the apocalypse? I haven't prepared for anything yet. But first, I need to follow and observe the situation. With a worried and panicked mindset, she quickly followed her sister, but a moment later, Anastasia revealed her helpless and speechless expression. Oh my God. Facing Anastasia's eyes at this moment is the image of little Lara, trying to get on the carriage with the worry of her brother Damien. The little girl Lala joyfully shouted that it was a wonderful family vacation, making everyone smile happily, but Anastasia remained silent. We chose a place we haven't been to in 2 years, do you remember, Damien? Yes, I do, but Lara doesn't remember anything. Anastasia sighed as she watched everyone chatting happily with each other. because earlier, the little girl was so nervous she was frozen. But luckily, a summer vacation with family is still better than the apocalypse. Even in her first life, Anastasia had only heard about it from her friends. At this moment the Duke looked out the window of the carriage and told the children that they were almost there, so they should get ready. The beautiful and gentle mother asked Anastasia, who was sitting on her lap, "My dear, would you like to look at the scenery outside?" The little girl seemed very excited, so she nodded. The mother saw that and lifted Anastasia up to the window with both hands so the little girl could look at the scenery outside. "Be careful not to slip. Outside, there is a beautiful light from peaceful skies, with each leaf gently falling in the cool breeze. A faint scent of grass and trees makes the little girl feel truly relaxed." Anastasia felt unusually excited, which was not like her at all. The world hadn't ended yet, so it should be okay to enjoy herself a bit. Little did Anastasia know that she would have to experience many unexpected things during this summer vacation. The horse-drawn carriage slowly approached the peaceful village ahead. The scene looked as beautiful as a painting that anyone would admire. The place where the family of Anastasia visited during their summer vacation was the village of Ienla within the Duke's domain. All 5 of them arrived there to the warm welcome of the villagers. "Welcome to the Duke and Duchess today. The young master and the young ladies have also arrived." The village chief, an elderly man with a kind face and a neat appearance, quickly went out with everyone to greet them. The Duke saw this and asked, "Why is everyone waiting outside in such hot weather?" The village chief smiled and said, "Please don't worry, sir, we have been resting and waiting in the shade." "So that's it, great, you can relax now. I brought everyone some ice, so please take it. As always, I feel really grateful because, thanks to this, no one faints from heat stroke. Even in such hot weather." Anastasia saw the conversation between her father and the village chief, and thought to herself, "He really is a considerate duke, but I think this conversation is going to be long. I have to practice walking on rough terrain to get used to it. The mansion is too tidy and organized, so I can't train there." The little girl walked quickly, deep in thought, along the village road with a lush green meadow that looked so charming. But suddenly Anastasia froze in place. However, something felt off here. "Why do I feel like someone is watching me?" It must be just as the girl predicted. From afar in the cool shade under the tree, the villagers sitting and enjoying the breeze were all fixated on the small figure of Anastasia. "Oh wow, the youngest lady just born last year is already walking. Her unsteady little steps sound so delightful. How does she manage to toddle so well? Come here, my lady, we shall give you some tasty treats." Anastasia heard that and remembered her mother's advice not to talk to strangers. But since her parents were very close by, she figured there would be no danger. "But I still have to listen to my mom and stay away from strangers." Thinking like that, Anastasia turned around and said in her sweet motherly voice, "No need, oh. Oh my, here comes the lady heir pouting like her mother. We have delicious fruits and candies, just look into those chubby cheeks, may I touch your cheek once?" With the temptation and warmth of the villagers, Anastasia felt helpless. "I just wanted to take a walk, why do you all have to care so much? I feel like I'm about to be eaten alive, why are they asking so eagerly?" Anastasia felt a bit overwhelmed by the overly friendly attitude of the locals, but suddenly a pair of hands appeared behind. "Huh?" The beautiful mother approached Anastasia and said, "It's okay, you can go there and play with everyone." Hearing that, Anastasia thought to herself that approaching it was a bit scary, but since her mother said it would be fine, it should be okay. So the little girl limped toward everyone, looking at them with big, sparkling eyes and extending her small, pretty hands. Everyone was thrilled by this appearance, such an adorable little girl, like a cute little doll that anyone would be moved to exclaim when looking at her. "Oh my God, what did I just see? This young lady is truly special in everything she does. She's still so young, yet she already knows how to beg so adorably." Anastasia saw them being noisy again, and thought to herself, "They called me here first, so why are they overreacting now? A woman handed Anastasia a piece of ripe watermelon and said, "This is yours, hold it tight and eat it slowly, like you're addicted. The watermelon will be very refreshing." Looking at the delicious and refreshing watermelon on this hot summer day, Anastasia thought, it should be fine to eat. So the little girl opened her small mouth wide and took a bite. The sweet, refreshing flavor spreads throughout my small mouth. Maybe it's because I've been walking around too much, so this watermelon tastes sweeter and cooler than I expected. This summer is amazing with it. The woman was so delighted that she burst into a big smile. "Oh my gosh, Ma, would be happy to see you enjoying your meal." The Duke might feel full even without eating just because of how adorable you look, miss. Looking at these cheerful smiles, Anastasia was bewildered. "I only had a slice of watermelon, but it's truly unbelievable that people who aren't even family members are feeling so happy. I am truly living an incredibly strange life. If in 100 lifetimes there were 99 before and one left, this one is very strange. Above all, I want to believe that this remaining life is normal and truly worth enjoying. After all, since we don't know what the future holds, we should live fully in the present to avoid any regrets." Later. Although the future seems bleak with the apocalypse approaching in 20 years, all the shades of these emotions are so vibrant and warm. "We will stay here for 2 days, so let's think about what fun things we can do," said the Duke as he led the whole family towards a small, charming house by the cool lakeside. With sunflowers swaying in the breeze. The wooden swing quietly lies under the cool green tree. The lake with its crystal-clear water shimmering under the golden rays of sunlight. Everything here feels like an incredibly poetic and beautiful painting. All 3 kids were both amazed and excited by the beautiful scenery in front of them, especially drawn to the lake. "Hurry up, let's go play in the water, it looks so refreshing." "All right, be careful, kids. I've brought your clothes, so go ahead and change. Mom prepared them for you." Following their mom's instructions, the 3 kids went to the house to change clothes. After that, Lara's older sister was the first to run out. The little girl ran while calling out "Mio-io" along with a bunny ear. "Lara is a little bunny, isn't this little bunny adorable?" The girl with her signature pink hair has changed into a beautiful blue dress, along with a rabbit-eared hat woven from bamboo. Looking incredibly cute and fitting. Damien's older brother still seemed a bit shy in the cute outfit that their mother had prepared for him, which was in the same blue tone as his sister's dress. The hat with 2 antlers made the boy look like a beautiful little deer. But when it was Anastasia's turn, the little girl was a bit speechless at her outfit. "Isn't it usually a dog or a cat? Why am I a fierce tiger? Sasha, you're so cute, like a little tiger cub." "Yes, if our Anastasia roars, your brother will catch you." Though it's a bit confusing, Anastasia still sighed and thought to herself, "I think it'll be fine because my sister and brother seem to like this outfit." At this moment, the Duke in the distance waved to the children. "Let's go, my children, I will take you for a boat ride on the lake." Anastasia heard this and turned around in surprise, looking toward the Duke. "Boating? How can you waste money so outrageously like this?" In the sight of Anastasia were 3 small charming boats on the lake, and each boat was decorated with a very cute wooden animal model. Damien's brother also exclaimed in shock, "Oh my God, it's huge. How amazing, right Anastasia, so cool right Anastasia," also widened her eyes, nodded Anastasia heard that her father really likes surprises, and he also seemed very pleased with the youthful reactions upon seeing the boats. Lara's sister jumped up and cheered, "Dad is the best, Dad is super cool, Lara loves Dad the most." Received strong praise from his daughter, which made the Duke widen his large round eyes and reveal a charmingly emotional expression. "Dad also loves Laurencia very much, and of course, I also love Damien and Anastasia." Watching them both excitedly jump around together, both Damien and Anastasia were helplessly standing by. At this moment, Damien's older brother, with 2 deer antlers looking like a little elf stepping out of an ancient forest, spoke up, "Father, I can play in the water by myself without needing to go on the boat." The Duke heard this, put Lara down on the ground, and softly said it was true that our Damien could do that on his own. But Dad thinks that Damien also wants to play with his siblings, right my boy? The little fawn Damien obediently nodded in agreement, looking so adorable that Artman couldn't help but want to take him home. With an excited exclamation, and her hands waving, Lara made the whole garden seem much livelier. Lara wants to sit in front, Papa, push faster, faster, the little girl excitedly shouted. The Duke, who was helping his little daughter steer the boat, reminded her to be patient, my dear. The little girl looked at her father and pouted, trying to be cute. Dad, I want to go on the water slide, please. Hold on, and then you can go on the water slide. My daughter. Now it's Anastasia's turn. That's right, Lara can wait. Yes, our daughter is a cool and kind sister, isn't she? So let's wait until everyone has had their turn to play. Wait here for a moment, okay? The little girl obediently agreed. Yes, Dad, please come back soon, okay? A leaf from the green tree canopy gently falls onto the lake, creating tiny ripples. The Duke had now returned to Anastasia and her brother Damien. Have you two been waiting long? But suddenly a gust of wind blew, causing the water to ripple with splashes rising up. The fierce wind rushed towards Duke and the two children, causing everyone to panic and quickly cover their faces. The little girl Anastasia, with a serious look in her eyes, wondered what this unusually strong wind was about. Something isn't right. But suddenly Damien's brother looked in one direction and screamed, Laurencia. Everyone was shocked and looked in that direction, panicking when they saw Lady Lara screaming for help as the boat was being pushed away by strong winds and waves toward the cliffs. In the panicked screams of everyone, a knight quickly approached Lady Anastasia's boat and instructed the young girl to hold on tightly to him, as the wind was blowing hard and things were not going well at all. Anastasia looked toward the boat drifting away with her sister and silently noted that there were many rocks here if the boat had to. You cannot just sit and watch, the little girl thought and suddenly reached out with her tiny hands. My sister is in danger, so I have to do something. A mysterious energy begins to appear in Anastasia's hand, with magical power. But that power only flickered for a few seconds before fading away again, looking very weak. Anastasia was astonished at this oddity, her brows furrowing in confusion. Damn, in this critical situation I can't use magic like usual. Why is that? I must stay calm and cast a protective spell first. If I can't stop the boat, at least she can reach where father is. As soon as Anastasia was chanting a protection spell for her sister, the direction of the wind suddenly changed and became even fiercer. The knight also shouted that the wind's direction had suddenly changed, urging caution. It was dangerous, Duke. Everyone panicked as the Duke recklessly rushed across the lake's surface towards his daughter, Lara. The loving father, who was always cheerful with his children, now revealed a panicked and serious face, loudly shouting, Laurencia, be careful. The Duke's outstretched hand gradually reached Miss Laurencia's boat. And in that perilous instant, Duke's hand firmly grasped the edge of the wooden boat. The little girl saw that and quickly ran into her father's arms, crying out, Dad, I'm so scared. Lara sobbed, Dad, the boat is moving on its own. Lara didn't mess with anything at all. The Duke also shed tears to comfort his daughter. It's okay now, Laurencia, you did nothing wrong. My daughter sat still as I told you, it was just an accident. So don't be afraid. Everyone on our side breathed a sigh of relief when things gradually stabilized. Thank heavens, how lucky we are. But along with the relief that it's all over, Anastasia couldn't help but worry. Judging by their expressions, it seems I wasn't caught using magic, right? But I know who's behind this. When my sister fell, I sensed that magic force, and when I used magic, something tried to suppress the power within me. That strange magic must have been created by that name who invaded my dream. That wretched name. He truly wanted to kill his sister, and no matter what his purpose was, I will never forgive him, never. Suddenly, just as she thought of that, her consciousness became blurry once again, and her small body collapsed to the side, unconscious. Through 100 lifetimes, Anastasia always had powerful magic, and she never thought that her magic would hurt herself in this life. I have passed out so many times already. Maybe I have overexerted myself, trying to control the magic, because when I was little my body was not fully developed, so neither my physical strength nor my willpower was enough to withstand that immense power. The mother next to her asked in panic when she saw her daughter waking up after suddenly fainting, "Anastasia, are you awake? What's wrong?" "Thank heaven, Anastasia, little girl of our family." In a daze, the little girl heard her mother's call and responded, "Mother." Hearing that, the mother immediately hugged the little girl and comforted her. "Our beloved child, we are here now. It must hurt a lot. We shouldn't have left you outside for so long. You're still so small." Anastasia thought to herself, "That's not true. So why does Mom keep blaming herself for that jerk? I will definitely capture you, you damn bastard, and cut you into 100 pieces. How dare you ruin my family's warm trip?" The intense killing aura and overwhelming resentment from Lady Anastasia made a knight with sharp instincts beside her feel strange, suddenly sensing something unusual. However, the disaster came in a different way. That is when Malvin happily prepares a delicious serving of baby food for her youngest daughter to eat. Mealtime has arrived and little Anastasia is obediently opening her mouth, waiting. However, at this moment, the delicious bowl of food was suddenly knocked over by a strange force, leaving the mother in stunned amazement. The beautiful lady tilted her head and asked the youngest child, "Don't you like baby food?" Faced with this situation, Anastasia was extremely panicked. No, it's not like that." He activated his own wind magic. "Many lives have been spent in poverty, so why would I disdain food? That bastard is trampling on my hard work." Anastasia felt very anxious and secretly thought that no matter how kind her mother was, this time she would surely get angry. The girl frowned and closed her eyes. "I've been sick lately, so she might think I'm really annoying, maybe even upset," and spilled the food. At this moment, the Duke also came over, puzzled, looking at his wife. But contrary to Anastasia's worries, the lady spoke up, "Well, our youngest is already 13 months old. So he's probably starting to get bored with these dishes." The Duke also nodded, "Probably so. The youngest one is so gentle that I thought this phase would pass quietly." The words of father and mother made Anastasia utterly astonished. Her lovely eyes widened in surprise. The beautiful lady looked toward her daughter and continued, "Our youngest, is there something you don't like? Are you upset that you can't communicate? Damien also often gets messy during this stage." "Why does our youngest look so much like Damien?" the lady said with a cheerful smile. Damien's older brother, hearing this, immediately blushed and objected, "No, it's not true. Damien was really adorable back then, never complained about anything." "I don't think so. I didn't do that, did I?" "What about Lara?" "Lara is the same, isn't she?" The Duke smiled. "Laurencia, our child eats everything and eats very well. She eats well, but often cries when she can't see her parents. Lara did that when she was little, right?" "Well, babies want to be with their parents, don't they?" "That's right. Lara loves being with her mom, dad, big brother, and even Shasha too." At this moment, the Duke picked up the food that had just been spilled on the table and asked if the youngest child still needed to eat solid food. Anastasia heard this and immediately nodded. It seems the Duke noticed his daughter's worries, so he comforted, "My youngest one, don't worry, Dad is not mad. Anastasia wants to eat something, but it's too hard to express it, right?" The explanations from her father left the little girl stunned and speechless. Why do people always try to understand and accept everything, even if it's not what they want? I should have been scolded for something like that. I really wanted to give the best to my family. However, sometimes it happens unintentionally, like accidentally spilling a glass of water. How about acting like a child who can't control their strength and doesn't want to take a bath? And especially when hurting his own father. Anastasia was very frightened when she saw her father's painful face. And then I vaguely understood that bastard's intention. He wanted to isolate me. If I was hated and abandoned by my family, I would be alone once again, just like in my previous lives. If I were like before, I would surely have planned the next step, but not this time. When my father wasn't angry at all, he just gently patted Anastasia on the head. Dad should be more careful. Were you startled, my girl? Anastasia has always faced hardships and adversity in each of her past lives, but in this life, her family is warm and loving. This warmth and unconditional love are things she has never experienced in her previous 99 lives. Is this really an ordinary family? The warm colors and happy smiles might be the most beautiful and precious things in the world. And I wish I could hold on to this ordinary life forever, Anastasia. Even if it means losing everything, I agree. 99 and 1, the answer given by the numbers is very clear. Even so, Anastasia herself hopes to change the general rule, to break the curse that has clung for so long. On the comfortable carriage, little Anastasia is leaning against her mother's chest, sleeping soundly. Suddenly, the little girl awoke with wide-open eyes. The familiar silhouette of the mansion gradually came into view outside the car window. This is her home. This trip was quite chaotic with many challenges, but it was also filled with countless beautiful memories. Fortunately, in the final days, I built a defensive barrier, so that trashy name couldn't come near us. Even when he tried to isolate himself from the family. Had to give up that intention when witnessing the precious affection among family members. A bond that could overcome all schemes and even the darkest forces. It must be said that my family is truly wonderful. Instead of pushing me away, they embraced me at all costs. If it weren't for this family, I'd probably be isolated forever, just like that jerk wanted, Anastasia thought, sighing. Then the little girl smiled brightly with sparkling eyes, knowing that this victory wasn't hers alone, but a collective effort of her entire family. Everything is beautiful under the sunset, with the distant castle quietly standing amidst the lush garden and vibrant flower clusters. For the first time in 100 reincarnations, I feel this confident because I am no longer alone in this life. For the second child of the Duke Laurentia Enderbanshee, if asked who she likes the most in this world, she would not hesitate to answer. Mom, Lara loves you the most in this world. Dad comes in second place, though he seems a bit sad, but we have to accept it. What else can we do? The older brother Damien ranked third. But within just a short year, the ranking order has changed significantly. Because the youngest looked just like her beloved mother, born with jet black hair and blazing red eyes. Laurentia excitedly shouted and wanted to hug her little sister. Shasha flung open the door to her sister's room, but was stunned when she didn't see her sister anywhere. Where did she go? Is it possible that Lord Michael is the terrifying demon king who bullied Sasha when I wasn't around? That's why he was harsh with me, to keep me away from Sasha. And in another room, the older sister Lara discovered Anastasia sitting quietly with a distant expression. Right beside her was the young Duke Michael, who was talking non-stop. Sasha looked very annoyed. Laurentia, standing outside the door, saw this scene, and was so angry that she was trembling. That evil guy Michael, even though Sasha had already said she didn't need it. He kept pestering her. I wanted to go over and scold him directly, but Michael looked terrifying, like a demon king bullying Sasha. Before, Laurentia had tried many times to befriend him, but he only showed a cold face. There's no way a kind and lovable child like Sasha would hate him so much. I can't let her be bullied by that scary demon king. I have to save her. We must rescue her from the terrifying demon king Michael. Let's save our beloved and adorable Princess Anastasia, because I am Sasha's sister, so I must protect her. And time passed until a few days later in the mansion of the Duke's family. At that moment, Laurentia's sister suddenly appeared at the door, smiling and calling, "Shasha, my little sister." The little girl Anastasia was in the room and immediately turned her head to look towards the door. "Sister. Sasha, do you remember me?" When the beautiful sister asked, Anastasia nodded, saying yes. Laurentia saw this and quickly hugged Anastasia in a friendly manner, with a cheerful face, which confused Anastasia. But it was her nap time, so why was she here? She usually visits me before late afternoon, and if Mr. Michael is here, she usually visits during dinner time. He must be so cold that she has to avoid him like that. He should be grateful that she and her brother spend time playing with him. Suddenly Laurencia looked at her sister's outstretched hands and called Sha Sha. Then the little girl immediately placed her 2 thumbs into the palm of her adorable younger sister. Anastasia saw this and used her small hands to grasp her sister's 2 fingers. At this moment, Laurencia spoke up, "Sasha, even if you can't hold my hand tightly, I still won't leave you. Sasha, let's go out together." Anastasia was a bit confused by her sister's sudden suggestion. "There are many rooms Sasha has never visited, right? I'll take you there to explore, and this will be the mansion exploration game." Laurencia started talking about her plan for today. Upon hearing that, Anastasia quietly wondered about exploring the mansion. Thanks to Choco, the little girl learned the layout of the mansion, but she was still too young to have seen every corner of it firsthand. At this moment, Anastasia glanced toward the servants and knights, causing them to be slightly surprised. But immediately after that, they quickly voiced their opinion. "Hey, that's a great idea. Please let us join the exploration too." "Yes, I will prepare the food for this adventure." Lara won't be exploring with anyone but Sasha today. She shook her head, declining the offers from the maid and her knight sister. The knight smiled and asked, "Why? Are you searching for some kind of treasure?" Laurencia helplessly raised her hand, signaling for silence and saying that this was a secret that even the knight couldn't solve. "But if you don't let us go with you, who will take care of the lady's snack?" Hearing the maid mention the snack, Lara started hesitating because the girl loves eating the most. That thing, the girl stammered, and her beautiful appearance seemed very hesitant, clearly struggling with an inner conflict. No, it's okay. On expeditions feeling hungry is only natural. Lara is the eldest, so Lara can handle her own meals." Her determined and confident look made everyone silently admire how adorable the little lady is. "Sasha also likes it when it's just the 2 of us, right?" Anastasia, hearing that, just nodded, "You knew SSA would say that," the little girl muttered happily, as she reached for her bag. "So let's hurry up, little sister." Laurencia cheerfully smiled as she quickly pulled her sister out of the room. Along with heavy breathing and beads of sweat running down strands of hair from the rush, the young Duke quickly ran to Anastasia's room, but was a little stunned to see the empty room in front of him. "Oh, little lady. Why isn't she here at this time? Where did she go? Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling about this?" Along with the map drawn with colored markers showing the locations within the castle, in the crude sections by little Laurencia. "Sister, we can go this way. I've already looked at the map." The girl cheerfully guided her sister through every corner. Little Anastasia walked beside her, glancing back and wondering if she really didn't notice. Exploring this mansion with just the 2 of us is impossible. But let's hope this tracking group doesn't get any new members, or else she might easily find out. "Oh my God. Sasha, we've arrived at the first room to explore." Laurentia led her sister to a room and spoke, making Anastasia a bit startled when she saw that door. "Oh, here it is. The dark room is the first place where we explore the stars." The large door in front looks gigantic compared to the small figures of the 2 sisters, and it seems like a monster waiting to open its mouth and swallow them whole. Knock knock, the sound of Laurencia's sister knocking on the door. A butler with round glasses opened the door. "Yes, how can I help?" But he was slightly taken aback when he saw the 2 little girls. "Oh, little ladies, what can I do for you?" Laurencia held her sister's hand and smiled sweetly. "We came to see father. We have never seen him work before, so can we go inside?" The butler hesitantly asked, "Miss, where is your car?" "I apologize, but the Duke is currently very busy with many things." But in that split second, before the butler could finish speaking, the door behind him suddenly swung open, and the sudden appearance of the Duke startled him. The Duke with an excited sweet smile on his face. "Oh my dear children, have you come here because you missed your father?" Anastasia looked into the room and thought to herself that the little girl had imagined the room was filled with a murderous aura, but it seemed like something was wrong. "My children, hurry inside, Within the room are assistants frozen stiff among piles of files like mountains. They look exhausted and lifeless like soulless corpses. The whole room was indeed filled with a gloomy and somber atmosphere, yet it was slightly amusing. Anastasia sighed as she looked at the scene, thinking how could there be any mistake. These were truly unfortunate assistants. The aide saw the two girls approaching and immediately spoke up like eerie ghosts. "Welcome, young ladies, shall I bring out some delicious snacks? I also have the flower tea that you love." But suddenly, a gentle hand was placed on their shoulders along with an emotionless voice, "Let the butler prepare the tea. You two need to report back within 2 hours, got it?" The Duke's terrifying face appeared behind the two assistants, making them shiver and stammer, "Yes, Your Grace. We ask for permission." After saying this, they quickly ran back to their place in the room to escape the cold-hearted Duke. After the two subordinates left, the Duke revealed his sweet and tender nature, smiling at his two daughters. "But my dear daughters, why have you come here, Laurencia? Father is usually the coldest when working, so we came to check on you. Laurencia, you said Dad looks the coolest when he's working." "That's right, and he also looks really cool when he's swinging his sword too." Duke smiled brightly upon hearing that. "Let's head to the training ground, where I'll show you some swordplay." Laurencia quickly shouted to stop it. The blunt response from the little girl made the Duke sulk. "Why didn't you say Dad looked really cool swinging his sword around? That's why I wanted to show you." "No, because I'm going to explore the mansion with Sasha today. So we can't go anywhere else outside the residence. This is the place to explore." Seeing Anastasia's determined and resolute demeanor, I silently thought to myself that I understood. At this time, she must be at training for the new day's start. No wonder she's like that. Lara and Sasha won't stay here long, you know. The daughter's answer struck the Duke like a bolt of lightning. He asked again in disbelief, "Why, my dear? Mother told me not to bother you when Father is working." The Duke, upon hearing that, put on a pitiful expression, saying, "How could my little daughters possibly be a bother? Not allowed means not allowed, absolutely not. Parents have said that a good child needs to do even the things they don't like. That's why today, Lara ate bell peppers and spinach, and so did Dad. Even though he wants to play with you, he has to work so that he can get even better. Next time, don't do that again, okay?" The mother's advice echoed, and this is surely. Discipline has become a habit for her, hasn't it? The little girl Anastasia looked at her sister's understanding demeanor, and thought to herself. Father understands, right? After all, you're an accomplished adult. The cute yet slightly serious expression on her sister's face made Anastasia burst into laughter. The little girl smiled joyfully, thinking to herself that her sister was incredibly adorable. The laughter of Anastasia caught the attention of her father and sister. The two of them were frozen by the laughter, and it took them a while to react, eyes wide with astonishment. Then the father and son excitedly jumped around together. Shasha smiled. "Look, Dad, did you see that? Our little one just smiled, right? They really do look a lot alike." The Duke gently poked his youngest daughter's cheek with his finger, and complained, "You're happy your father got scolded, huh?" Anastasia thought, "It's not that, it's just because she looks too cute." Laurencia immediately shielded her younger sister. "Why did Dad turn Sasha into such a bad kid, huh? Dad didn't mean to say she's bad." Laurencia smiled, looked at her younger sister, and said, "Shasha probably wants to say the same thing as you. If Cha wants to be praised, Cha also needs to do things Cha doesn't want to do. That's what you want to say, right? Lara is Sasha's sister, so Lara knows everything you're thinking." Seeing her sister Anastasia's cheerful smile, she thought, "Although that's not what I meant. All right, I don't know anything, sorry Dad, for thinking like that." So the little girl nodded, and agreed to follow her older sister. "Ha, did you hear that? She wants to say it that way. My sister's happiness is my priority." Then the two little girls waved goodbye to their poor father to continue exploring. "We are off to explore again, bye-bye Dad, and make sure to work hard. Let's see, where should we go next?" "Laurencia, with a bag over her shoulder and a map in hand, walks around the mansion with her younger sister. The snack-filled bag was carefully prepared. There is also a carefully hand-drawn map. Anastasia looked at these things and thought to herself, she prepared so much because she wanted to play with me. Because Guy Michael often visits, I haven't spent much time with her, and I feel really guilty about it. At this moment, Laurencia is focused on the map while Anastasia is lost in thought, causing her to carelessly trip and fall. The tiny body of the lady couldn't maintain balance and fell forward. Laurentia stood by, startled by the scene, and the little girl screamed, "Shah, Shah, Shah." Laurencia gasped in shock, as she couldn't catch her sister, and Anastasia fell flat on the ground. "Sasha, are you hurt?" Laurencia asked in panic, and at the same time, the graceful figure of the mother approached, astonished, calling the name of her youngest daughter. Seeing her mother approach, Lara quickly explained, Lara didn't do it on purpose. Her scared and anxious appearance was truly pitiable. "I know, my dear, but because Anastasia is still young, you have to let her take it slow. You can do it, right?" The gentle voice of her mother was a soothing remedy that calmed the little girl down. "Yes, Mom." At this moment, Anastasia also approached her sister and gently patted her small hand on her sister's chest. Seeing this scene, the bright eyes of her sister Laurencia began to fill with large, round tears. Even though the youngest was sweetly comforting her, she still couldn't hold back the tears. The little girl was so moved that she started crying loudly in her mother's embrace. Lara was not a great sister that day, so from now on, I'll only show you my best self. If Shasha is a princess, then Lara will be a strong warrior. Being a princess is nice, but you can also become a warrior to protect the sibling who has comforted you. Because she paused briefly before quickly reaching out to grasp her younger sister's hands tightly. Anastasia once again stumbled, but this time, her older sister caught her. "Sasha, are you okay?" The caring voice of her sister echoed. "This time I held Sasha's hand tightly and didn't let you fall again. I will protect you because you are my beloved sister." With the escort of her sister Anastasia, she was able to seriously explore the Duke's mansion. I got to watch the chef perform a fiery show in the kitchen, and he promised to make the ladies admire the most delicious dish in the world. Then they enjoyed tea together with their mother in a garden full of flowers and sunshine. Playing hide and seek behind the pile of towels being hung out by the servants is such a fresh and joyful feeling. The two sisters really had very happy times together, and an incredibly peaceful childhood. They also read books together and explored fascinating stories through each tale told by words, rainbows, and friends. The last place to explore today is the children's library in the mansion. Laurencia is slowly spelling out each word so she can read the story to her little sister. And even though she couldn't read as smoothly and fluently as her brother did. But Anastasia also loves the wind chime-like voice of her older sister on a summer day. In the slow reading of her sister and the chirping of birds outside the window, little Anastasia suddenly felt sleepy. Maybe it's because I walked too much or ate too many snacks that I'm so sleepy. The heart, Sasha, or should I read another story? It seems like this story, with difficult words, has made it hard for big sister Laurencia, and she wants to switch to another story. But after asking for a while without hearing her sister's response, Laurencia had to put the book aside and look up. Her eyes suddenly widened, sparkling brightly. It turns out my lovely little sister had fallen asleep at some point without me knowing, and her peaceful slumber made her look like a beautiful spirit not of this world. Each steady breath of hers was so soothing. Sasha, she had fallen asleep. The beautiful scenery made Laurencia incredibly emotional. Had she really lulled Sasha to sleep? The cheerful girl tried to press her face to the floor to stifle her laughter and avoid making any noise that might wake her younger sister. "Sasha is your adorable little baby sister, right?" The chubby face and rosy cheeks of Anastasia, while she sleeps soundly, look so peaceful and adorable. "She is so cute, so adorable. That's my little sister, not yours, Kai." Laurencia looked at her little sister's sleeping face and pondered. The little girl will reach out to touch her younger sister's small, delicate hand, and at that moment, Anastasia instinctively grasps her sister's finger. Little sister, then Laurencia also lay there, falling into a deep sleep with her sister. Two little girls, beautiful as can be, leaned against each other, sleeping soundly under a blanket someone had just covered them with. The little sisters are hiding from me, huh? So it turns out the person who just arrived is Brother Damien. Laurencia with pink hair and a soft pillow. The youngest child Anastasia, with jet black hair, also gently drifted into a deep sleep. Only the two sisters were exploring, but you can join us, can't you, Brother Damien? He whispered as he lay down beside the two sisters, drifting into a peaceful afternoon nap together. How peaceful and beautiful this scene is. After wandering around the mansion for about a week, Anastasia rarely stayed in her room except when she was sleeping. So there was an issue that made Anastasia feel a bit uneasy and slightly concerned. Little lady isn't here today either. Where did she go again? Did she go exploring the mansion? Damien, I want to play with the little lady too. According to the story told by Choco's information collector, every time he returns, his face is always filled with sorrow and regret. Could it be that he's already been drawn in by the demon king's dark power? Hearing these words, Anastasia pondered, I really didn't mean to, but it feels like I'm avoiding him. If I had been closer to my sister from the beginning, this wouldn't have happened. And I also feel guilty for making him wait so long. All right, I'll tell Kai that we won't be exploring tomorrow, and soon enough a new day will begin, and as usual, when Laurencia eagerly comes to find her younger sister to hang out. Sasha, look. This is the chocolate that Tree gave me, and this too. The little girl kept taking out gifts from her backpack to show her adorable little sister. Seeing the joyful smile of her sister Anastasia, she smiled too and thought to herself, how could she possibly refuse her? Lord Michael would probably be a little disappointed. As usual, Laurentia took out a map and said, so today we have to go here, right? But right at this moment the resounding footsteps echoed down the hallway. Along with that was a breathless voice mixed with panting from running fast. Wait, hold on a moment. I also want to explore with two others. Lord Little Duke Michael appeared with a huge backpack on his back, panting heavily, but still loudly demanding to go along. I also want to play with the youngest lady. Having me along will definitely be of some help. Lady Laurencia, I've already prepared my things to go exploring. But hearing these words from Lord Michael, Laurencia clenched her teeth without saying anything, which made Anastasia a bit worried. So if we join this exploration, the little Duke was saying, but his sister Laurencia coldly interrupted, no way. Laurencia frowned angrily and shouted loudly, I won't stand for this. The fierce reaction of this little girl took both Anastasia and young Duke Michael by surprise. Why is that? If we go together, it will be very helpful. Michael still hasn't given up, making Laurencia even more annoyed. I don't need your help, Sasha and I can go alone together. Lady Laurencia, why can't I join? The two of them started a fight around Anastasia, and neither of them was willing to give in. Michael's persistence left Laurencia in an awkward position, unsure of what to do next. Don't bother your sister, and at that moment, the hesitant babbling voice of Anastasia caught their attention. Michael heard the girl say that and immediately explained, I'm not disturbing you, no, do you see me as that bad? Anastasia stood in front of her sister and nodded, causing trouble. Michael seems a bit awkward in front of Anastasia's actions, but he remains cold and indifferent towards her sister. What kind of expression is this, for heaven's sake? Everything made Anastasia very uncomfortable, so she wanted to end things quickly. The little girl bluntly told Michael that she didn't like it. But Michael still patiently sat down at eye level with Anastasia and gently said, you still don't like it? I've learned a lot from Damien on how to be an older brother, isn't it enough? Anastasia is helpless in the face of the strange thoughts of children. Is that really important now? And when Laurencia heard those words from Michael, she immediately retorted loudly, Michael, you're not her brother, so don't say things like that. Michael also stood up irritably, frowning and asking, what? Looking at this expression of Michael, Anastasia was secretly angry again. He made that annoyed face at his sister once more. Unlike me, her soft heart is easily hurt. Laurencia was furious, knowing that no matter how much Hai imitated my brother, he still wasn't Sasha's brother. What? Why not? The persistence and stubbornness of Michael had completely angered Laurencia, making her eyes well up with tears. Sasha said she didn't like it. The little girl pushed her younger sister forward and shouted loudly. Why do you keep wanting to play with us when Sasha doesn't like it? Sasha likes me more, because I'm Sasha's sister. Laurencia began to sob. Seeing the angry and emotional look of her sister Anastasia, she was a bit taken aback, as it was the first time the girl had seen her sister like that. Michael was at a loss for words due to Laurencia's blunt remarks, so he stood still. Anastasia sighed wearily. This situation feels familiar. Am I going to have to cry out loud again? First, arguing with my brother Damien, and now this happens with my sister Laurencia. But it's not exactly like that. The situation between brother and sister is completely different. If I cry now, things will get worse, and my sister will definitely think I'm crying because of Michael's fault. The young Duke Michael will also feel guilty and blame himself. I need to figure out how to reconcile those two. But while Anastasia was thinking, the little Duke's next words left her stunned. He said, "The little lady doesn't hate me at all. Even though you don't like me, you never kicked me out, right? See, little one. That's right, isn't it?" These words from the young Duke left Anastasia feeling helpless. I think I did chase him away, but I haven't even answered yet. Right now, Laurencia bent down to hug her sister and said, "No, it's not true, I'm better, right Sasha?" Anastasia wanted to comfort her sister, so she nodded. I didn't say that the little lady likes me the most, I just said that she doesn't hate me. It seems that Duke Michael still hasn't realized where the problem lies, so he remains very persistent. So let me join this exploration, Michael said with a smile. I won't allow it. This is a secret trip of Sasha and me. Why are you so thick-skinned? Laurencia shouted angrily. Then now it will be a secret of 3 people. I won't tell Damien. The stubbornness of the young Duke also annoyed Admin, so it's not surprising when Laurencia heard those words and yelled out loudly in refusal. After crying out, the little girl began to sob as tears streamed down her face. Lara had already said she didn't like it, so why do you keep acting like this? Lara hates you, not just for playing with my brother and leaving me out, but now you even want to take Sasha away too. Sasha is my younger sister, she is not Michael's, but my little sister, so please, the girl scolded while sitting down and bursting into tears, making Anastasia worried and hastily comforting her. Mom, Michael keeps interfering. Lara wants to keep playing with Sasha. She's my youngest, the more she speaks, the more upset she gets, and cries even louder, looking really aggrieved. And seeing the little girl cry so much also made Michael panic, not knowing what to do. And from a distance, beyond the door, the familiar figure of Mother appeared again, silently watching the 3 children in the room. Anastasia suddenly heard her sister mention their mother, so she turned her eyes toward the door and realized their mother was standing there. Not only my mother but also my father, the servants, and even my brother Damien. I don't know when they arrived here, but instead of coming in, they just stood outside the door observing the situation. Anastasia looked at her mother's stern face and quietly guessed that maybe her mother wanted the 2 of them to solve their own problems. No matter how much she cared about the kids. If they didn't feel it themselves, it would be meaningless. Sometimes, there are things that can only be resolved by oneself, without relying on others for help. Besides, if my family gets involved right now, the young Duke will feel lost. No matter how mature and calm people say he is, after all, he is only 6 years old. What can we expect from a 6-year-old kid? Anastasia silently assessed the current situation. My brother is a very kind person, so I think he could have understood and become friends with him, but with my sister, it would be different. As time passed, the magical power gradually healed his emotional wounds, but Michael probably wouldn't know that. That her older sister had been deeply hurt by him, and today's incident might just be the last straw for the anger and pain in her heart. She rarely says she dislikes someone. And while she might feel sad about others' mistakes, she always looks for ways to comfort them first. She has a personality as beautiful as an angel. The older sister has reached out to you countless times, but you were the one who refused her goodwill, Michael. So she felt like you didn't like her, so the frustration of a child whose kindness was bluntly rejected erupted today. Duke Michael is now unsure what to do in this situation. He has been with the Duke's family since childhood at the request of his father, and it will be difficult for a child who has just lost their parents to open up to others. Anastasia also quietly looked at his anxious face. Then the girl glanced at her family standing outside the door. I won't help you, little prince. It's all because of you and my sister. She was truly hurt. So you better handle it yourself, Michael. The little girl Laurencia was incredibly friendly and cheerful with everyone, so when Michael came to live at the Duke's mansion, she had many times wanted to get to know him. I'm Laurencia, you can call me Lara. Let's play together, little Duke. What do you think of this wreath, is it beautiful? The greetings accompanied by the sweet, innocent, and pure smile of Laurencia once again come to the little Duke's mind. When faced with those smiles, the young Duke Michael felt bored, thinking, what's there to be happy about? He had never been interested in or found any joy when interacting with Lara. I can't force myself to smile at things like that because maybe my emotions have faded a lot over time. The smile as if she had never endured that loss might have made me a little jealous, so I was very distant with Laurencia. And one day, Damien asked his friend, aren't you planning to get closer to my sister? Are you two going to stay like this forever? At that moment, the young Duke thought for a long time and replied that he did want to, but the person kept avoiding him like the plague. Damien's older brother smiled, and perhaps he also felt that everything would be easily resolved, so he suggested that if you make the first move, she will play with you, I'm sure of it. These words made the young Duke reflect, and perhaps he also realized that avoiding each other isn't a good way to solve a problem. After all, everything started with him. The little boy's small hands suddenly clenched the hem of his white shirt, as if silently determined to do something. And escaping the reverie to return to reality, Laurencia was still sobbing uncontrollably, but suddenly, she looked up in shock upon hearing the words of the young Duke. I apologize, Lady Laurencia. The little Duke said this while kneeling down on one knee in a very solemn manner, as if performing a ritual. I sincerely apologize, I didn't think I had hurt you, and can you tell me why you don't like me? The boy decided to apologize first and also ask the reason. Laurencia stopped crying, completely stunned by the sudden apology from the person in front of her. I'm really sorry, Miss Laurencia. I know I've made many mistakes and sometimes behaved inappropriately, but I want to understand where I went wrong that made you so angry. Laurencia, the little girl, listened to these sincere words and gently pressed her lips together. Then the little girl softly explained why she didn't like the young Duke. Lara is Lara, but she doesn't like him calling her lady this or lady that in such a distant way. The knights and maids all call me Lara, but the young Duke keeps calling me second lady or Lady Laurencia. Hearing these words from Laurencia, little Duke Michael was probably surprised that the reason they grew distant was simply because of how they addressed each other. But it makes sense. The world of children is simple, so sometimes the reasons behind events are just as simple. So if I call you Lara, will you forgive me? The young Duke asked. Hearing that question, Laurencia was a little stunned, but still nodded. If younger sister Sasha agrees, then it's fine. Since my older sister said so, both the young Duke and she turned their eyes to Sasha to ask her opinion, leaving the little girl puzzled as to why the matter fell on her. But for these two to make up, Anastasia had to speak up. Her intention was to agree, but she was so hesitant that Lara didn't understand. Paying attention to his sister's expression, so when he saw the little girl nod, Duke Jr. let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, it seemed that Laurencia's mood still hadn't improved. The little girl remained gloomy, making Anastasia wonder if she was still sad. It may be difficult to express my intentions with words to comfort her, so Anastasia extended her small arms. The little girl took the initiative to hug her sister tightly and placed a sweet kiss on her sister's adorable face, leaving Laurencia stunned. The sudden kiss from her dear little sister completely surprised Laurencia, with her sparkling wide-open eyes. Even the young Duke was surprised by this action. The kiss from her younger sister made Laurencia happy again. She hugged her sister tightly, excitedly asking, "You like me the most, right?" "I knew it. You're the cutest in the world." Anastasia enjoys the gentle hug from her sister and nods in agreement when her sister asks how adorable and lovely the two of them are. The sunset quickly enveloped the mansion in a faint, yet beautiful, golden light. Today's party is full of delicious, sumptuous dishes, perfectly fitting for a noble gathering. The kids' mother smiled gently and reminded them to eat naturally. "Michael, don't be shy." The young Duke was a bit embarrassed upon hearing that, but he replied, "Thank you for the dinner, I will enjoy it." The gentle yet sharp and understanding gaze of the lady also fell upon the boy. At that moment, when the Duke was about to step in to stop the children's disputes, the lady stopped him and said, "I think we don't need to intervene in the children's matters. They'll resolve it on their own just fine." The Duke was still worried, will everything be okay? Then smiled, "I think so, the kids need their own time too, that's what we should do as Laurencia's parents." Seeing her husband's still worried face, the lady smiled gently. "You're a bit troubled by Michael, aren't you?" The Duke, hearing that, awkwardly nodded, "Yes, well. It is only right if the argument escalates further, we will have to intervene to ensure everything can be settled. But now, look, everything is still within our control, so let's just observe from a distance. The kids also need to learn how to solve their own problems." At the dinner table, Anastasia silently thought, "Mom, Dad, I'm sorry for overhearing your conversation early, thanks to my magical powers. But they are truly kind-hearted adults, and it's unbelievable that these people are actually my parents. They love their children and have a deep understanding of people. Completely different from the parents I encountered in many previous lives." And they also reminded Anastasia of her teacher from a long time ago. The girl and the teacher didn't have much time together, and he was the only one she could call a teacher. Though strict, he was also kind and caring toward Anastasia. That back once coldly instructed that, "My foolish student, please remember and promise me that you will no longer rush into the fire alone, that is your teacher's last wish." But even so, Anastasia could not fulfill that wish, and she could not protect herself from the harsh curses of fate. Thinking back to that time makes her heart ache in waves. Even though it happened a long time ago, his image will forever remain in her heart. The heart aches with fear that if Anastasia gives it away for no reason, she will lose it once more. Too much disappointment and loss have made emotions numb and worthless. But this time it will be fine, so there's no need to worry anymore, Anastasia. The little girl looked at her mother's sweet smile, then picked up the fork to get some food and told herself that. Damien, who was next to her, noticed her actions and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Anastasia? Can't you skewer it? Let me help you." The little Duke sitting right next to him was also drawn by Damien's words and turned his gaze this way. He saw that and kept placing food from chicken to shrimp onto Anastasia's plate, asking, "Little one, do you want to eat this? How about this? This one is really delicious." Anastasia saw it, but was helpless, and even her brother Damien sighed and spoke up. "No, Anastasia can't eat such a big piece, she only has a few teeth growing in." The girl stared at the massive pile of food in front of her, speechless, because it was all stuff she couldn't eat. Is he teasing me or what? Anastasia is still a baby, eating these things might upset her stomach and make her cry. Older brother Damien gently explained, because he remembered that his friend didn't understand anything about this stuff. Hearing Damien say that, the young Duke softly asked, "Is that true?" Finished, the boy leaned over and looked at Anastasia, and sincerely said, "I'm sorry, little one, I had no idea about this stuff. Please forgive me, will you?" Facing the sweet smile and apology of the little Duke, Anastasia, I was left stunned with wide eyes. The girl sighed tiredly, thinking to herself that this man must be teasing her. It's strange how every time she's around this kid, she feels herself becoming more narrow-minded. And after everything, we all finally explored the mansion together. Although some might not have been entirely willing at first, the result was very good and enjoyable. October has arrived quickly, and everyone is busy with upcoming events like Thanksgiving and other holidays. The green trees in the garden have begun to turn the characteristic yellow of beautiful. Autumn. The little girl Anastasia stood alone with her hands clasped behind her back, sighing like a little old lady, as she gazed at the clear blue sky. On occasions like this, I just need to sit quietly and not cause any trouble. After the young Duke Michael and his sister reconciled, the four of us often went out together and had fun. Today, the knights have prepared a game called Treasure Hunter. The knights seem excited and happy to be able to play with the young ladies and gentlemen. When she heard about the Laurentia treasure, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and her endless passion for all things shiny surged powerfully. Yes, in the treasure hunt, 2 people will be paired into one team, and the team that finds the most valuable treasure will win the game, the knight explained. If you win, what will the reward be? A gentle voice echoed. Damien helplessly watched his friend, as the young duke showed no interest in the game, only in the reward that would come after it. The knight cleared his throat and said if the little duke wins, the duke might train him in combat. This reward truly caught and fully captured the little duke's attention. The boy immediately bowed down and asked Anastasia, "Hey kid, if I can land 3 hits on the duke, would you think I'm cooler?" Anastasia sighed. He still hasn't given up, huh? Why is his obsession with this matter so deep? Well, it's just the wish of a 6-year-old child, so I guess we have to go along with it thinking this way. Anastasia nodded without hesitation. Receiving this answer, the young duke was overjoyed, his face flushed. Really? You're not kidding, right? Seeing this happy face, Anastasia sighed inwardly. Wait, why is he so happy? It makes me feel so guilty. Because after that incident, Anastasia didn't say she disliked the little duke. Now that the girl is more aware, her older sister, Laurentia, scolded her, asking why. Even though Shasha said she didn't like it, the duke still insisted on playing with her. The selfish words that Anastasia once blurted out, as a habit turned into a weapon for her sister to attack Michael, which doesn't seem right at all. Anastasia blamed herself silently, thinking she was wrong and that it was her fault. It may seem like nothing unusual, but that doesn't mean the young duke is truly fine. There are things he will show, but surely there are also things he will keep hidden for himself. In summary, it seems he has started acting more like a child. Anastasia thought to herself, as she made a pinky promise with the young duke. The young Duke Michael was extremely happy. "You promised me, right? You must keep that promise." Anastasia nodded and said, looks so cute. And we were on the same team, as if it was arranged that way, with Team 1 being the 2 pink-haired siblings, while Team 2 was the young Duke and Anastasia. "Do your best, little girl," Michael said. "I promise to win for both of us so that I can have a match with the Duke." He promised with such sincerity and truly wanted to win, but, little one, look at these shimmering flowers. Look, there are butterflies. How beautiful they are, and the sky is so blue. Oh my gosh, how can we win if he's always so absent-minded even though he promised so much? Anastasia sighed like an old lady. In the distance, the excited shout of the older sister echoed as the little girl discovered a treasure chest. "Wow, I found another one, Damien." Anastasia silently thought. "Are you sure you want to win?" The little girl quickly pulled the young duke's hand and said, "Let's go." The young duke smiled and asked, "Why are you so worried, little one?" "It's not that I'm worried, it's just that it feels like he's too distracted by the game." At this moment, the 2 of them are standing in front of the stone bridge, surrounded by rows of trees with yellowed and fiery red autumn leaves. The sparkling rays of sunlight filtering through the foliage make the garden even more dazzling. A gentle breeze blew, causing the yellow leaves to flutter down in the air. The little duke suddenly reached out his hand to catch a leaf. Then he placed the leaf into Anastasia's hand, leaving her completely puzzled. raise his head to watch each leaf gently falling along with the poetic scene of a beautiful autumn day, Chu Kong Tuak softly said, "It's okay, don't worry. This is the first time I've had the chance to take you out like this. We are confident we will win," Michael said, as he looked towards Anastasia, and smiled confidently. The scene and this look left the little girl bewildered. "Now let's head over there. Actually, I saw the knights working hard there during their morning practice, so I think we'll win." Hearing that, Anastasia couldn't help but give up. "No wonder you are so confident." The steady hands of the young Duke tightly held the small, soft hands of Anastasia, as they walked together. The little girl walked while glancing up at the young Duke beside her. "I thought he would be in a hurry, but he is truly starting to resemble his older brother, calm and steady." At this moment the young Duke also spoke up, saying that before, Damien had told me, "Don't talk too much, even if you see something or want to do something, it's hard for you to express yourself to others. So he told me that when I play with you, I must take good care of you. Butterflies are flying, leaves are falling, flowers are drifting, snow is coming down." Things like that, Laurentia and Damien saw and really enjoyed, so I want you to see them too. Anastasia blushed in embarrassment upon hearing that and mumbled her brother's name, Damien. The deep, slow voice of the little Duke, like a melodious tune, still echoed in the girl's ears. "I still need to practice more to become a good brother like Damien, though. Can you call me by my name like you would call your brother?" Duke Michael asked while looking towards Anastasia, with eyes full of anticipation and gentleness. Facing the gentle and sincere gaze of the boy, Anastasia once again looked bewildered, then the girl shyly turned her eyes away, not daring to look directly. After a moment of silence, Anastasia called out to the young Duke with her babbling voice, I'm here, I don't hate you." "You said you don't hate me, am I?" The little girl was talking when a gust of wind blew by, making her raise her hand to shield her eyes. And when those beautiful eyes opened again, I saw the familiar red face and blonde hair of the young Duke nearby. "So do you want to be my little sister, little miss?" Anastasia stared in confusion at the blushing face and the captivating violet glittering eyes of Michael for a moment. Then immediately turned away awkwardly. "I've always thought of myself as your younger sibling, you fool." After some heartfelt conversation, the two of them had to start searching for treasure chests to get clues for this game, and when they reached the base of a tree, the young Duke quickly climbed up like a monkey, reaching the top in the blink of an eye. He jumped, grabbed the branch, and quickly leaned forward to search for the person above. And indeed on the high branch of the tree, a treasure box was hidden and quickly found by the young Duke. After that, Michael jumped down with ease and joyfully exclaimed that he had found it again. "My goodness, how are you so good at climbing and why did you hide the treasure in such a high place?" "It's just a child's treasure hunting game after all." It seems to have heard the curiosity from deep within the youngest lady's heart. A knight came over and explained, "I never thought he would actually climb the tree." Anastasia also gave up on them. Maybe they think we need to ask them to get it for us or something. But it's fine as long as he's happy. Finally, after some fumbling, Anastasia and the little Duke found a total of 6 small chests. Meanwhile, her older sister and brother have only found 5 treasure chests. Anastasia calculated and looked toward the sky with the sunset's light. "There isn't much time left, so we'll probably win." The girl was lost in thought when suddenly, the little Duke Michael came beside her, and, as was his habit, knelt down. The young Duke brought out another chest that he had just found and said, "Praise me for doing well, little one. It seems like today this person is being a bit childish. It's not a big deal, and besides, I want to apologize to them." Anastasia thought to herself and immediately reached out her small, delicate hand to gently stroke the little Duke's golden hair and babbled tut-lem tut-lem. The little boy Michael was very happy with the compliment and this friendly gesture, so he couldn't stop smiling, feeling incredibly joyful. I don't need to bring down his proud mood just because of a simple act, it really isn't worth it. Finally, after a strenuous search, the game comes to an end with the announcement from the knights. So the victory goes to the team of the young Duke and Lady Anastasia, who both excelled in finding a significantly larger number of chests. Although her sister Laurencia lost, she still smiled cheerfully and congratulated her younger sister. Next time I'll win. Congratulations, Sasa. At this moment, the knights with mysterious gifts hidden behind their hands spoke up, and since both teams found different treasure chests, I will reward everyone with the treasure they discovered. Laurencia was very excited upon hearing that. Really? Are they really going to do that? Of course. Damien and Anastasia, please come forward to receive your reward first. Damien's gift is a brand new, super cool riding boot. Anastasia's gift is a silver knight's helmet, with a feather attached on top. And here is a gift for the lovely Lady Lara, the knight said as he handed over a gift box wrapped in blue wrapping paper, with a cute pink bow to the lady. Laurencia vui vi, mao chong lot ji goi qua, ra de lo mon qua, trong du kien, ko bi tron tron mat kich dong cai ne la cho Lara that ha. Of course that's what you desire. The gift for Rara is a small, cute, light pink leather slipper adorned with precious stones. Laurencia's older sister was overjoyed and hugged the shirt tightly, absolutely loving it. Anastasia stood next to him, curious, is that a child's leather armor? Anastasia remembers that one day, Lara said she wanted to wear knight's outfits after seeing a knight guarding in the mansion's garden. At that moment, Lara's older sister was thrilled to see the knights in their armor, and she said that since she was a warrior too, she wanted to wear a knight's outfit. And the knights at that time must have taken note of what she said, so they prepared armor for children. So next time we build a treehouse together, the knights eagerly agree, sounds great, we'll do it during harvest season, far away there's a Princess Lara, who will come to rescue her. And finally, little Duke Michael was granted the right to a duel with the Duke as promised, but before stepping into the battle, Michael didn't forget to look towards Anastasia, and remind her to keep that promise, little one. Seeing Anastasia nod in agreement, the little Duke smiled happily. I've started liking him, so why don't I hate him like before anymore? Anastasia thought and questioned herself. The battle quickly began, and in the blink of an eye, the first strike landed on the Duke's chest. The fight was fierce with intense attacks coming from young Duke Michael. The boy knew that strength and physique were not his advantages, so he chose to attack quickly to gain the upper hand. Facing the strong build of Duke Michael, he remained very skilled and showed no fear, with confident eyes. The Duke also silently focused on this determined and confident gaze. The Duke secretly praised this kid, thinking he was pretty impressive. But it seems the Duke has become more serious, as his attacks are now executed swiftly and are unavoidable, quickly putting Michael in a difficult position. The boy struggled, using the wooden sword to block each strike, but some still hit his hands and shoulders, causing Michael to wince in pain. After a powerful strike, Duke Michael was forced to retreat far away. Translate the following text into English following these requirements. 1. The translation must be natural, concise, easy to understand, engaging, and in an American style. 2. Names in the text must be internationally transcribed without using underscores, underscore symbol, quotation marks, ellipses, apostrophes, or any special characters at the beginning of a sentence. 3. For Vietnamese proper names with a hyphen symbol, translate them into the Korean phonetic transcription while keeping the hyphen. In a split second, Michael's eyes briefly paused. And the wooden sword was swung up along a strange and elusive trajectory. Another strike landed on the Duke's leg, making it a total of 2 hits, both of which fully demonstrated the fierce potential and power of the young boy. The boy, now exhausted, stared intently at his opponent and whispered to himself, just one more time, just one more time. Seeing the kid make so much progress, the Duke couldn't help but praise, you've really grown a lot. I must be more careful now, little Duke. Now we won't hold back anymore. Get ready carefully, little boy, Duke said with a smile. Anastasia is standing outside watching the battle with her siblings and thinking to herself, oh father, isn't that too harsh for a 6-year-old child? Isn't it that you're putting too much pressure on Michael? After all, he's only 6 years old. And right after that, the two of them on the field clashed fiercely with countless different attacks. And perhaps because this time the Duke was very serious, Michael had no advantage at all and was continuously struck, making the boy gradually tired, with sweat soaking through his shirt. How about we stop here? Hearing the Duke say that, Michael immediately spoke up, asking for a little more guidance. Duke. But seeing the boy's tired appearance, the Duke also felt a bit uneasy. But just a little more and I would have won the treasure hunter game, and this is my reward, so please, Michael, with eyes full of determination, and no intention of giving up at all. Shouted loudly like that. In that split second, the boy swung his wooden sword and charged forward once more like a bolt of lightning. The small figure was that of a 6-year-old boy, but his expression and gaze were far beyond his actual age. His eyes were filled with determination, stubbornness, and a fearless courage, charging forward like a sharp arrow, making it impossible for others to underestimate him. Seeing Michael rushing towards him, the Duke couldn't help but remain vigilant with a focused gaze. Perhaps at this moment, looking at that boy, the Duke truly acknowledged his strength and considered him a rival. And when people didn't have time to react, it was against the sunlight, so it looked like the wooden sword of Michael had pierced through the Duke's body. Damien and Laurentia stood gaping at the scene before them. Anastasia was also extremely shocked by the outcome of this match. Even though they were using wooden swords, it felt like they were really stabbing each other. Under the sunlight, the silhouettes of the two remaining gradually faded away. The wooden sword in Duke Kyo's hand truly struck the Duke's side, as if it had pierced through. The young Duke Michael was panting continuously, with sweat dripping down, and the boy stood bewildered by the outcome of the battle. After a while, Michael finally regained his composure and realized his victory, so he smiled happily on his face. I did it. Next, the boy bowed to thank the Duke and quickly ran towards Lady Anastasia. Michael, who was still smiling with a flushed face, happily exclaimed, "Our little one did it 3 times in a row. Did you see that? Did you see that, little one?" Anastasia looked at the boy with swirling emotions in front of her, and quietly thought that she had never wished for him to fight against her father. However, since she had promised him, Anastasia thought while exhaling a breath. Somewhere the little girl looked at the young Duke with her big sparkling eyes and flashed a sweet smile, clearly saying so cool. The young Duke Michael was stunned for a few seconds by this adorable image. Perhaps the undersea cable was bitten by a shark, so the boy hadn't yet loaded the information, and stood there bewildered. The little Duke hurriedly covered his eyes with both hands, looking up at the sky, leaving Anastasia utterly confused. After calming his excitement and joy, Chu Kong Tuak gently ran his hand through his hair. The boy with sparkling eyes and rosy cheeks gently looked at Anastasia and asked, "So let me be your big brother, okay?" "Let me be your big brother." This time it was Anastasia, who was left bewildered by the small Duke's outstretched hand. The little girl blushed and wondered why she felt so shy in this situation. But then reached out and took the young Duke's hand. "Aren't you already my big brother?" Time flew by, and before Anastasia realized it, Thanksgiving was approaching, and Michael had to return to the Duke's estate for about 3 weeks. The boy said he would definitely be back before Damien's birthday. "Lord Michael has always been here, so maybe I almost forgot that he is the young Duke of Leventis." Anastasia, in her yellow dress, stood beside her mother to say goodbye to Michael. "Even if you don't return on your birthday, it's okay, Michael. Your grandfather also wants to be invited to Damien's birthday, so you'll probably be back on time." The Duke smiled upon hearing that. "Then I will send the invitation soon, and please send my regards to your grandfather. It has been a long time since I last saw him." Michael bowed and said, "Duke, I will do as you say." Suddenly, the boy noticed Anastasia. After that, the little Duke smiled, implying that he would be back soon. It seems that Anastasia understood what the little Duke wanted to convey through that smile, so the girl nodded seriously. The situation left the remaining family members there stunned, with wide eyes staring at the youngest child, both in shock and confusion. Under the beautiful autumn sunset and cool breeze, the carriage carrying the young Duke gradually departed from this family estate. The Duke stood there smiling and waving goodbye. This is indeed a tough problem because our youngest is just too adorable, but as soon as the carriage disappeared, that smiling face immediately turned cold and dangerous, leaving Anastasia completely confused. Time passed, and Thanksgiving arrived with everyone's eager anticipation. The Duke's 3 brothers, dressed in outfits seemingly perfect for this festival, walked the streets with faces full of excitement. Their sister, Laurencia, was thrilled by the vibrant and colorful atmosphere of the festival ahead. Unlike the spring festival filled with colorful flowers, this autumn festival is brimming with delicious and abundant dishes. Everyone is excited about the lively and bustling atmosphere of this festival. Countless delicious dishes with mouth-watering aromas made a foodie like Laurencia feel like she had stepped into her paradise, constantly glancing around to explore every corner. Since this is a festival for those who have worked hard all year, families or groups of people enjoy meals in simple attire. The 3 brothers also began tasting delicious dishes. And the Duke along with his mother had some memorable private moments. Far away, this dish is also delicious, let's eat together, little sister. I'm full now. The little girl Laurencia felt a bit pensive and sad when she had to eat alone after seeing you refuse to eat. But Anastasia misunderstood that it seemed like she couldn't satisfy her passion for eating because she had to care for herself. It's better if I leave here with him for a while. And luckily, a maid noticed and came over to suggest that she could eat with Laurencia, which cheered her up, so the older sister took a walk around town with the maid. Anastasia and her brother went in a different direction, and since her maid is with her, there shouldn't be any problems. Did you see this pumpkin tower, Anastasia? Asked her brother Damien as they arrived in front of the giant pumpkin tower, and Anastasia nodded in agreement, indicating that she had seen it. My youngest usually doesn't ask for much, but she seems interested in this pumpkin tower. Just look at how focused she is. Damien thought to himself, as he watched his sister's serious face admiring the pumpkin tower. It seems it's too big, so it might be a bit hard for you to see. Let me help you. Damien was happily chatting with his sister when the voices of their parents caught his attention. It looks like the kids all love this pumpkin tower, don't they? Even little Damien liked it, but hearing this, Damien suddenly felt uneasy and thought that his parents were at it again. It seemed the boy wasn't very pleased with the old stories. Lately, my parents often tell embarrassing stories in front of the younger sisters. They excitedly and cheerfully shared funny childhood memories of Damien, and even talked about the boy's bad habits. Damien hadn't even thought of those things, nor did he remember them. At that time, only Damien was there, so just the 3 of us went. Seeing the parents start talking about the boy, unable to hold back anymore, and wanting to speak up, I had to stop them. Everyone found Damien adorable, and the boy got lost when I wasn't keeping an eye on him. I was really worried when you suddenly disappeared, said the mother with a smile. Damien, your father also chimed in beside me, saying that at that time, your mother was very worried about you. Damien's hand, which was holding his sister's, suddenly tightened as he listened to the story, revealing that the boy's emotions were far from calm. Anastasia also found it strange, thinking, he's holding my hand tighter than usual. My hand's going to turn purple, the little girl thought to herself, as she was about to call her brother. But suddenly, Anastasia's eyes widened slightly, and the call she was about to make fell silent. Looking at her brother's slightly strange face, the sharp little girl realized something was off, not sure why, but she felt it was best not to tell him that her hand was hurting a lot right now. We spread out to look for our child, but heard no crying or anything. I was worried my wife might collapse at that moment, but we found our child in the pumpkin tower. Didn't we? Yes, the boy couldn't speak properly and kept whispering, feeling guilty. Damien stood still, watching his parents happily reminisce about old stories for a moment, then suddenly grabbed his sister's hand and quickly walked away, leaving Anastasia a bit startled. Damien, with a contemplative face showing no clear expression, pulled his sister away from their parents. Anastasia, seeing this, could only follow her brother and silently glance back at their parents. This isn't the time to look at the pumpkin tower, she thought. At the same time, the girl also saw the figure of her sister Laurencia faintly appearing in the crowd. In that moment, Anastasia was quite surprised to discover that there were no servants following her sister, and she was just a little girl lost in the crowd. Where is the maid who was with her? There are so many people here that it's hard to keep an eye on things. I wonder if something happened. Everyone was enjoying the festival, but why do I have such a bad feeling? Anastasia wondered. A bad feeling, as if I am about to lose someone. The two cousins wandered aimlessly on the streets, without knowing their destination, until it was almost dusk. The starry sky sparkled with lights from the windows of buildings along the roadside, with a faint aroma of dinner wafting through the air from some house nearby. And under those twinkling stars, the two siblings, Damien and Lady Anastasia, paused before a large green tree with lush branches. The boy was still sullen, mumbling to himself, wondering if his parents enjoyed embarrassing him by always bringing up old stories he couldn't even remember. Anastasia, standing beside, listened to these sorrowful words without missing a single one. The little girl secretly thought that her brother was very smart and always a strong candidate for the title of Duke. Little girl Anastasia has only known him since he was 6 years old, and it's hard to imagine his other personality through his parents' stories. But it's certain that for her parents, her brother has always been a sweet boy, so finding him adorable is natural. They talk about old stories with a feeling of joy and happiness. But it seems he doesn't want to be seen as a child in front of his beloved younger sisters. So sad that he didn't even realize he was holding his sister's hand as they rushed forward unconsciously. Damien is still lost in his own thoughts. The boy quietly tells himself that he must become a role model for his younger siblings. That is what my brother thinks. So Anastasia silently listens. Feeling she couldn't just let things be, the little girl tugged on her brother's hand, startling the boy Damien to realize his sister was still beside him. Anastasia. Then Damien noticed his sister's tiny hand had turned red from being squeezed tightly by him for a while now. The boy finally regained his composure, realizing what he had just done, and his face clearly showed panic and regret. Damien quickly sat down, took her hands, and softly apologized. I'm sorry, Anastasia. Why did everything turn out like this? My hands are all red now. Why didn't you say you were hurting my hand? Hearing older brother, Anastasia immediately babbled back. Bad girl, no, I didn't mean you're bad. Anastasia has never been bad. Sorry for making you feel hurt. Damien felt both guilty and frustrated that he couldn't communicate with his sister. The boy hurriedly hugged the girl and reminded her, if you feel pain next time, you must tell me right away. Your brother was wrong today. Brother, I'm okay, I'm not in pain. Anastasia tried to speak clearly to comfort her brother. Damien listened to his sister's comforting words and looked at the adorable figure in front of him, feeling a bit emotional. Anastasia, are you comforting me? Right now, the hurried singing of the knights startled the two siblings, Lady Laurencia. Damien hurriedly reached out to pick up his little sister while Anastasia was still in a panic, wondering if something had happened to her sister. Hurry back, Anastasia, you'll get sick, it's very cold outside. Damien holds baby Anastasia in his arms and quickly stands up. At this moment, both the Duchess and the Duke are extremely worried. Where have the kids gone? I'm worried something bad might happen. The knights are searching for them. They will find them soon. Don't worry too much, the Duke reassured his wife. Mom, Dad. The voice and approaching footsteps of Damien made the Duke and Duchess startle and turn their heads back. Mom, Dad, what happened to Laurencia? The boy Damien hurriedly asked, panting from running in panic. The lady immediately hugged her two children. Where have you been, Damien? Anastasia. The face of Funan was full of worry and unease. Me were very concerned about Hai Day. Damien, lying in his mother's arms, couldn't help but feel a bit regretful for leaving without notice, causing them so much worry. The servants were looking for Laurencia. What happened? Damien hurriedly put Anastasia down on the road and asked worriedly. Madam Funan rang Duke Luke na lai hai mat nin now kong beat phi tra loi kor hoi kwa con tri nu the nao. But then the lady spoke up. It seems like Laurencia is playing hide and seek. So the maids and knights started looking for her. Mom Anastasia immediately noticed something was wrong. Lying seemed like she was intentionally lying to keep us from worrying. Is something really bad happening to her? In the midst of the festival, the crowd made her even more anxious. Anastasia thought to herself, and suddenly reached her hand behind her back to channel magic. At this moment, Choco was immediately summoned and it cried out, "Why haven't you summoned me in so long, master? What should I do now? You haven't called for me all week. Choco wants to be petted too. Are you planning to wait another 20 years? Anastasia saw it start babbling and immediately ordered, "Choco, my sister is missing. If you find out where she is, I have to keep you by my side for 3 whole days." Upon hearing this valuable reward, the dog Choco was stunned, eyes wide open. Then it immediately shot up into the sky, blending into the night over the neighborhood. "I'll be back soon with the necessary information." Anastasia sighed in relief, knowing that finding her sister this way was just a matter of time. Behind Anastasia, her brother Damien softly whispered to their mother that he would also go look for Laurencia. Anastasia heard that and turned her attention to her brother. It seemed she shouldn't ignore his situation, but since she had no experience in such cases, the little girl didn't know what to do. Damien, after talking to his mother, went to his sister and smiled, saying, "Anastasia, I think Laurencia is playing hide and seek. Would you like to go find him with me?" Anastasia nodded in agreement, and she realized that her brother might have already figured out what had happened. At this moment, the loud scream of Choco echoed, but only Anastasia could hear it. "The Demon King is here," it screamed while pointing toward the giant pumpkin tower in the middle of the festival. Anastasia also immediately turned her gaze towards the sound and was startled upon seeing the striking pumpkin tower. The little girl immediately grabbed her brother's hand and stuttered, "Ta it by go," leaving Damien puzzled. "Pumpkin tower? I'll take you there later, but for now, let's find Laurencia." However, before Damien could finish his sentence, Anastasia grabbed her brother's hand tightly and pulled him straight toward the pumpkin tower. The little girl stood before the giant pumpkin tower, wondering how to get inside when it was so tall with no visible openings. "Should I use magic? It could collapse at any moment." Damien is panicking. "Anastasia, why are you doing this?" Inside the pumpkin tower, there were small sounds coming from Anastasia. Inside the tower, it was pitch black with small holes that were very hard to crawl through. Anastasia, the little girl Laurencia, was lying in the cramped, pitch-dark space, drifting off to sleep from exhaustion. However, when she heard Damien's voice, she mumbled his name as well. The girl was awakened from her daze by her brother's voice, sat up and rubbed her eyes. Her brother's voice, her brother. The girl suddenly woke up from her sleep, and was stunned to see darkness surrounding her. Darkness enveloped, causing Laurencia to begin to panic, unable to hide the horror in her eyes. Under the influence of fear, Laurencia immediately screamed, and her scream was quickly recognized by Damien outside. "Laurencia," it was Laurencia's scream. The boy hurriedly ran towards the pumpkin tower and called out loudly, "Laurencia, are you there? Are you there?" And quickly, from inside the tower, there was an answer from Laurencia. "Brother," hearing that, Anastasia sighed with relief. Now he had found out that she was inside. "I'll get you out of here right away. Don't move because it's very dangerous. Just stay still, okay?" The boy shouted to his sister, as he began figuring out how to move the pumpkins through the only breach connecting to the inside of the tower. Damien reached out into the darkness before him, calling out for Laurencia. "Laurencia, I am here. Can I hold your hand? I'll take you out." Little Laurencia is inside now, looking up at her brother through the small hole with tears streaming down her cheeks. "Laurencia, can you reach out and take my hand?" "That's right, good job. Be careful, or the pumpkin tower will collapse." Damien was extremely careful to get his sister out, but since the tower was just pumpkins stacked on top of each other, it was very easy to shake and collapse. Seeing the tower begin to sway, Anastasia's eyes froze, silently screaming in her heart, "This is dangerous." The little girl quietly reached behind her back to secretly use magic. And when Damien was trying to save Laurencia, Anastasia's task was to quietly support him with a spell that stabilized her tower. Laurencia clung to her brother's shoulder. "We are almost out." After a while of effort from all three siblings, Laurencia finally escaped the tower safely and immediately burst into tears in her brother's arms. Damien hurriedly patted her shoulder to comfort her and immediately asked, "Laurencia, why did you go in there?" The girl was bewildered for a moment and then recounted that she had heard her parents were very worried because he had once hidden in the pumpkin tower, so she became curious as well. The unexpected answer from his younger sister completely surprised Damien. The boy did not think that the reason his sister fell into danger was because of his own story. Right now, the Duke and Duchess have hurriedly rushed to Laurencia. "Damien, are you okay?" The two friends let out a sigh of relief, though they couldn't hide their panic upon seeing that the children were safe. Damien saw that and told his parents that Laurencia was safe now, and he had a few more things to say. Duchess sat down, hugged her daughter, and asked, "My dear, where have you been? You made your father and me worry to death." Lara was in the pumpkin tower. Pumpkin tower. Why do my children always look alike, both in appearance and behavior? When she heard her mother say that, the little girl excitedly said, "Yes. Lara wants to be like her brother." But when Damien heard these words from his sister, he became even more annoyed. "Laurencia, just wait a moment, okay?" Damien gently said, then immediately covered his little sister's ears with both hands. And the boy looked toward his parents and said clearly and articulately, "I'm very grateful that you remember how adorable I was when I was little. But I hope you don't bring up my past mistakes in front of the younger sisters anymore." The Duke smiled when he heard his son say that. "Oh, I understand very well." It seems Damien was very embarrassed. Damien saw that his father misunderstood again, so he quickly shouted, "It doesn't matter. My sister followed the mistakes I made and got into danger, because she thought it was okay to do so." Both the lady and the Duke were stunned by their son's agitation. "I hope both of you will only follow my good qualities. I trust you understand what I mean, dear parents. Father always said that a mistake, even if it happens just once, is still a mistake. So, we must not let such unfortunate things happen again, because next time you might face even greater danger." The words of his son completely startled the Duke. Damien finished expressing his feelings, then smiled at his sister. "I'm sorry, Lara, did I hurt your ears?" Anastasia saw the smile on the boy's lips and breathed a sigh of relief. "Your brother looks much more relaxed now, doesn't he? But it seems that the storm has shifted to my father, and maybe adults need comfort too, right?" It was late at night, and everyone had to board the carriage to return to the mansion for rest. In the carriage, Laurencia excitedly recounted her story that because her brother had entered the pumpkin tower when he was a child, she thought there was something super interesting inside the pumpkin tower. Madame was both amused and worried by her daughter's thoughts. Under the watchful eyes of her eldest son, mother understood, but that wouldn't be good, dear. Damien also carefully reminded his sister that from now on, she must tell everyone where she intends to go, and not disappear so suddenly like that. Laurencia listened attentively to her brother's advice and nodded, yes. The lady sitting next to them looked at the two children and calmly spoke, "It would be great if our eldest son did the same thing," and also gave a heads up before disappearing so suddenly. Her words made Damien feel a bit uneasy, freezing him in place. But then the mother and her child looked at each other with joyful smiles. "Yes, Mom, I will let you know in advance before going anywhere." Then the parents of the kids also had a private talk with Damien's older brother. Though his younger sisters were very precious to him, the boy was truly embarrassed and didn't like hearing about his past misdeeds, because it could possibly affect his sisters. So the boy hopes to have private conversations with his parents and truly understand each other, the lady and the Duke also said they would spend more time with their eldest son and be more careful. With each story they tell, the image of Damien happily hugging his mother was magically recorded by the dog Choco and shown to Anastasia. The little girl, who was worried because her 7-year-old brother had many concerns, felt so relieved as everything seemed to have ended well. After seeing these images, Anastasia breathed a sigh of relief and patted Choco, praising, "Well done, Choco, you helped a lot today." And of course, as promised, Anastasia played with Choco for 4 days straight. No matter where the little girl goes or even in her sleep, Choco is always by her side like a shadow. Anyway, until the little Duke returns, Anastasia won't be able to summon this little Choco for a long time, so they might as well take the opportunity to play together now. The little girl thought about it and recalled how shocked she was when the Duke suddenly asked if she had a new puppy. How on earth did this guy see little Chocolate? Choco is so happy to be able to stay by his side forever without sleeping. Watching the Demon King while he eats is so interesting. Once this little Chocolate was released, it started talking a lot, which made Anastasia coldly reject it, saying it's impossible. Why can I stop that arrogant little Duke from coming here? But this insolent guy means nothing to me. I am the only servant of the greatest and most noble Demon King. Anastasia helplessly tried to stop Choco, but stopping him would mean stopping his breath, and this isn't a world that harsh. Anastasia couldn't help but explained that she somehow felt the need for Michael. The dog was stunned and asked if this was the Devil King's grand plan. Anastasia replied, "That's right, but in reality, she had no plan at all, she just simply felt the need for Michael. Even so, the girl can stop the world's destruction with her own strength." But I'm also afraid of dying, Anastasia thought to herself. It's been a long time since I felt afraid of dying. In the past, life seemed meaningless, but now it's different. When emotions arise, I feel fear, regret, and truly appreciate what I have. See Anastasia once again lost in her own thoughts, the dog asked, "So that stubborn kid is one of the candidates to become the Demon King's subordinate, right?" "Yes, it's not surprising if someone sees him as a candidate for the position of henchman, which means he would become Choco's colleague, right? So, Cho is the first henchman of the person. And the god will make a super cool move. If that mischievous kid's name is one of the candidates, we must first prepare to educate him carefully so that he can be useful to the Demon King." Choco the dog confidently pounded his chest and stomped his feet in promise. Looking at this little boy Anastasia, I couldn't help but laugh. The girl gently reached out to stroke the head of her close friend, who had been with her for so long. Listening to what Choco said, Anastasia silently apologized to the young Duke, and was sure that the little girl wouldn't let such situations happen again. During that time, everything remained calm, with the beautiful sunlight and gentle breezes flowing through the window, accompanied by Laurencia's laughter echoing in the garden. Anastasia and Choco quietly gazed at the shaded trees outside the window. It would be wonderful if life could continue to be this peaceful and happy. At the same time, in the Grand Duchy of Leventis, Grand Duke, Michael's grandfather, received a letter that made his face grow serious and worried. If this news is true, things will get really bad, the Grand Duke thought as he read the letter from afar. Right at that moment, there was a knock on the door and the voice of the little Duke, "Grandpa, it's me, Michael, can I come in?" The Grand Duke, upon hearing this, immediately hid the letter beneath a file book and softly called out, "Come in." After Thanksgiving ended, the mansion became busy again, for another reason, with servants and knights bustling around preparing for an upcoming special occasion. The upcoming October 28th is the birthday of Damien's older brother. At this moment, Damien is talking to his mother, saying that since it's close to the national holiday, there's no need to throw a birthday party for him. The official commemoration of the sealing of the Great Demon is on October 31st, and it seems that Anastasia's older brother wants to concede because it's a significant event. But their mother smiles upon hearing Damien's suggestion, and gently places her hand on her child's shoulder. There are many days to celebrate, and Damien can't miss days like these. We have to celebrate birthdays. Standing before his mother's gentleness, Damien still wants to refuse the party, but... Come on, son, don't take away your mom's joy in throwing you a birthday party. Seeing the love in her mother's eyes, Damien blushed and nodded, yes, that's right. So everyone prepared for both her brother's birthday, and the special holiday of the year. And the birthday of Damien's brother is approaching, which is also when Michael Leventis returns to the Duke's mansion. Look, I've brought you a set of picture books for children. The young Duke Michael appeared with a set of illustrated books as a gift for Anastasia. Anastasia had no choice but to accept the gift, though it didn't really suit her, so she secretly sighed. It's been 3 weeks, and the little one is still cute, huh? Hearing that, Anastasia glanced over, and as soon as she turned back, it was time for action, no peace for a moment. The little Duke reached out his hand, and Anastasia placed her hand on his. Michael was extremely happy, smiling widely. I'm so glad the little lady no longer hates me as before. Why does this guy keep talking nonsense? Does he think I'm narrow-minded or something? Anastasia was annoyed. Michael's hand gently lifts the delicate hand of Anastasia. And then the boy gently placed a reverent kiss on those tiny hands. Michael's gaze at Anastasia was deep and full of emotion. Those purple irises were incredibly striking and mysterious. I miss you so much, little one. But suddenly a voice rang out, making the little Duke freeze in shock. Michael, you haven't properly greeted the Duke yet, and you're already here to see the young lady. Along with the voice was the sound of footsteps right at the door. I taught you that, didn't I? The Grand Duke with his silver hair appeared, his expression cold and somewhat stern. The young Duke saw him approaching and immediately stood up straight, responding, "No, sir." Then come with me quickly. Yes, sir. Anastasia was bewildered by what had just happened and thought to herself that this was the first time she had seen Michael so worried. The little girl's red pupils focused on the large figure of the man. That person must be Michael's grandfather. Grand Duke of the Principality Leventis. A man with snow-white hair and a serious face with sharp eyes, also has pupils of the same purple color as Michael. It seems that Anastasia stared too intently, which made the Duke notice and glance back at her. Then he turned around to leave, but looked back and said, "My fault, little lady, I'll greet you properly later. Now I need to take Michael to meet your parents first. He seems as strict as rumored, but if he wanted to call Michael, he could have just sent a servant. So why did he come here in person?" Anastasia silently wondered. Tonight's dinner is prepared more lavishly than usual with an array of exquisite dishes and precious wines, likely because Duke Leventis is visiting. At the party, the Duke, father of Anastasia, smiled and said to the Grand Duke, "I know you are very busy, and thank you for taking the time to visit us, Grand Duke. Sorry for not visiting often after entrusting my grandson to you. Please don't say things like that. The kids making friends with each other is a good thing." After hearing the lady's words, the Archduke nodded, but in truth we should be more grateful for this. The Grand Duke gently patted his nephew Michael on the back and said, "Our little rascal has caused quite a bit of mischief, but his family has always been forgiving. No, Michael is actually very well behaved. And at this age, it's normal for the curious and energetic little boy, so there's nothing annoying about it." "Thank you very much, Duchess." While everyone was chatting, Anastasia was engrossed in her own meal. But suddenly she glanced away and looked around, thinking to herself that she felt someone's gaze on her for a moment. Was it Michael? But suddenly, the girl was stunned when she caught the Duke's intense gaze. The Grand Duke Leventis had been watching her, but in that brief moment, he shifted his gaze elsewhere, as if it was just a coincidence, not a deliberate glance at Anastasia. Anastasia also felt confused. Could it be that she had seen wrong? Before he turned around, I noticed the Grand Duke Leventis's lips curling slightly, but what could have made him smile like that? Quickly, everyone finished their meal together and moved on to the final dessert with strawberry cream pudding and fresh cherries. At this moment, Grand Duke Leventis asked the Duke, "Are you not planning to visit the capital this time?" Anastasia's father replied, "Yes, the children are still too young. I plan to launch it during the new year if I don't have to cause discomfort to His Majesty. While the two dukes are conversing, the children are also enjoying their meals. But the attention of Anastasia was completely not on the food. She was silently listening to the adults' conversation. The capital city, speaking of which, brings back memories. My father came to the capital last year, but had to return halfway because of the kidnapping, and since then it seems he hasn't gone out much anymore. At that time I had a rather strange feeling, but was still too young to investigate the reason my parents were worried about going out that day. Grand Duke Leventis heard Anastasia's father say that and suddenly smiled faintly, but there was no trace of a smile in his eyes. Instead a hint of worry appeared. Now you should go to the capital. The stern expression and tone of Duke Leventis made Anastasia's parents sense something was wrong, so they anxiously asked if anything had happened. The Grand Duke Leventis paused for a moment before speaking. Recently, there have been some rumors originating from the palace. Speaking of this, the Duke's face became extremely serious and cold. It seems the Queen is pregnant. This sudden information caused the entire room to fall silent, as if a giant bomb had just been dropped. Children do not understand adult words, so they are still happy together. However, the Duke and Duchess clearly show signs of worry, which makes Anastasia pay attention. Isn't the Queen's pregnancy supposed to be a joyous occasion? Why do her parents look so? Why are our parents' faces so worried? What kind of story lies behind this news? And does it have anything to do with the impending doom of this world? After the peaceful days, perhaps the underground currents in this world have started to flow strongly, giving Anastasia an uneasy feeling. Based on her parents' reactions, she needs to investigate the Emperor further. The little girl's hands, hidden under the table, subtly summoned Choco using her magical power, relying on Choco to gather more information. "It's late at night," exclaimed the Duchess. "Oh my, time flies so fast." She gently placed a sweet kiss on her children's foreheads and wished them good night. "Sleep well, my dear child, may you dream a beautiful dream." And the Duchess also gently placed a goodnight kiss on the cheek of Michael, making him blush. "Sleep well too, Michael." The Duke also looked at the children and wished them good night. Laurencia saw that and immediately raised both hands toward the Grand Duke, looking at him with sparkling eyes. "Oh, sir." The Duke Levantis saw this, knelt down to the girl's level, and asked, "What's wrong?" The little girl Laurentia immediately placed a sweet kiss on his cheek and wished him a good night. The Duke's eyes were slightly stunned by this sweet action of the little girl. Both Michael and his brother Damien were left open-mouthed. Then the Duke gently smiled and patted Laurencia on the head. But suddenly he turned his head towards Anastasia. The gaze left her stunned. "Why is he looking at me like that? Does he want a goodnight kiss too?" Looking into the sparkling and somewhat expectant eyes of the Grand Duke left the little girl unsure of what to do. But there's no other way, Anastasia thought to herself and babbled while reaching out to the Grand Duke with both hands. The Duke and Duchess saw this scene and smiled at each other. "Our youngest also seems to like Grand Duke, ha ha." The little girl approached and hugged Grand Duke Leventis, gently placing a kiss on his cheek. The Grand Duke, with a cold appearance and personality, now had a faint, joyful smile in his eyes as he looked at the adorable little girl in front of him. He gently stroked Anastasia's head and said that this must be the reason why our little one likes the young lady so much. Anastasia heard that and quietly wondered if that was the case. Shouldn't he like her sister more? She didn't quite understand, and it seemed like he wasn't as cold as the rumors or his appearance suggested. The bedroom of Damien's sister and brother is on the east side of the second floor of the building, while Anastasia's is on the west side, and so is Duke Michael's room. Big brother and big sister happily said goodbye to the two of them. "See you tomorrow, Sasha. Sleep well, Michael." The little Duke and Anastasia also waved goodbye. "So did you, Damien." Then little Duke Michael took Anastasia's hand and led her down the corridor. "This is the first time I'm going to sleep with you," he said with a smile. Anastasia thought to herself, "No, you'll sleep in another room. Why would we sleep together?" After a while, the two kids finally arrived at the door of Anastasia's room. "We are here now, little one. Suddenly Michael squatted down in front of the little girl. "Can I come by to greet you tomorrow morning?" the boy asked. Anastasia nodded in response. "Really? Then I'll definitely come over, and I promise not to wake you up if you're still asleep. It's just a good morning." But he was very enthusiastic, and at this moment, the little Duke's face suddenly blushed shyly. The boy looked at Anastasia, and said with an embarrassed face, "Can't you do that for me?" Anastasia suddenly had a bad feeling, so she curiously asked, "That goodnight kiss, you did that with my grandfather, so I want one too." "I do the same with Laurencia and Damien too," Anastasia thought, then started rambling in her mind again. "Well, they are my siblings, so of course, I have to kiss them." Right now, little Damien looked at Anastasia with big, pitiful eyes, saying, "Am I allowed to have it just because I'm your family? I really want it. I've never received anything like this before." Facing these eyes, Anastasia was extremely cautious. "Wait, those eyes are really strange. All right, I can't refuse a 6-year-old child begging like that." Anastasia surrendered with a sigh. The little girl babbled to the young Duke Leventus, "Do you want me to come closer?" Michael walked up to Anastasia, and immediately placed his hand on the boy's neck. Then he wrapped his arm around and placed a sweet kiss on Michael's cheek. This time, Anastasia pronounced very clearly, "Sleep well." The young Duke's face was full of joy and happiness, with gentle, smiling eyes. "Sleep well, little one. See you tomorrow." After that, Anastasia also returned to her room and peacefully slept in her small cradle. The devoted maid gently pulled the blanket over her, and wished her sweet dreams, little miss. Then the maid immediately returned to her position, leaving Anastasia fast asleep. But as soon as the maid left, the eyes that had been tightly closed of Anastasia rolled back to stare at the ceiling. "Of course, I'm not a good child. How could I fall asleep so easily?" The magical power and spiritual sense of the little girl began to spread throughout the castle to gather information. "I wonder where my parents and the Grand Duke are right now. Here it is, they are in the living room, and as I predicted they will have a private conversation after the children have gone to sleep. Anastasia is still lying in the cradle, but thanks to magical powers, she can see and hear her parents' conversation in another room. Sorry, Mom and Dad, I'll just eavesdrop a little bit." At this moment, the Duke opened his mouth and asked Grand Duke Leventus, "Are you sure the Queen is pregnant? Is this news really accurate?" "Of course, I've heard that the child will be born in the upcoming spring." The Grand Duke's words surprised both the Duke and the Duchess. "In the spring meaning?" "That's right, it means the Queen has been pregnant for 5 months now, and only now has the news reached here." The Duchess, though surprised, nodded in understanding. It made sense after all. It had been 10 years since he got married and there hadn't been any news. Now, the Queen's pregnancy seemed perfectly reasonable. The Grand Duke Leventus took a small sip of water and continued, "This is also why the Emperor has been so quiet lately. The Emperor has already put you and your wife on the blacklist. Shouldn't you both be prepared?" Hearing these words from Grand Duke Leventus left Anastasia very surprised. "What, a blacklist? Preparing something? Did something happen between His Majesty the Emperor and this Duke's family?" The little girl quietly lay in the cradle, eavesdropping on the conversation while everyone else continued. "My youngest child will soon turn 3 years old, and it will be fine when we reach the capital. Be very cautious, especially you, madam. It seems the Emperor is trying to maintain a good relationship with his family. No need to worry too much. How could one not worry in this situation, because the reason why the Emperor could reach his current position, the reason why His Majesty could inherit the throne is because." The Grand Duke Leventus spoke while looking towards the lady, as she had given up her title. "The Persian Empire, where I was born, wasn't as peaceful as it is now. Because not long before my mother got married, the battle for the throne became fiercer than ever since the previous emperor had many children. And when faced with the throne of power, the brotherly bond means nothing at all, so they turned on each other, fighting and killing one another. Fortunately, with her cunning, my mother survived. She was deeply resentful of the royal family due to what had happened and completely disillusioned by the coldness of those with royal blood, people who had been consumed by power. Although she was almost set to inherit the highest title, my mother chose to give it all up and marry my father. The throne, which for others might be a symbol of ambition, meant nothing to her. Thanks to that, her half-brother, who barely survived by hiding and sneaking around Lucius, was lucky enough to become emperor and emerge as the final victor in that battle. From the information Choco gathered, I think I somewhat understand my mom's decision. Emperor Lucius seems to realize his own inadequacy, so he has tried to maintain relationships with many other nobles to strengthen his power. Especially the family of Duke Endolency of his parents. Because not to mention the strong influence of his mother, the Endolency ducal family has one of the oldest histories in the Persian Empire. The father himself made significant contributions to the imperial war over a decade ago, and is highly respected by everyone. I thought the royal family wouldn't interfere, because only the Endolency Duke family had a connection with them, but after hearing about the Leventis Grand Duchy, I can't feel at ease. The Grand Duchy Leventis was originally the Leventis Empire, but to control the Persian Empire, they chose to elevate the title to Grand Duke by merging with the Persian Empire. Initially, the Grand Duke should have been fully devoted to the majesty, but he renounced his title due to pressure from the royal family. Thanks to someone, his family ended up in this deadlock, not because they were crushed by the empire. He must strive to do better. Furthermore, people are worried that the royal family's relationship with the Endolency family will change because of the queen's pregnancy. Emperor Lucius was more ambitious than the public knew, but despite his overwhelming greed, he lacked the ability to fulfill it. Simply put, he had ambition but no real talent. Translate all the events Anastasia sighed both sides are too complicated too much. Those things don't really matter, because I'll protect this family no matter what. Plots of war for power are something I've experienced dozens of times. Was it the 76th life, when I was an expert, named Seong Ki-bai? Well, it's all in the past anyway, so no need to remember it at all. Young girl Anastasia silently reminisced and gradually fell asleep. Today is the fourth day Grand Duke Leventis and Michael have stayed at this mansion. Michael has been persistently begging Anastasia for a morning kiss, and a good-night kiss in the evening as well. Not only that, he kept making promises and leaving while I couldn't even respond. Anastasia helplessly watched as the little Duke waved his hand. I'll go train in the morning. Later you can play with me. After the young Duke left, Anastasia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Those 6 kids really like me so much, heavens. Oh my god, even though she doesn't like it, today the little lady needs to dress up really nicely, because today is Damien's birthday. The 2 maids smiled and said to Anastasia. Hearing these words, the little girl pouted and puffed up her cheeks slightly. When did I ever say I didn't like it? I've never said that, but somehow, this expression of hers made the maids misunderstand that she didn't like her brother's birthday. Oh my, of course a good girl should wear beautiful clothes. See, this is a new dress for today's party, isn't it adorable? We know that the young master likes blue, so we chose a blue dress for her. Seeing the way those 2 maids were mourning like they were at a child's funeral left Anastasia completely baffled. What is this now? They are treating me like a cranky child. When was I ever cranky or sulky? This is so unfair. I like Damien, but it seems like they misunderstood something. Oh well, never mind. All this is because of Michael, that stupid idiot. Right now, Michael is training on the field and feels an itch in his ear, as if someone is cursing him silently. Compared to the birthday party of Anastasia and her sister, Damien's birthday was quite quiet. Perhaps the parties were organized based on the personality of each child, right? Most of the gifts were made of iron and stationery, which suited the taste and personality of Damien's older brother. The little girl Anastasia glanced around and silently assessed. The Marquis sent a limited edition set of theological books as a birthday gift, thank you. Damien happily received the gifts, most of which were books that suited his brother's personality and interests. No matter how much he enjoys reading books, it still makes him feel pressured. At this moment, the Duke also noticed his son. He looked at the boy and asked Damien, "Do you want to go outside for a bit?" Damien was confused. Outside. According to his father's suggestion, the boy and his younger siblings stepped out of the palace. Anastasia was slightly surprised when the little girl saw something. A warm smile appears on the baby's lips as the little one silently admires how sweet their parents are. They must have prepared an amazing gift for him instead of just giving those boring books. According to Anastasia's thoughts, her brother Damien was also very surprised by the unexpected gift from their parents. The boy's face flushed red with excitement, unable to hide his amazement. "Really, are you really giving it to me?" In front of Damien now is the Duke along with a cute foal with dark brown fur and a light yellow mane. "Is that so? Did my parents really give me a pony?" The Duke's son's look of disbelief turned into a joyful smile. "That's right, because your horseback riding skills have greatly improved now. Can you take good care of it?" Damien quickly nodded. "Of course, I will ask the knights and learn how to take care of horses from them. I promise to take good and thorough care of this patient so he can grow tall and strong like real war horses." Grand Duke Leventus suddenly cleared his throat, standing next to his nephew Michael. "I prefer big horses. I don't like little ones like that at all," Michael suddenly spoke up. The Grand Duke, upon hearing that, replied, "I know," with a face that showed little expression. Seeing the strange way these two communicate, Anastasia finds it hard to understand. The girl doesn't know if their relationship is good or bad. Later, Grand Duke and Michael were invited to stay at the Duke's residence until the important anniversary, and during that time, Anastasia grew closer to the Grand Duke. "Little lady, may I hug you?" He always goes to see Anastasia first. "Today, can I also hug you?" Even the way he teases the little girl is just like the young Duke Michael. And the two of them gradually became close. Today might be the last day with the morning of the anniversary. The Duke said he would leave after donating to the priest. That's fine because the priest was called to bless their home today. Anastasia was deep in thought when something caught her attention. According to Anastasia's gaze, it was Grand Duke and Little Duke Michael standing silently in one spot. The girl noticed Michael's expression and wondered why he looked so bad. Is something wrong? At this moment, a luxurious and opulent carriage arrived at the mansion's gate accompanied by the announcement of the servant, "We have arrived at the Endolansai mansion, Your Holiness." A man in an elegant suit steps out of the car with blonde hair and a scowling face. His eyes were full of disdain, and his voice was bitter. "No matter how many times I've been here, I still can't stand this place." The Duke's entire family was present at the mansion's gate to welcome the Pope, thanking him for coming to this mansion, relying on his blessings. The Pope replied indifferently, "It's nothing by the way," he said while nervously looking around as if searching for something. Then, with his eyes gleaming as he saw a chest of gold coins, he said, "Is this the offering money, Your Grace?" The Duke replied, "That's right." Anastasia from afar saw this scene and felt uncomfortable. Is it really okay to act like this? Eyes lighting up at the sight of money. He doesn't seem like a good person at all, this rude man. After a while, with the mysterious aromas emanating from the burner, the entire atmosphere in the mansion became very relaxing and pleasant. Now the baptism will be completed after this. The mansion is so magnificent it's a bit troublesome. "May I ask for a cup of tea?" the Pope arrogantly asked while holding the censer. "Of course the servant will prepare it for you." Seeing her father's restrained yet annoyed demeanor, Anastasia grew even more frustrated. It was a significant holiday, and her parents seemed to be trying to keep things peaceful. But she couldn't stand this priest at all. Right from the start he deliberately ignored the Leventus Grand Ducal family. He ordered the servant to place the censer right there without paying any attention to the Grand Duke and his grandson. Sometimes, he would glance at them with a look of disdain. But what he noticed was only the golden box of reward money in the guard's hand. The Grand Duke has already prepared his sincerity right. Facing the cold and annoying voice of this guy, Grand Duke Leventus still remained calm, and nodded. "Of course, here it is." He smiled greedily at the sight of the gold coins, Oh, how fortunate that the Grand Duke still remembers to worship the gods. Worshipping gods is fundamental for people living on this continent, so is it really so strange that you had to make a point of mentioning it, Pope? He slowly and indifferently pondered the Archduke's words for a moment before finally speaking. May the gods always watch over the Reunited family. At first Anastasia just thought he had a rude attitude, but now everything is starting to go too far. He spoke to the Grand Duke, as if he were trying to show off to the Leventis family. Why do they just stand still when being treated so coldly like that? Anastasia noticed the calm demeanor, but hidden discomfort of the two of them. Even the young Master Cook was more quiet and contemplative than usual. At this moment came the blessing ceremony, and the sly eyes of the Pope suddenly turned dangerous. He coldly reached out and placed his hand on the little Duke's head, saying the sanctuary cannot ignore the Grand Duke's sincerity. In that blink of an eye, a mysterious power with a soft golden light emanated from his hand. Anastasia was utterly stunned when she saw this scene. Had he gone mad? Magic of the little Duke Michael is still not fully tamed, and with this surge of power, it will only cause him terrible pain. Just as Anastasia thought, Michael's face is filled with agony. A moment later, Ongdao released his hands and said, "Oh, Chu Kong Tuark, you still can't receive the divine power. But don't worry, there will come a day when the divine embraces you." Grand Duke Leventis gently wrapped his arm around his grandson's back, but remained silent and contemplative. This scene left Anastasia bewildered, no matter how much the Holy Whip influenced the Persian Empire. But for a mere priest to dare act so arrogantly towards the Grand Duke was beyond belief. Even though I know he is a thorn in the Emperor's side. And this might be related to the current political situation, with hidden conflicts beneath the surface. But the Duke and the little Duke are not just members from the Grand Duchy, they are also close to me like family. I truly feel genuine affection from both of them. How can I just stand by and watch that money-hungry bastard throw his weight around, while he's tormenting her right in front of me? Anastasia felt extreme disgust when she saw his arrogant demeanor. At this moment, he looked towards the Duke's family and asked, "What about the donation to the sanctuary?" The Duke felt uneasy and awkwardly replied, "Ha ha, I'll consider it. I will have to find out what gave this guy the nerve to act like that with so little power. After all, he's just like a dog relying on his master. Surely I will make sure he can't return from here." If in previous lives that priest would have lost his life at the hands of Anastasia, but now it's not possible, so the little girl can only use magic to punish him. And with the thought and the chant of Anastasia, the magical power made the cup of tea in the priest's hand fall down. The warm, amber tea slipped from his hand, spilling onto his clothes, leaving him stunned. He hurriedly stood up in panic and shouted, "It's hot, too hot." The Duchess immediately ordered the servant to bring cold water quickly. Meanwhile, Anastasia was very pleased. "No need to bring water out, it's done now. I'll head back to the sacred temple to serve the god spirit." But before the priest could react, the maid swiftly threw a bucket of cold water over him, leaving him drenched and looking as if he had wet himself. Everyone fell silent, staring at the scene without saying a word. The awkward silence filled the room, and the Duchess quickly covered her daughter's eyes with her hand. The priest's face started turning red, looking quite unsightly because at this moment he was practically wetting himself, soaking the entire floor. He restrained his awkwardness and stammered out each word, asking for permission to leave first. Anastasia is obediently lying in her mother's arms, continuing to use her magic, still unaffected. "Don't be in such a rush to leave." Next came the continuous screams from the priest, echoing throughout the castle. "Are you okay, sir?" "I'm fine, no problem at all. So if you ever need help in the future, don't hesitate to call on me. The gods will never turn their backs on your sincerity," the priest said as he stepped onto the carriage. His appearance now looking utterly shabby and ragged. Anastasia heard him say that, then crossed her arms and frowned. Oh my God, he still wants to come here and ask for money. This guy is really out of his mind. Maybe I've been too lenient. I wasn't planning to go this far, but he's beyond saving. As Anastasia's thoughts wandered, a mysterious gust of wind suddenly blew, causing the priest to grimace. And immediately following was the extreme astonishment on everyone's faces. Even the Grand Duke, who rarely shows expressions on his face, was now visibly bewildered. According to everyone's view, a mysterious object was blown up into the sky by the wind. Next was the scene of the priest frantically chasing after his own hair with his bald head saying, "My hair, my hair. Now it will fly to the home of God," its golden hair flowing in the wind towards a distant place. The priest completely collapsed when his bald head was revealed, so he weakly knelt down, crying out, "My wig." Anastasia silently smiled, "Stealing from the temple will make you bald. You hateful man." Finally, after a series of unforgettable events, that detestable priest safely boarded the carriage and left the mansion, likely not wanting to stay another minute. After the horse-drawn carriage gradually disappeared behind the tree canopy, the servant finally burst into laughter. "I didn't expect the priest to be bald, not just the maids, but everyone was trying to hold back their laughter, trembling all over. Worshippers and followers of the Lord, why would they need to hide that head, right? I heard he deliberately shaved the top of his head, and only left hair on the sides." Listening to people's gossip made little Anastasia imagine that image, and almost die laughing. While everyone started filing back into the mansion, the young Duke approached Anastasia and softly asked, "May I hold your hand, little one?" The little girl was a bit surprised but nodded. The boy saw Anastasia agree, so he smiled happily, which made Anastasia breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily he still seemed fine. "I was worried because it was the first time I saw his face looking so lifeless." Anastasia thought for a moment and then reached out her hand to hold the little Duke's finger. The young Duke Michael smiled cheerfully upon seeing this. "Today, you want to hold my hand first." The two of them walked hand in hand as the young Duke Michael recounted, in fact, what the priest had said earlier. He said the divine power was for purification, but I've received it from other priests a few times before and I don't like it at all because it hurts me. These arguments left Anastasia completely surprised. Is that really used for purification? If divine power is recklessly transmitted to an ordinary person, it will undoubtedly be painful, as it damages their meridians. Moreover, for someone like Michael, who hasn't yet controlled their magical strength, it's nothing short of a punishment. At that moment, Michael continued speaking, "But when the priest kept making mistakes, I somehow felt it was really good to be by your side." The little girl Anastasia heard those words and was a bit confused. He had felt the flow of his magic. Perhaps he had more magical power than I thought. "Hey little one, I feel like everything will be all right when I have you by my side." Anastasia looked at the cheerful smile of the young prince for a moment and suddenly realized something. "I understand now, the reason I feel unfairness and heartache when I see Michael enduring pain. It's because it's like seeing my past self, someone who always used fate as an excuse to constantly force myself to accept injustice. And that feeling is definitely neither pleasant nor comfortable at all." Thinking that way, the little girl tried to hold the young Duke's hand even tighter. Then Anastasia said in a clear voice, "I will protect Michael." Before the astonished gaze of the young Duke Anastasia, she thought to herself that she would protect him, even if the number of people she needed to protect increased. It probably wouldn't be a problem. Moved by the promise and adorable appearance of the youngest lady, little Duke Michael smiled gently, "Thank you so much, little one." And then the day finally came, when the young Duke and his grandfather had to return to the Grand Duchy. "It's near the end of the year, so you'll probably be busy until you head to the capital, right?" Anastasia's father replied, "Not really busy, just choosing a companion to play with." "Yes, we are all the same, but I'm not sure if anyone would agree to be Michael's playmate." Grand Duke's family is still worried about finding him a playmate, Anastasia wondered silently. A playmate refers to when noble families would bring in a friend around the same age as their child. This was considered a charitable activity in this world. The children would have the opportunity to educate, interact with each other, and receive a salary. Kind of like a work-study program for kids, and there have been tons of applications to become playmates with their older brothers and sisters. That must be quite an opportunity, but more people are afraid of Duke Michael than I thought. Anastasia began to drift into her own thoughts when a voice suddenly interrupted her. Little Anastasia. Can I hold you before I leave? The Archduke knelt on one knee facing Anastasia and asked this. The girl quickly nodded in agreement and let the Grand Duke embrace her tightly. Then the Grand Duke picked up the little girl and said the youngest was still too small and probably didn't like that boy either. But if the two could show a little more affection for each other, wouldn't that be wonderful? Anastasia looked into the eyes filled with deep thoughts of the Grand Duke and thought that even though the Grand Duke didn't show it much on the outside, he was very worried about his nephew Michael. So, the little girl nodded at the Grand Duke's words. See you next time. Michael also turned back and waved goodbye, saying, See you later, little lady. Then their carriage gradually moved away and headed towards the Grand Duchy of Leventis. Dad, after all, this meeting wasn't bad, and everyone seemed to have a good time together, right? Time flies quickly while everyone is preparing for the New Year's party. The parents of Anastasia are busy handling many tasks. They have chosen 2 playmates for her and her brother. And also didn't forget to send year-end bonuses to the servants. After completing all the preparations during the final month, the trip to the capital began in the first week of December. Sitting in the carriage, her sister Laurencia asked, Mom, why isn't Dad coming with us? Your father is a Grand Duke, and he has a lot to do before leaving, so he must finish everything first. And since they are still young, they might get carsick on the way, so please be mindful. Laurencia was feeling down and not happy at all. Their carriage set off, passing through the forest canopy and gradually into the late night. Both Laurencia and Damian fell into a deep sleep. While everyone is sound asleep, Anastasia quietly uses her protective magic. Even though she has the Duke's knights escorting her, it would still be wise to conjure a protective shield at night for added peace of mind. Thanks to the magical protective shield of the little girl, all the wild beasts didn't dare to approach their carriage. Fortunately, our 3-week journey went off without any major issues. Even the knights were surprised that not a single monster appeared. Their swords almost started to rust. Today is the last day of the trip and they have arrived at the capital. Kids, I think we are about to start seeing the capital. The Duchess looked out the window and said. Is that true? Laurencia was very excited. Lara wants to see the capital. Be careful, Laurencia. The wind in the capital is quite cold, but not too harsh. Anastasia also followed her sister and looked out the window feeling each gust of cold wind blowing in. I don't know why, but I have this uncomfortable yet familiar feeling. There must be a lot of trouble waiting for me. At this moment, the Duchess is gazing out the window with a sweet smile. This is your mother's hometown, kids. This is my mother's homeland. This is my mother's homeland. Surely, many interesting things will happen here. The carriage of the 4 Duchess mothers gradually made its way onto the road leading straight to the Grand Castle. The next day at the residence of the capital with a magnificent and splendid palace. After a night of rest and recovery, the kids have shown up. Mom, we are ready now. The 3 Duke brothers changed into their winter outfits with hoods that made them look like adorable little bear cubs, giving them a warm and cozy appearance. The Duchess in her elegant red morning attire was delighted by the charming sight of the children. Oh, they are just too adorable. Now let's go sightseeing together. The streets here, at the end of the year, are really beautiful, guys. Anastasia looked at her mother's smile. She seemed so excited. Mom said it's been a long time since she last visited her hometown. Be careful, daughter. Anastasia looked at that cheerful demeanor. Even though her mother seemed very happy, there was still something beneath the surface. A simple old carriage without the Duke's emblem and a scarf covering the mother's face. Perhaps she doesn't want the people to recognize her special and sensitive identity. Seeing the youngest daughter still standing bewildered, the Duchess immediately called out, Anastasia, this is not just an ordinary stroll. The shopping area here is filled with many large stores, surpassing even the Duke's domain, with tall buildings that look both luxurious and very modern. That person is a tiger, an animal loved by Shah Shah. Her brother Damian also agrees with their sister Laurencia. Yes, Anastasia really likes the stuffed tiger that her older brother gave her. Standing in front of the store with a wreath and the image of a tiger, the Duchess suggested we go inside and take a look. Anastasia looked up at the store in front of her and thought to herself, is it just shopping? After nearly 100 tumultuous lifetimes, she has always believed that everything has its own motives and that nothing is simple. Although she can relax at the Anastasia Duke's mansion, she still maintains a habit of being cautious about everything around her when she goes out. And then at the fourth store, Laurencia's older sister told their mom that the little girl wanted to buy this red ribbon, but the Duchess refused, saying that the little girl had already bought 2 items today. Anastasia laughed when she saw how cute her sister was. She knew it, her sister only behaves well at times like this, totally pampered. But this isn't for Lara to wear, so who are you buying it for? I want to give it to my sister, Sha. She was smiling happily when suddenly her older sister mentioned her name, making the little girl Anastasia freeze. Sasha never demanded anything, and as her older sister, you have to take care of her, the little girl said while looking at her mother with sincere eyes. Everyone was stunned by the sight of Laurencia. So cute, even the female staff at the store blushed with excitement at the adorableness of the pink-haired girl. But she always gives everything to me, Anastasia thought to herself, wishing she would just buy something for herself instead. The store clerk immediately saw an opportunity, so she quickly approached to push the sale. Oh my goodness, young lady, you have such a kind heart. I'll sell this ribbon at a low price, so please take it. Really, Lara will buy it. Seeing the cheerful demeanor of my sister Anastasia, there was no other option but to be grateful and accept it. The staff member is very cheerful with the adorable children and couldn't help but praise, having such lovely children must be very happy. That's right. But I just feel grateful that they have grown up healthy. The shop assistant heard that and smiled, hoping the king and queen would have a child soon. They have been waiting for a long time. Anastasia quickly picked up on this and wondered, isn't the queen already pregnant? News from the royal court might spread slowly to commoners, but the queen is expected to give birth next spring. This should be made public by now, right? Grand Duke Leventus isn't the type to spread baseless rumors. And after shopping at this store, they immediately left with a bunch of stuff in hand. The face of the Duchess appeared behind the veil, looking very worried. This expression of the mother was accidentally caught by Damien. The boy anxiously asked his mother what she was worried about. The Duchess was lost in thought when she heard her son's question. Startled, she snapped back to reality and smiled. Oh, it's nothing. It's probably just the feeling of returning to the capital after such a long time. Anastasia guessed that her mother might also be thinking about the queen's pregnancy, because this matter is directly related to the family's future interests and potential troubles. Then we visited other clothing stores, and my brother Damien wanted to buy another hat for Anastasia. And after visiting all the shops, there wasn't any rumor about the queen being pregnant, even though it should have been big news since it's been several years since the last time the queen was pregnant. Why are they trying to cover this up? And so it went on with the unanswered questions of Anastasia, and the mysteries hidden behind this kingdom. They even invited children when the party was held very late. Looking at the kids yawning on the Duchess's carriage, the lady wondered to herself, what is my brother planning to do? The lavish palace party featured sparkling gold-plated chandeliers and distinguished guests in their splendid ceremonial attire. As the guard announced that the Endolencer family would now enter the hall, the Duke's family, dressed in elegant and luxurious ceremonial attire, stepped into the party. Their arrival quickly drew the attention of all the guests. Oh my, Duke, you've finally come to the capital. It's been so long, we've missed you so much. We sent invitations last year and the year before that. Anastasia was slightly surprised to see everyone warmly welcoming her family, not expecting such friendliness. The little girl was also surprised that her mother was still called a princess rather than a duchess, even though she knew she was the only one to receive the title at that time. The Duchess stepped forward to answer everyone's questions, saying that her child was still young, so they had originally planned to wait a few more years before returning here. Everyone heard that and smiled. How could it be? We thought we would never get to meet such adorable children, but hearing you say those words has already stolen my heart. Even though we are just kids, they are talking about us like we are part of the royal family. Anastasia has been focused, trying to analyze the situation based on the reactions of the people around us. The girl then wondered if perhaps the nobles were also unaware that the queen was pregnant. At this moment, the servant's announcement echoed once more, drawing everyone's attention to it. The mediator between the magical and divine realms, as well as the rightful heir to the Persian kingdom. King Lucius, along with the queen, are now entering the hall. Anastasia's eyes also began to focus, trying to figure out what the emperor was thinking. According to everyone's gaze, the emperor entered the ceremony hall with his deep red fur cloak, exuding his power. I see everyone has gathered, the emperor said with sharp eyes and short hair that looked very much like a villain. Then he turned his eyes toward the entrance, where someone had just arrived. That is a girl with crimson hair, dressed in a stunning golden gown, her prominent round belly standing out. Her face was sharply made up, but couldn't hide the slyness beneath her gossipy smile just below her lips. I see that everyone has gathered because today is the celebration for the Persian kingdom, said the emperor, glancing at the queen's round, pregnant belly.